Part 3. Michael FURZE. Chapter 1. Of the famous party Mrs. Braund gave. On the evening of September 18, poor old Mrs. Dickens, so long a boarder at Mrs. Cool's, was found dead in Green Lane not far from Cannon's Yard. For 24 hours afterwards it was asserted everywhere that she had been foully done to death. It was said that her throat was cut from ear to ear, that she was stabbed to the heart, that she had been strangled, that her face had been knocked in with a hammer. The plain truth was that she died of heart failure, poor old lady, hurrying home, if Mrs. Cool's could be called home, to avoid an oncoming shower. The case of Call the stall-keeper was rather more mysterious. Early on the morning of September 5, Police Sergeant Camberledge, one of Gurney's best men, found the body of poor Call in the hollow known as Tam's Cave. This is a small space halfway down the rock. There is a path here, and for generation after generation Polchester lovers have used it for their closest intimacies. This path, known as Tam's Path, called after a legendary seer-over Tam Penroll who was said to have terrorized Polchester with his robber bands and pirate ship in the 13th century, is bounded at one end by Bridge Street. And at the other runs finally below the cathedral and finishes at the well. It is a narrow path and the rock falls from St. James's Church sheer to the railings that guard its dangerous narrowness. Just beyond St. James's there is a small square of ground that runs to the rock's edge. There was a railing here, but the town council had been warned of its age and rottenness. After the discovery of Call's body it was found that the railing was broken in several places. Call's daughter admitted that on the evening previous to the discovery of her father's body she had not gone to fetch him from the market. He did sometimes find his way home alone. It was supposed that on this occasion he had gone the longer way round. In fact, Fanny Clark's little girl acknowledged that she had, at his request, taken him to St. James's and then left him. He had told her that he wanted to see FURZE's house. He often spoke of seeing places. Other senses, sound, touch, taste, took the place of his blindness. When there he had said to her, "Put my hand on FURZE's gate, dear," and she had done so. It had been an afternoon of drifting sea fog. She ought not to have left him, but his home was so near and he was so clever at finding his way that she had done what he told her. She was a strange little girl, wild, uncouth, sullen. Miss Penny Marlow who, it seemed, took an interest in the child, accompanied her to the inquest, and it was only with Miss Marlow's encouragement that the child could be got to answer questions. There was no reasonable doubt but that, mistaking his way, Call caught the railings at the rock edge, that it gave way and he fell sheer to Tam's Cave. His body was horribly broken. There could be no other possible explanation, for Call was no man's enemy. It had happened, however, that these two deaths, of old Mrs. Dickens and Call the stall-keeper, occurred at the very time when there was much uneasiness, and that they certainly added to the general apprehension. People said that both Mrs. Dickens and the stall-keeper knew something about FURZE's disappearance and that it was certainly to somebody's advantage that they should be out of the way. Poor Mrs. Dickens was a rambling rather senile old woman with a passion for her cat and her hatred of Mrs. Cool as the two leading motives in her life, but after FURZE's disappearance she was full of mysterious hints, as to how on that very afternoon she had been watching the preparations for the pageant, been talking to Mr. Clitch, who had gone in to his tea, but that she herself had mooned about a bit, and that then, well, then. But at this point she always became vague in what Clitch called muttery. As to Call, it was well known that he could tell, by touching a hand, the identity of his companion. On that, by now, historic afternoon or evening just before packing up his traps he had had a brief conversation with somebody, and here he too became reticent. Nothing was odder in this whole affair than the reluctance that everyone showed to be dragged into the case. Poor Gurney, now the laughing-stock of the town, defended himself by saying that nobody would tell him anything. "You'd think," he said, that old bastard really was alive and they were all afraid of his twisting their necks, instead of someone having twisted his. In connection with this it happened that towards the end of this month, September, there were no less than 3 definite accounts by people who said that they had seen Stephen FURZE. Sarah Constable, an old rag-and-bone woman who lived in Daffodil Street, swore that on the evening of the 27th as she was coming up from the river FURZE past her, looked her full in the face. As old Sarah was always the worse for cheap liquor, this might be discounted. A more respectable witness was Mr. Browning of the St. Leith Hotel, who said that, coming out from the Arden Cinema, he had seen for an instant in the light from the street lamp the bowler hat and ugly visage of FURZE. At first he thought he could swear to it. Then he was less sure. Finally he laughingly discounted the whole story. The third story came from Braund's boy, who said that he saw FURZE one afternoon in the cathedral leaning against one of the pillars of the Brit Monument, but Braund's boy was always seeing things. Not at all the common-sense practical son you'd expect a man like Braund to have. These were all idle tales enough, but, quite naturally, they added to the general discomfort. Then, in the last week of September, someone broke Hathaway's front windows. This was the first act of violence to occur. Hathaway himself took the incident lightly with a laugh, but the town could not do the same. The incident was considered extremely serious. 2 men were arrested, one a gypsy called Harkness, the other a half-imbecile boy, Billy Roach, but there was no satisfactory evidence and they were released. It was known that Tom Call said everywhere that he was behind the thing and that it was only a small foretaste of what was coming. He also said that Lampiron had thrown his brother over the rock because the stall-keeper knew that Lampiron had killed FURZE. Altogether the town was in a disturbed state. As always happens when public events create alarm, private domestic events were also uneasy. People were nervous, hysterical, ready to pick a quarrel. Some said that wherever they went they felt that they were watched and spied upon. Privacy was invaded and, however securely you locked your door or drew down your blinds, you were not alone. FURZE's disappearance had by this time quite definitely divided the town into 3 parts. The first was of the opinion that someone in his own household had finished him off, his blind wife, his proud, plain daughter, or his crazy brother. They had, perhaps, all 3 taken part in it. It was said loudly that Gurney ought to inspect with the utmost thoroughness the FURZE house. Under the kitchen flooring or in the cellar the bones of the old usurer would certainly be discovered. The second party in the town accused Lampiron. Lampiron had thrown FURZE into the well behind the cathedral. This was very widely believed. And the third party maintained that FURZE was still in the town. It was of no use to argue with these people that he could not possibly remain hidden for so long a period. He was, by now, capable of absolutely anything. It is quite certain that by the end of September people were everywhere behaving as though they were guilty of great crimes. If it is true that everyone alive possesses a closet and that in each closet there dangles a skeleton, then it would be true to say that, at this time in Polchester, the autumn air was alive with rattling bones. Good and faithful wives found themselves hinting to their husbands at half-suspected infidelities. Men resented a sudden uneasiness in themselves which made them ashamed of everyday trifles, an extra pound on a horse, a sudden smile and nod at a pretty woman in the street, a sharp word at home about a badly cooked meal. Chris Bangle, the least nervous and the most cynical of Polchestrians, said, "This town is becoming one large distorting mirror." Then, as usual, he blamed the snobbishness of the cathedral lot, the monstrous superstition of religion, and misunderstanding of the proper working of the colon. Have an auto-da-fe for the social snobs, destroy all religions as the Russians had done, irrigate the colon, and the world might be something of a place. And it was at this time of all times that Mrs. Braund decided to give a big party. One of the mysteries of the general situation had, for some time now, been Mrs. Braund's condition. The Caris party, which included most of the wealthier shop people, said that her illness, if that was the name for it, was nothing but an affected pose. Their view of her was that she must, in one way or another, be the central figure and, as her share in the pageant had had so unfortunate a climax, she was trying now to see what a state of nerves could do. Her friends asserted, and with a good deal of heat, that she had suffered a shock to her system from which she would probably never recover. What kind of a shock? Oh, fits of intense melancholia, general lack of energy and, worst of all, insomnia. She complained that she was no sooner asleep than something or somebody would waken her. She complained that she saw people in her room. And she was haunted by the ridiculous idea that old Lady Emily de Britt was after her, haunting her, driving her into her grave. The obvious cure for all this nonsense was that she should go away. The Archdeacon, it was understood, poor man, what a time he must be having, was anxious to take her for a cruise, to the West Indies or Ceylon or South Africa. No. She would rather stay here. She wanted to see what was going to happen. "What do you mean, dear?" Hester Marlow asked. "What could happen in a quiet little place like this?" "Quiet." Mrs. Braund laughed bitterly. "It's stirring with malice and envy." She had changed, in fact, from a stout, rosy-faced, jolly wife of an archdeacon to a sallow, nervous, irritable and unhappy hypochondriac. She expected, she told Mrs. Marlow, to be murdered in her bed any day. "They all hate me. Why, I've never been able to discover." And then, of all astonishing things, she decided to give a party. It was said that the bishop, who was looking none too well, dear man, people whispered that they had told him in London, had advised her to make a great effort, to throw off her nervous fears, to brave the world. She took his advice. It was to be a tremendous party and everyone was to be invited to it, cathedral, gentry, trade, everyone from the bishop to Crispangle, from Lady St. Leath to the town librarian, Miss Merivale. And everyone accepted. It was rumored that it would be a very interesting affair. It was hinted that the sports of Sedone might choose the occasion to break the Braund windows. There was a reaction too, it had been growing for some time, in favor of Mrs. Braund. After all, the poor lady had never done anyone any harm. If she had been a bit grand and a bit patronizing she had always meant well, and most people liked the center of the stage if they could get it. Only in the Carus camp there was no relenting. Nevertheless, the whole of the Carus family attended the Braund party. The Braund house was a heavy dark affair on the far side of the cathedral, detached, with a high garden wall and guarded by trees. It was a very silent house, perhaps because its walls were so thick. The walls were often damp, the kitchen and offices crawled with black beetles. What the house wanted, Hathaway said, was central heating, but the archdeacon pooh-poohed central heating as an American effeminacy. The house was filled with heavy furniture inherited by the archdeacon, vast chests, immense armchairs, oak bookcases like ancient monuments, everywhere, on the landings, in the bedrooms, the bathrooms, these massive pieces of oak. The dark wallpapers were covered with oil paintings also inherited by the archdeacon from his father, who had collected paintings. Very large pictures they were and every picture told a story, as had been the Victorian fashion, Boadicea defying the Romans, Robin Hood and Little John, Christians refusing the heathen sacrifice, James II throwing the Great Seal into the Thames. Hathaway said that the oil paintings, the furniture, the silence, the manner in which the trees shadowed the windows and obscured the light, these things were quite enough for Mrs. Braund's disorder. The only answer to that was the fact that she had lived in the house for a great many years and had been very well and very cheerful. The night of the party was damp and foggy and the house was very cold. The drawing room where the guests were received had been cleared of the smaller articles of furniture, but no one could escape the menace of the vast oil over the fireplace, early Christians in the arena, a really harrowing picture. For one Christian lady was in the pitiful position of being devoured by two lions, who had, however, most amiable and complacent faces. And one gallant Christian boy, naked save for a wisp of cloth most happily blown by the wind in the right and decent direction, was in the process of having his face clawed by a rearing tiger. The Emperor Nero playing on his violin, and bearing a striking resemblance to Canon Ronder, it was maliciously observed, showed a sublime but cold-blooded indifference to the proceedings. This picture, one of the very finest in my father's grand collection, the archdeacon told his friends, is worthy of detailed mention because, from the very start, it seemed to dominate the party. Many of the guests had never entered the house before, and standing now awkwardly on the somber carpet, trying to appear at their ease. Their gaze wandered again and again to the bloody bosom of the Christian maiden and the torn fibres of the Christian lad. The townspeople were inclined to arrive among the earliest, partly because they didn't wish to miss anything and partly because they believed it good manners to be punctual. The Aldridges were, in fact, the very first arrivals, and it was very fitting that the mayor of the town should be able to supervise the entries of all his fellow townsmen, and supervise them he and Mrs. Aldridge did. After a time it seemed that it was they who were receiving the guests and not the Archdeacon and Mrs. Braund. Mr. and Mrs. Caris and their 2 girls also arrived in good time. Mrs. Caris, wearing a grey dress scattered with roses, her auburn hair very efficiently waved, came into the drawing-room as though she were about to announce a divine party to which she intended to invite everybody. Mrs. Braund in dark red, 2 splendid strings of pearls round her neck and a diamond spray in her hair, greeted her enemy with a glittering militant smile. "How are you, dear? I haven't seen you for quite a time. How are you, Mabel? How are you, Gladys?" Mrs. Braund was not related to the Howards and the Harrys for nothing. Mrs. Caris realized it. It was as though she had heard Mrs. Braund say, "Poor little Polly Lucas. You have, with frantic efforts, managed to have a success or 2, but you have still a long way to go, and time is passing." Mrs. Caris, in fact, as she moved on into the room, was suddenly ashamed of her husband and her girls, and the sense of this shame infuriated her, with herself, with them, with her hostess. She snapped quite fiercely at Mrs. Browning of the St. Leith Hotel, who in her turn was rather cold to Miss Merivale the librarian, who, remembering this next morning in the library, behaved like a demon to the little girl from the orphanage who came in to dust the books and arrange the new novels on the center table. People now were pouring in. Mrs. Braund and the Archdeacon had shaken hands with everyone. Miss Concetti, pianist, and her brother Alfred, violinist, had also arrived. The library had been cleared and there was to be dancing there. Bridge tables had been arranged in the little sitting room on the other side of the hall. The Archdeacon, who passionately loved bridge, led 2 sets of players to the tables, Cannondale, Lady Mary Bassett, Miss Catherine Trenchard and Mr. Ferris the lawyer. These were among the dozen best bridge players in Polchester. But in arranging the second table he had made a fatal mistake. Wishing to settle Mrs. Caris as quickly as possible, knowing how dearly she loved bridge, he had insisted that she play. She was at first flattered until she discovered that she was set down at the second table with Mr. Porteous, Mrs. Hathaway and Aldridge. Both Porteous and Aldridge were of the vilest, most outcast, untouchables, in the bridge world, that is, they played an abominable game but were cheerfully unaware of the fact. Porteous was most especially irritating, for in his booming voice he told his partner of mistakes and loudly denied his own errors. When tempers were roused he would cry, now, friends, play the game. Play the game. And what is this after all but a game? And so on. When therefore Mrs. Caris discovered her fate and watched the quiet determined professionalism at the next table, her anger, already awake, shook behind her eyes. This was, on the part of the Braunds, a deliberate arranged insult. She would not forget it. By this time most of the clergy had arrived, Ronder, the Cronins, Gassely, James Bird, the Marlows. They were inclined at first to stand about in little black-coated groups. There were some 20 clergy in all. 2 of the guests especially performed that useful duty of helping to break the ice. These were Mrs. Cronin and Mr. Romney. Mrs. Cronin had, ever since the fortunate chance came to her of lending her house during the pageant, begun to believe that her luck had come at last. For years she had been working and working to achieve popularity and for some obscure mysterious reason she had not achieved it. The plain fact was that Mrs. Cronin was a whisperer. Wherever she might be she would find somebody, and then, in order to be liked, for no malicious reason at all, she would whisper something confidential about someone else. Her immediate success was magnificent. She aroused interest, secured intimacy and, apparently, friendship. But the whisperers are very quickly suspected by the whispered to. Wherever Mrs. Cronin was, trouble sprang up, and this was the stranger because she never spoke of anyone with unkindness. "Don't you think it a pity," she would begin. "I'm telling you in real confidence. I like her so much, but I do wish that someone would warn her." And as she whispered her confidences, a warm glow suffused her being. She radiated kindness and goodwill. Her friend into whose ears she was whispering looked at her with so much interest, so strong and confidential a companionship. "I will do anything, tell you anything," little Mrs. Cronin's heart was urging, "if you will only like me." Tonight she had not been in the room 10 minutes before she was whispering to Camilla Porteous, "I've just had a peep at the bridge players and, what do you think? Polly Caris has been put at the bad bridge table." "I know," said Camilla sharply. "The one where my father is playing." "Oh, I didn't mean that." Mrs. Cronin was greatly distressed. "Your father is such a fine player." He isn't," said Camilla, swinging a masculine leg. "He's awful." She looked at the door. "There's that dreadful little curate of ours. He's got himself engaged to the daughter of old FURZE." "I hear," whispered Mrs. Cronin, wishing to recover from her earlier mistake, "that they are saying the most terrible things about Lampiron. Not that I believe a word. He's a splendid man, although I do think it's a little careless of him to go about so much with dear little Penny. But they say." The other guest who put everyone at ease was Romney. Romney often said of himself that he was the only true Democrat in the whole of Polchester. It was certainly true that class meant absolutely nothing to him. If he saw a young farmer in corduroys driving some cows through the street to market, he would very likely speak to him and entirely charm the young man within 2 minutes. He was at ease with simply anyone in the world, from one of the royal princesses in London to Tom Call in Seaton. It was only if his charm did not work that he became unpleasant, and then he was very unpleasant indeed. No one could be more destructive of an enemy than he. Or rather a supposed enemy, because the very smallest imagined slight or neglect would irritate him. He would then say everything malicious he could think of, suddenly discover that there had been no slight at all, and at once become the warmest of friends again. During the hostile interval, however, he was apt to do a good deal of harm. Like all real artists, he was an egomaniac and altogether regardless of any harm that he might do with his tongue, and, again like all egomaniacs, he was infuriated when any other tongue did himself harm. At this moment in the history of the FURZE affair his vanity was undoubtedly stirred by the part that he was playing. He was the only authority on all sides of the question. He stated everywhere that he knew precisely who had murdered FURZE and exactly when and where he had committed the crime. He knew everything about the intrigues in Seaton, and especially he knew every word that was said everywhere by Mrs. Braund, Mrs. Caris, the Caris girls, Crispangle. His attitude was that everything was too screamingly funny. When he was attacked to his face because of the part he played in the Seaton disturbances, attending meetings there, openly greeted as a friend by Tom Call and other violent agitators, he did not for a moment deny it. Lady Mary was very bitter about it and worked herself into a kind of St. Vitus dance of agitation. "Darling," he was crying in Mrs. Braund's drawing-room. "But of course. Come with me to a meeting one day and see for yourself. They don't mean a thing. They've broken Hathaway's windows all the same. That's only a little playfulness. If you were unemployed you'd find you had to do something to fill up the time. Do you really know who killed that horrible old man?" Lady Mary asked, biting her nails. "Yes, I do. And Gurney knows too. He's only biding his time. Well, I wish he'd hurry up. A few of us will be murdered while we're waiting." "Oh well, darling, you needn't be afraid. You're perfectly safe. Did you notice Porteous and Mrs. Cronin? Isn't he just like a dinner gong, and she's one of those whispering everlastings that landladies in seaside towns have on their chimney-pieces. Nevertheless, in spite of his fun and good humor, there is no doubt that Romney made everyone uncomfortable. He implied beneath his chatter that something very serious might at any moment occur. He joked about danger in the streets at night, ghosts in the cathedral, old Mordaunt's broken-necked Inquisitor. Even about the deaths of Mrs. Dickens and poor old Call he implied that there was something hidden, something known only to himself and one or two more. And he undoubtedly encouraged the feuds that were everywhere breaking out. On this very evening he gaily whispered in Mrs. Caris's ear, "Enjoying your bridge?" He spoke to Lampiron as though he shared some special secret with him and enraged Porteous by congratulating him on the score he had made for the Orange Street Boys Club. He was very busy that evening indeed. About 9 o'clock Lady St. Leath arrived, and shortly afterwards the bishop. Everyone realized then what a wonderful party this was. The whole of Polchester was represented save the denizens of Seaton, and even they might, for all that anyone knew, be gathering in the dark garden outside and pressing their noses against the window pane. Music had started and there was some dancing. But it could not be said that everything was going with a swing. This was partly due to Mrs. Braund herself, who moved among her guests with a very preoccupied air. She would begin sentences that she did not finish. She would stare at her guests as though she were wondering who they were. Her stout heavy figure, her dark gloomy preoccupied eyes, these were evidence enough that she was not herself. Ronder, sitting with the bishop in a corner, said, "Our hostess doesn't look very well." "No," said the bishop. "She should go away for a rest and forget Polchester for a while. I hear that you have not been too well. I hope there's nothing seriously the matter." The bishop smiled. "Well, Ronder, my friend, between you and me this is likely to be one of my last parties." Ronder nodded. "Yes, and mine." The two men, who had never been greatly intimate, felt a sudden bond of warm and protective affection. "It's queer, isn't it," Ronder said, "when the actual realization comes? When you say to yourself, this is September 29th, 1933. By September 29th, 1934, I shall not be here." "I don't know," the bishop said. "There's not been a night of one's life that, on going to bed, one has been sure of waking in the morning. The only way to treat death is to give it no importance. We've done our work, Ronder, or tried to. Frankly I'm tired, or have felt so these last months. I shan't be sorry to go." "It's like an approaching cloud," Ronder said. "Gradually one is swallowed up. First a thin mist, then a light darkness, then—" The bishop put his hand on Ronder's stout arm. "Then the cloud passes and there is light again." But in his secret self Ronder shivered. It was as though at that very moment a cold hand of inspection were exploring him and then slowly withdrawing life from his heart, his veins, his entrails. He looked at Penny Marlow who, in a dress of rose-colored tulle, was standing near him talking with a great deal of animation to Miss Dora Trenchard. She looked tonight as though the fire of life were burning in her at its clearest, brightest, most eternal. This lovely thing cannot die, suffer corruption, be turned to ashes by the furious flame or crumble earth deep to be eaten by worms. There is something immortal here. But was there? Everything for Ronder tonight was tainted with corruption. This dark gloomy house was crowded with ghostly occupants. Beside every living guest the shadow stirred. He lifted his body ponderously from the chair and walked almost as a man moves in a dream, waking to the soft happy voice of Mrs. Cronin. "Ah, Canon. The very man. Can you tell me when we are going to have our whispering gallery back again?" It had for so long been second nature to him that tactful courtesy should always come first that although he scarcely saw her he bent forward benevolently and said in his rich, considering, kindly voice, "Whispering gallery, Mrs. Cronin." "Yes. You know, the Hairy Tower. It has been closed for repairs ever since the day before the pageant. But there have been no repairs. Someone was coming down from London or something, but no one has been past that door since it was closed. I know it isn't my business, she went on, looking into his impassive mask of a face and wondering whether he liked her, hoping that he did, contemplating some interesting thing that she could tell him and so win his regard. It is only that I have some friends coming down from London next week and I should like so much to take them up the tower. I'm afraid I know nothing about it, Rhondda said, smiling. Ah, there's Lampiron. Perhaps he can tell us. Lampiron, has Hathaway or anyone told you how long the Whispering Gallery and the tower are going to be closed? Little Mrs. Cronin watched Lampiron with absorbed, excited attention. He always looked magnificent in evening clothes, the most socially testing garment in the world. She wondered how old he was, and what a head with that great forehead, the piercing eyes, jet black hair. What shoulders, what muscular limbs. And so on, and so on. She always romantically colored everything up. It made the business of winning people over twice as exciting. And had he really committed a murder? He looked so noble, so kindly. And yet everyone said that he had a terrible temper, carved such indecent statues and had no personal morals whatever. She could not withhold from her eyes that excited air with which we gaze at prisoners in the dock, royalty in a carriage, or a film star making a personal appearance. Lampiron recognized this at once. He had come to the party for two reasons. The first, that everyone should understand that he did not care in the least what was said of him, the second, that he should talk to Penny. He was finding, to his own surprise, that he did care what was said of him. He realized that tonight people could not take their eyes from him. He felt that the whole room was staring and whispering. He caught again and again from the people who spoke to him that little, excited glitter of the eye. Only Rhondda gave him no especial glance, but that, Lampiron reflected, was because Rhondda was deeply preoccupied with himself. Why, Mrs. Cronin, he said, I must say I don't know. On the afternoon before the pageant I went to the cathedral to meet Hathaway and an architect from London about it, but the London man never turned up and that same evening it was closed. I've heard nothing more. Subconsciously he thought, there you are. Mrs. Cronin is saying to herself, ah, that's when he did it, that's when he shoved him into the well. And a strange longing came to him to shout at the top of his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, you wonder whether I murdered FURZE or not. Well, you can inspect me. Take my clothes off if you like, feel my heart beat, ask me any question you please. I didn't kill FURZE, but if it pleases you to think that I did. That's what Henry Arden would have done, shouted at the lot of them, defied them, called God's curse on them. He felt as though Arden's armor clanked about his body. He, Arden, to murder a petty villainous little usurer when he had so many greater matters to consider. All he said was, "How is your garden, Mrs. Cronin? Are the chrysanthemums coming out yet?" Penny Marlow was watching him. While she was talking to Miss Trenchard she was watching, for the center of her life was there. She had worn the rose-colored tulle only twice before tonight. She had put it on for him. Before she had dressed, after her bath, clothed only in the golden-red Japanese kimono that her father's brother had brought her from Japan. Standing at her window she had watched the mists creep about the garden and the small auburn heads of the first chrysanthemums burn dimly like little lanterns before the full dark came. She had learned a great deal in the last year. She had been a child until that day when Lampiron had first kissed her, and after that so many experiences had succeeded, her father's bewildered unhappiness, FURZE's disappearance, the pageant, Mrs. Braund's illness, the discovery that in her own home everything depended on her now, the other discovery that people were talking about Lampiron, the further discovery that people again thought that she was Lampiron's mistress. A great deal to be crowded into 1 year of a very young girl's life, but she took it all, eagerly, almost rapturously, because her spirit, fiery, ambitious, passionate for life, told her that it was through this experience that wisdom came. But, she thought, as she turned and looked at the rose-colored tulle on her bed, she had not expected that love would be so wonderful a thing. She had read of it, been told of it, heard scandalous things of it, but this inexhaustible desire for self-sacrifice, this constant joy and the love of every form of life that came from it, she had not known of these things. What had she had from Lampiron but some kisses, some handclasps, some talks, some silences? She did not want more. As, looking into the glass, she raised her arms and brushed her hair, she smiled, eyes smiling at eyes, because she was so deeply satisfied with all that life was giving her. Perhaps, even now, she suspected that the character of this first meeting with love was exactly suited to her nature, a nature that would always be happier in giving than getting, in loving than in being loved, in service than in acceptance of love. She was no saint. She could be fiercely intolerant, she had a fiery temper, she could be arrogant, but as she was intolerant so she was proudly loyal, as she was hot-tempered she was courageous, as she was arrogant so she had no vices of meanness. The fierce bitter jealousies, the hoarding of money or power. She was free. Miss Trenchard was attacked by Mrs. Aldrich, Mrs. Cronin moved away from Lampiron. They advanced, without looking at one another but in absolute certainty, into the hall and then into a conservatory, filled with geraniums and dusty palms. Here were two little white-painted iron chairs and in a stuffy semi-dusk they sat down together. "Penny," he said, "for a moment I'm going to speak as though I had never seen you before, as though you were 20 and I 20, because perhaps it's one of the last times." "What do you mean?" she asked. "One of the last times?" "Never mind that. I suppose I only mean that my situation can't go on like this much longer. The whole town thinks I murdered that wretched old man and I've got to clear myself of that. That's one thing. My love for you is going beyond the limit I set for myself. That's another. A third is that very soon there's going to be an explosion in this town and some of us perhaps will be blown up by it. This may be one of the last quiet times we have, that anyone here has." "Why, what do you think is going to happen?" she asked, speaking, as she sometimes did, like a child. "I don't know." "Never mind. What does it matter to us? Listen. I love you so that the inside of my skull is burnt dry, my throat is dust and ashes. I want so desperately to have you in my arms and lie thus with you, all the night through, without moving, without stirring, that all my bodily movements are connected with that longing. When I walk through the street I am, in my actual life, curving myself about you, closing you in, my lips on your hair." She saw that he was shaking from head to foot, but he went on. "All the same I know just as clearly as I knew that first time we talked at my house that, afterwards, I would be better dead. I would have broken the only rule worth keeping. Help me now, Penny, as you've never helped me before." He moved his chair further away from hers. "There's something cowardly, isn't there, in my telling you how I feel and then asking you to help me. But I have to depend on your strength. I must. I'm so weak myself. Don't you think," Penny said, after a moment's pause, "that it might be better to do what you want? We could go away." She broke off because she suddenly realized that she wasn't free as she had been. She could not just now leave her father and mother. Only last night she had heard him pacing up and down the floor of his bedroom. After a while she had knocked on his door, but he had not answered, only the sound of the pacing had stopped. Going back to bed she had lain there seeming to hear all over the town this same pacing of floors, half the town pacing, the other half listening to the pacing. No, she could not go away just now, it would be like deserting a besieged city when all your fellow citizens were fighting for their lives. She knew that Lampiron also could not go. Because she was entirely honest she said at once. "No, I realize. We can't go away. I don't know what's happening here, but it would seem like desertion to leave the town, wouldn't it? Besides, father and mother aren't very well. I'll tell you one thing, Penny," he said quickly. "I know as certainly as I'm sitting here that I'm never going to leave this town. My story finishes exactly here. If there's a war there's a battle, and if there's a battle men are killed." "Is there a war?" she asked. "Yes. We are what you said, a beleaguered city. The whole business of living quietly is to make terms with the other powers. We've grown arrogant and not bothered to make terms, so they've up and attacked us. They're not really hostile. All they want is to remind us that they exist, and that'y doing. As soon as they've reminded us sufficiently and killed a few of us off, they'll leave us alone again. He leant forward and laid his hand on her knee. Oh, Penny, I love you so. Darling, darling, darling. Morituri te salutant. And remember afterwards when perhaps life, in the middle years, seems dull, to have lost its fragrance, that you have been loved, loved, loved. He bent his head, looking down at the dusty conservatory floor. Loved and worshipped. She laid her hand on his. Hand gripped hand. So many lovers, she said, have sworn that death can't part them, but I know that nothing can separate us. She looked at his face and put up her hand, laying it against his cheek. I'll kiss you once, she said, and then we'll go back. She kissed his cheek where her hand had been. Don't think we'll ever part, I'm learning that death is nothing. They came back into the room together and of course everyone noticed it. Old Marlow did not. He was obsessed with his own troubles. He had got it into his head that all the town now knew about his debt. Someone was going round telling everybody. Then he had a particular headache, all his own, he had nearly broken down in his sermon last Sunday. He was wondering whether he couldn't escape from this town all by himself and walk till he got to the sea, and then he would sit down, take the sand out of his shoes and rest. It was about now, something after 10 o'clock, that everyone began to get very gay. Mrs. Cronin's account, frequently given to eager friends in the next few days, was a little confused. At first, dear, it was dreadfully dull. And the house was so cold. I assure you that after half an hour in that drawing-room, have you ever been to the Braunds? Oh, it's a great big room with enormous pieces of furniture and the most dreadful painting of Christian martyrs over the mantelpiece. A little while in that drawing-room and one was simply frozen. I would have sent over to the house for my furs if it hadn't seemed rude. Well, for a long time nothing happened. There was certainly something the matter with our dear hostess. You know how bright and chatty she used to be. Now she just walked about looking at people as though she wished they'd go. Everyone was there. Oh, well, you know what I mean. You never have known the Braunds very well, have you? What I mean was that it was the most incredible mix-up. You should have seen Mrs. Aldrich with a rope of sham pearls and Tekla diamonds in her hair. Of course we are a democracy with labor governments and everything, but all the same you can't get over a kind of social awkwardness. You know what I mean. Chris Bangle, the Smith bookshop, you know, looking and listening, picking things up to talk ironically about. He's a really bitter man, and if there's anything spiteful to say you can be sure he'll say it. Then the pageant seems to have left so much sore feeling. I certainly had a good time myself. Everyone was so nice to me, and then I was able to lend my house. Oh, it was really useful, I'm glad to say. All the same the pageant would have been better another year, when there's not so much unemployment. And there was a good deal of jealousy over little things. I'm sure I don't know why. Many people said to me, for instance, that Queen Elizabeth or one of the other parts would have suited me beautifully, but do you think I felt even a twinge of jealousy? Of course not. All the same Lady Mary wasn't good, was she? Almost anyone would have been better. She did her very best and she's such an agreeable woman. I like her so very much. Well, where was I? Oh yes. After a time some people got rather rowdy. I didn't see much drink myself, and the Archdeacon is supposed to be a teetotaler. But drink there was. Some people said afterwards that people like the Carises brought their own. I don't suppose it was true for a moment. Not a thing you would expect even the Carises to do. But there was that Irish cousin of theirs, Mr. Ted O'Hara. Do you know him? He often stays here. Generally at the St. Leith Hotel. Oh, don't you know him? Long thin man, always playing practical jokes. He wore a bathing suit and drove a pig up the high street for a bet once. Did you never hear that? He says he's a cousin of Mrs. Caris, but I've heard that very much doubted. In any case, he soon became very much in evidence. Of course, what I always say is, mix the classes if you like, but you'll probably regret it. I'm the least snobbish of people, but do you know what happens? Just what happened at Mrs. Braund's. As the evening went on, the shop class, I don't mean anything derogatory, I assure you, got noisier and noisier. The dancing became very wild indeed, and that Mr. O'Hara, a long thin man with a prominent nose, not a gentleman, and many people say that he's not a cousin of Mrs. Caris at all but something quite different, he became most obstreperous, and Mr. Bellamy danced with Mrs. Aldridge in a way, well, really, although I've seen the strangest things in Paris and Vienna, I felt quite uncomfortable. And the Caris girls. You know how noisy and vulgar they are when they're a little bit excited. It was about now that the Bishop and Lady St. Leath and one or two others left. My husband and I will be delighted to come on the 13th, by the way, so charming of you to ask us. We also left. I'm sorry now that we did because, as it was, we missed, but you've heard, haven't you, of what occurred? What occurred was really rather terrible. One eyewitness was Jim Bird. His account of it to Elizabeth was as follows. I was thinking of going. I hadn't wanted to stay so long, I hadn't enjoyed myself a bit, but I was nervous about Lampiron. I think that, oddly enough, everyone was nervous about someone. I worried about Lampiron because he looked pretty desperate. You know, Elizabeth, he's the best friend I have, but he has got a fearful temper. He nearly killed Leggett about 3 weeks ago, and I felt somehow that he might do something on this particular evening. People were looking at him as though they expected him to, but for the most part he was quiet, sitting like Landor or Garibaldi or Tennyson. He always makes me think of one of those massive old men. He should have achieved things as big as their achievements. He was meant to do something terrific, but all it has come to is that he sits in a small cathedral town suspected of murder and seduction. Anyway, he was quiet enough. And after the Bishop and the Marlows went, he went too, with just a nod to me. Then I noticed that things were becoming lively, in fact livelier than they ought to be in an archdeacon's house. My belief is that someone or other had brought a lot of drink into the house. Dancing was going on, and people you would never expect, like Mrs. Bellamy and Aldridge, were quite tipsy. The worst of all were the two Caris girls. I've always disliked them, but I can't tell you, Elizabeth, how their commonness came out last evening. Their mother, I've heard since, was furious because she had been put down to play at some inferior bridge table. In any case, whatever it was that upset her, she was herself a little tipsy and went about the rooms with that Irish cousin of hers, O'Hara, making insulting remarks. Honestly, Elizabeth, I had never seen an evening in any decent house in Polchester like this one. All the better people had left, only Romney and Gassely I saw, and the Cronins. They looked as though they were expecting any moment something to happen, and indeed you might, for you never saw anything queerer than Mrs. Braund, who walked from room to room and stared at some of the guests as though she wondered who they were. I don't want to give an impression that things were actually rowdy. I dare say, if you'd been a stranger and not known anyone, you'd have thought it a very decorous party. In the room where they were playing bridge there wasn't a sound, and even the dancing wasn't riotous. It was only if you knew who people were, and above all knew all that had been happening here during the last months, that you became apprehensive. Honestly, Elizabeth, I wouldn't have been surprised if Mrs. Braund, archdeacon's wife or no archdeacon's wife, had slapped Mrs. Caris's face at any moment. You say that English ladies don't do such things. No, not if they are normal. We are scarcely any of us here normal just now. Then, well, it must be all over the town today, so I may as well tell you exactly what I saw. I heard the clock in the drawing-room strike 11:45 and I thought it was high time for me to be going. I went into the hall to find Mrs. Braund to say good night. There she was, saying good night to the Cronins. On the left was the room where they had been dancing. Opposite was the small room where they were playing bridge, and out of that room, as I came into the hall, stepped Romney. I noticed that he looked up at the hall clock. I noticed it because I thought to myself, oh, Romney's leaving. We can walk most of the way home together. But he stood there looking at the hall door, and that, on thinking back, makes me sure that he knew what was about to happen. Mrs. Cronin was going on, do you know her? Well, she's a sort of pussy-voiced gossip, oh, dear Agnes. We've had such a lovely evening. I don't know when I've ever enjoyed myself, and so on. Mrs. Braund was standing there looking at her with a kind of nervous twitching smile, the archdeacon at her side. The front door bell rang. No one thought that it was more than the announcement of someone's car, I suppose. But we all turned and looked. The Braund's butler, a stout, red-faced, pompous old man with white hair, came forward to open it. Jokes had been going on all evening about some of the Seaton population haunting the garden, looking in at the windows, preparing to throw stones. So when the door opened and a great rush of cold air blew in, we all felt a little jumpy, I imagine. Someone was standing there, outlined vividly in the light of the hall lamp. It was your father, Elizabeth. But absolutely motionless, the green umbrella, the bowler hat, the long grey overcoat, the grey gloves. You could see his long white nose. He never moved. There was a piercing fearful shriek from Mrs. Braund, who fell with a crash to the floor. The figure vanished. I don't believe in ghosts, Elizabeth, but I tell you that I was terrified. The sense of the dark, the cold night air, the nervousness and expectation of something happening that there had been all the evening, all these things together helped. I know that for a moment I was altogether taken in. So there are ghosts. I remember thinking. Now I know. But a moment later there were other things to think of. Mrs. Braund was lying motionless on the floor, the archdeacon bending over her. People who had been dancing came hurrying. I saw Mrs. Caris and her two girls. Mrs. Cronin was crying hysterically something like, I saw him. I saw him. With my own eyes. Everyone was shouting and talking at once. It was Romney who compelled attention. He came forward and said, don't be alarmed, anybody. It was O'Hara dressed up. I recognized him at once. It was a practical joke. A pretty idea of a practical joke, with Mrs. Braund probably dead as the result of it. But everyone realized at once that Romney was right, and the next thing that happened was that the archdeacon, out of all control, shouted to Mrs. Caris that she and her friends had arranged this, it was their doing, that they had murdered his wife whom they had been persecuting for months, must leave his house instantly, he would have them arrested for murderers and so on. It was a dreadful scene. The poor archdeacon didn't know what he was saying. Gassely then took command of the proceedings. He led the archdeacon into the other room, advised everyone to go as quickly as possible. Go we did, I assure you. Of course Mrs. Caris was eagerly protesting that she had known nothing about it, and Crispangle and Bellamy loudly supported her. Before I left I heard that Mrs. Braund wasn't dead but had suffered a stroke. I can tell you, Elizabeth, it was queer enough, after all that, walking home through the quiet little town. The breeze rustled through the trees, all the houses were dark, the cathedral was so majestically at rest. Behind some window you could see someone sitting reading a book. It was a fresh, chilly evening. You could smell the breeze from the sea. Yes, the whole town's talking of it today. Whether Mrs. Braund will recover no one knows. I hear that most people think that O'Hara and the Carises arranged it. O'Hara himself says that it was intended as a mild little joke. Mild. He had meant, he says, to walk into the house, take off the bowler hat and reveal himself. In my opinion he was a coward, let alone anything else, to run away as he did. Anyway there's no end to the trouble his little joke will cause. They say that the archdeacon may bring an action against O'Hara and that Mrs. Caris may bring an action against the archdeacon for defamation of character. What's the matter with this town, Elizabeth? What's happening to us all? Chapter 2. There is no private life here now. By very many clever persons September is considered the loveliest month of the year in Glebeshire, but, they quickly add, not October. In the north, where things, birds, flowers, heather and coloured clouds, are later, yes, October is divine. But in Glebeshire, after October 1st, you are never sure. That is very true. Miss Merivale, the queen of the library at the top right-hand corner of High Street, thought, reading a novel by Miss E.B.C. Jones. Thin, alert, dressed always in soft grey with white collars and cuffs, contemptuous, intelligent, she salved her loneliness by allying herself with the lady novelists she loved. These ladies allowed Miss Merivale to despise everyone in Polchester save only Mr. Romney, who, if he had written novels, would have been made colonel of the regiment without delay. Not only did these ladies write with brilliance, notice instantly the tiniest folly committed by a neighbour, male or female, it mattered not, but female for preference, but they reassured, most gallantly, all the clever non-writing ladies in England. Miss Merivale was one of these, having been brought up by an atheistic father, Professor, Manchester University, to believe in nothing that she couldn't see. Her eyes were of the very sharpest. Her tongue was sharp too, with the result that she was not very popular in Polchester. None of this mattered. Seated on her little platform in the library, the same for the last 50 years, she dealt with her clients and customers quite regally. She felt as though Mrs. Virginia Woolf had given her her benediction, as though to the lighthouse had been especially written for her, and, in honest fact, that lovely, tender and understanding work had done something to ripen her thin understanding and enrich her rather arid perception. She was arid because no man had ever loved her. Because no man had ever loved her, she devoted all her energies to seeing life as it really was. Therefore now, in this first week of October, seated alone in her library reading the novel of Miss E. B. C. Jones, she was disturbed, greatly disturbed. Because she was frightened. The town was filled with sea mist. She had turned on the electric light and drawn down the blinds, but oh, how she wished, how strangely, disturbingly she wished that someone would come in. Even Mrs. Cronin, who liked the stories of Mr. Francois, Mr. Deeping and Miss Berta Ruck, would be better than nobody. Even Miss Dora Trenchard, who returned a novel by Miss Mary Butts with the comment, "I understood almost none of it, and what I did understand was indecent," would be better than nobody. Even it might be that these ladies, being stupid, without perception, without aesthetic taste, might be better than Lady Mary Bassett, Mr. Romney, or Canon Ronder, more comforting, more reassuring. What was the matter with her? Why was she constantly looking over her shoulder as though she expected the high rows of dusty bookshelves with their long-forgotten Godwins, Bays, Eugene Sues, G. P. R. Jameses, to open, and from their depths to emerge, whom? For some weeks now she had felt this discomfort. She regarded the library as the very heart of the town. Here it lay, the centre, and from it radiated the cathedral, the canons' houses, the shops, the market, the quiet streets with their old sober houses, the rock, Seat-Own, the river, the sloping hills. And because it was the centre, here was hidden the secret of the town's disturbance. But there was no disturbance. The spirit of Miss Merivale's father reproached her for her foolishness. Believe, my dear Anthea, only in what you can see with your good eyes, touch with your cool firm fingers. Well, she could see the paralyzed body of Mrs. Braund lying in that cold dark tree-embedded house by the cathedral. She could touch hands that might, not so long ago, have been reddened with a fellow citizen's blood. That poor old woman from Mrs. Cool's had died, they said, from heart failure, but who could tell? That blind stall-keeper had fallen by accident from the rock. She jumped up. She could endure it no longer. The dim eyes of those old books watched her. Behind the drawn blinds the fog rolled up the street. The door opened. She stifled a little terrified scream. It was Lady St. Leath's chauffeur. Her ladyship understands. Yes, here are the books she asked for. Then, after a little pause, because she didn't believe in being familiar with servants, it's foggy, isn't it? Yes, it is. Got to go careful with the car. He went, closing the door behind him. She would have wished to have kept him there, to have thought of some possible conversation. Miss Truscott and Mrs. Pender met Miss Merivale for a moment in the rolling maneuvers of that sea fog, for they also were frightened by the thought of poor old Mrs. Dickens and by the silly illusion Miss Truscott had that she saw poor Alice Dickens leaning over her shoulder and looking into her teacup. Miss Truscott and Mrs. Pender had been lodgers with Mrs. Coole for a longer time than Mrs. Dickens. They were the oldest lodgers there. Miss Truscott was a mild old lady who liked bright colors and was afflicted with a constant trembling of the head. This trembling irritated Mrs. Coole almost to a frenzy, and she would cry, "Can't you keep your head still?" and Miss Truscott, brilliant in a magenta blouse, would answer, "No, I can't." Mrs. Pender, on the other hand, was a very slim old party with a heavy black mustache and beetling eyebrows. She was the only one of the ladies at Mrs. Coole's who stood up to that tyrant. Daily had been their battles for many years, and all the other lodgers enjoyed them. On this afternoon Miss Truscott was having tea in Mrs. Pender's bed-sitting room, and the thing that was really disturbing them was Alice Dickens's cat. On the night of Alice Dickens's death the cat disappeared. Mrs. Coole had always detested it and had hinted in no uncertain fashion of the things that she would do to the cat once Mrs. Dickens was gone. So the cat was acting wisely in disappearing. The trouble was that it didn't completely disappear as it should have done. Every night its plaintive mew was heard and, although it was never seen, its paws pit-pattered on the oilcloth, and Miss Truscott declared that she felt it rub itself against her bare leg as she was stepping into her bed. Mrs. Coole's house was number 10 in Norman Row and Mr. Clitch's shop number 11. Mrs. Coole roundly accused Mr. Clitch, whom she had always detested, she approved of very few people, of harboring the cat. He merely shrugged his shoulders and smiled. But Miss Truscott, having tea with Mrs. Pender, not only saw Alice Dickens looking into her teacup but heard the cat mew for milk in the way that it always used to do. Both ladies stared at the fog that crept in wisps of lawn across the cathedral green and wished for company. "Nonsense, Milly," said Mrs. Pender. "Poor Alice is dead and there's an end of it." "Listen," said Milly Truscott. And both old ladies listened, the washstand also listened, and the bed and the 3 chairs and the photograph of the long-dead Mr. Pender on the mantelpiece. The cathedral chimes rang the half-hour but neither lady stirred. Miss Truscott held her teacup in her hand. "Have another piece of that seed cake," said Mrs. Pender, "and don't be silly. It's only the trickling of that pipe in the attic." But it wasn't. It was Mrs. Coole who opened the door without knocking and stood, a great mountain of flesh, her vast breasts heaving, her short thick grey hair, absurdly bobbed, emphasizing the white rolls of fat on the back of her neck. She looked at her 2 lodgers, then, without a word, closed the door again and could be heard flip-flapping in her slippers down the stairs. One day, Mrs. Pender said slowly, "There'll be another murder in Polchester." "There, Laura," Miss Truscott said. "Didn't you hear it? Most distinctly a cat's mew." "There," said Michael FURZE to Elizabeth. "Don't you wait for me. I don't know when I'll be back." But he did not go out. He went into his bedroom and stood looking from behind a corner of the blind, which now he kept always drawn. The room had assumed something of the air of a fortress. The only beautiful thing in it was the crucifix which stood on a bare table against the naked wall. For the rest the furniture, ugly and uncompromising, seemed to be on guard as though it were waiting to be pushed, in defense, against doors and windows. Now, as Michael stood there looking down to the shifting wall of sea fog that broke suddenly in front of him, throwing into his face walls and chimneys and an old man walking with a tapping stick down the road, he was wondering whether he could summon up courage to tell Elizabeth and her mother that they must go. His head had not, during the last fortnight, been as clear as it ought to be. And with reason. He was pestered now with so many persons who wished to interfere with his private life. Standing there, gazing down into the fog, he shook with anger as he thought of them. Gurney, Cull, Lanky, Klitsch, Leggett, Lampiron, these were only a few. Everywhere now steps followed him, eyes peered into his, ears listened to the very beating of his heart. He shook the edge of the blind with his indignant hand. My God! Was there ever anyone more foully treated, he who wished only good to the town, who longed for chances to prove its benefactor? Men, he now noticed, would not hold conversation with him, but spoke a word or two, then moved away, not disappearing, however, but rather staying, just out of sight, hiding, watching. And that lazy, fat policeman, Gurney, why must he be forever turning up and asking questions? He'd better look out, he had. And the foul and slimy Leggett, here Michael's whole body shook with anger, what right had he to put on these airs, to pretend to be Michael's friend? Friend indeed. Michael knew his game. It was the money he was after, but money was the last thing. Michael turned. What was that? Was not someone turning the handle of the door? His face was chalky white, blotched with red, as he moved, looking at the door. Blast these foggy days. The damned stuff crept into the very room. There was no one there. But he wouldn't wonder if that blind woman wasn't listening on the other side of the door. That was why she and her daughter must go. He was master here now. And it would be better if he were alone in the house, no one to spy on him then. He could draw the blinds and bolt the doors and so stay, safe against the world. No one could enter. No one. No privacy any more. That brother of his was clever enough to push blinds aside and slip through bolted doors. That damned, cursed, bloody brother of his. And, peering from behind the blind, he thought that he saw, rising from the thin white mist, like a bound figure from the grave, the umbrella, the bowler hat, the long shapeless overcoat, the grey gloves. It was about the overcoat that they were speaking, knocking the billiard balls about, at the St. Leath Hotel, Browning the proprietor, Bellamy, Mr. Ironsides from London, and little Mr. Adamson from Drymouth. Under the electric light the green table shone with a warm and friendly glow. Browning, who prided himself on his billiards, bent forward, his white shirt sleeves gleaming, then suddenly straightened his stout back and his large comfortable behind and said sharply. That's enough, Bellamy, running down the town to outsiders. What do you call that, business? I'm not running it down, Bellamy said aggrievedly. He disliked Rose, but what was the matter with Browning? What was the matter with everyone's temper just now, come to that? I was only saying that everyone's on edge. Why, in the high street shop you wouldn't believe, their minds are never on their work, always looking out of window, and the younger men are all town guards, every man jack of them. What are town guards, if I may ask? Little Mr. Adamson inquired. He looked as though he should always be standing, legs astride and begaitered, sucking a straw, with his hat on the back of his head. As a matter of fact, although he travelled in woolens, that was the way he often was. The town guard, Bellamy said solemnly, is an organization recently sprung up in this town for protecting the streets at night. Protecting the streets? Adamson cried. Why, what's threatening them? Nothing at all, if you ask me, Browning said angrily. Damn! I've missed my shot. Left you an easy one, Mr. Ironsides. The fact is this town's gone barmy over nothing. People are afraid of their own shadows. Now that's a funny thing, said Mr. Ironsides, who was thin, blue-shaven, with a little bunch of black hair on the tip of his nose. Something happened to me this morning. I've got a grey overcoat, loose, easy affair. I was going out in it this morning, Crispangle of Smith's had called for me. We were going down to the bank together. Crispangle says, wouldn't wear that overcoat, Ironsides, he says. Wouldn't what? I ask. Wear that overcoat. Foggy day like this people might mistake you, you being thin and tall as well. Mistake me for what? I ask. There you are, Mr. Browning, your turn. "'Tisn't what, it's whom," Crispangle says. And all I could get out of him was that some old boy was done in here a month or two back wearing a grey overcoat, and the whole town's gone potty on the subject. "That's a funny thing," little Adamson began solemnly. "Knew the same thing happen in Brightlington once, you know Brightlington, smart little town Gloucester way. I had a business there once and an old woman was murdered, kept a tobacco shop, murdered for the money in the till. Well, do what they couldn't find the murderer, hunted high and low, whole town went creepy. Women wouldn't go out at night. Everyone lost their nerve, couldn't sleep, took to drink." "That's enough," Browning interrupted. "That's enough. What are we? A pack of old women? And what's going to happen to the trade of this place?" He rested his cue against the wall and went up to Bellamy. He was usually a mild amicable creature, with a fine presence for his guests, a good business head, and a blind adoration for his large, tranquil and plain-faced spouse. Now he was angry. "I wonder at you, Dick," he said. "Helping to spread these jackass stories." "I'm not helping," Bellamy began indignantly. He didn't want to quarrel with Browning, but he was damned if he was going to be insulted before two strangers. Almost as though he had murdered FURZE himself. "Oh, aren't you? Well, I say you are, and others too." The door of the billiard room very slowly opened. All four men turned and stared. At first it seemed that there was only a wisp of fog there. Then they could discern a long thin figure, the head a little bent as though he were listening. Ironsides dropped his cue. "My God," he cried. But it was all right. It was old Shepperson, the head waiter. "Might I have a word with you a moment, Mr. Browning?" Browning went over to him. Then soon after 4 o'clock in the afternoon the sea fog cleared for a brief while. A little wind sailed through the town. The vapor mist swung high, and at their very heart there burnt a dim warm glow like the reflection of a heavenly fire. A ray of sun pierced straight to the copper weather vane above the market roof, and then blue suddenly flooded the town, reflected in puddles left on the market cobbles by the cattle, reflected in the windows of the town hall, Bellamy's shop. The old Georgian houses in Orange Street. All the sky was blue. The lanes and the thick trees, the fields, the woods beyond the Pole, were powdered with gold under the new sun, and a scent of spice and sea freshness and the prophecy of autumn fires penetrated the town. All scents, all colors had the fresh joy of things all day imprisoned, unexpectedly released. Lady Mary, who was entertaining Mr. Romney and Mrs. Cronin to tea, went to the window and looked across the huddle of roofs shining in the sun to the line of hill that hid the sea. "Dear me! The sun's out." Mrs. Cronin, who always took the weather as a personal compliment or insult, smiled at discovering the sun liked her after all. She had not been invited by Lady Mary. She had had luncheon alone today and that had depressed her. She wanted to make sure before night that someone liked her, so she was paying a call or two. Until Lady Mary had said that about the sun she had been really depressed. Lady Mary and Mr. Romney knew one another so very well and, although they apparently included Mrs. Cronin in their conversation, practically they excluded her. Mrs. Cronin felt herself an intrusion and this made her miserable. But when the sun streamed into the room she smiled at Mr. Romney like a very old friend. At the same time she was making a little collection of items that would amuse others in days to come, a new ring with a large green scarab that he was wearing, the shrill laugh that he gave at mention of his old friend Porteous, and the sharp glance of investigation that he had thrown at Lady Mary's young footman, who was new and had very bright blue eyes. All these things Mrs. Cronin noticed while engaged in what was, although she did not know it, the completely lost cause of winning Mr. Romney's affections. Then Mrs. Cronin did a very silly thing. She said, "Oh, Mr. Romney, do tell us, in confidence, of course. They all say that you know just who murdered old FURZE, how, why, when, where, everything." She looked up at him with what she had come to believe was her most endearing expression, confidential, intimate, rather young and simple, human and good. The change in Mr. Romney's expression simply terrified her. The less said about that, Mrs. Cronin, the better. Even Lady Mary noticed the change in him, for, turning from the window, scratching her left thigh, she said, "What are you cross about?" "I didn't mean," Mrs. Cronin began. She was frightened out of her wits. Romney was like an evil poison-planning spinster. His voice was shrill and feminine. "Can't you understand," he cried, "that I'm sick to death of this silly business? Why should I be eternally pestered about the affair? You'd think I'd murdered the man myself." "I'm so dreadfully sorry," Mrs. Cronin began. Neither of them helped her. There was silence. She rose. "I'm afraid I must be getting on now. I've several calls to pay. Thank you so much for a delightful—" She departed, knowing that the coming hours would now be bitter to her with the thought that both Lady Mary and Romney detested her. After she had gone, Mary Bassett said, "What on earth made you?" But Romney only shrugged his shoulders. At the door, before he went, he said, "There's no private life in this town any more. Everyone knows everything. Inside rooms where walls can become surprisingly thin you may perhaps feel this. It is in the crowded street that the private life is always safest." So Michael FURZE, lured by the unexpected sun from the cold house, walked slowly up the high street which was now crowded with citizens. The sunshine made everyone gay. He was wearing his hat at a jaunty angle, his blue suit, he had taken a good brave toss of brandy before leaving the house. He had stroked the crucifix with his hand, even, clumsily kneeling, had kissed the cold marble mouth, saying, "You know that I am not evil, that I wish well to all men. That I do not deserve to be hunted. That they are following me now and trying to close me in. Master, protect me. Our Father which art in heaven." For he said his prayers now, he was always saying them. He would kneel on the floor at his bed, as he had done as a little child, and say the Lord's Prayer over and over. Only the figure on the cross understood how they had driven him, denied him freedom, hemmed him in. Our Father, our Father. He prayed over and over again, the sweat beading his brow. And he prayed further that he might be given strength not to go to the cathedral whither now his steps were always leading him. He had money now. There was work he could do, affairs he could attend to. But he seemed to be unable to work. He was drawn, as once years ago in Havana he had been drawn to a bad Cuban girl who drained the life out of him and the money too. So now, but oh! How differently, he could not stay away from the cathedral, but was there twice, even 3 times a day. In the sunlight he felt safer, even gay. He jingled money in his pocket. The crowd passed by him and no one gave him that peculiar, penetrating stare as though soon they would stop and, crying, "There he is," bar his way. So, because he had money in his pocket, he went into Bellamy's to buy some collars. The young woman who served him had red hair, for which he had always a partiality. She was plump, with firm breasts, and wore a white blouse and had crimson fingernails. She smiled. "Can I help you?" He spoke about collars and his heart began to beat, just as it had done in the old healthy days when he saw a woman who pleased him. She brought out the boxes with the collars. Their hands touched. A delicious shiver of affection and desire and the anticipation of someone comforting him again, so that his head lay on those firm breasts and those long fingers with the blood-red nails caressed his hair, ran down his spine. Then, before he actually saw, he was aware that someone was staring. A male assistant in a black tailcoat. An elderly female assistant. He looked in front of him at the glass on the other side of the counter and there were eyes everywhere. Eyes. 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 He dropped the collar box that he was holding and, almost knocking down a woman with her child, stumbled into the street. He turned up the hill towards the cathedral. The pale autumn sun, released from its thin provoking bondage, turned the nave floor into froth and spume of color, for on these days of faint sunlight the colors of the window soaked the floor. Filling with purple and dark cherry and oyster white the hollows where feet had worn the stone away, the brasses, the pale honey-colored shadows that a stiff memorial tomb could throw. Above these bloomy shades the great church hung airy, cold and empty. Michael knew how empty it was today. He stood staring at the Virgin and Children window, his ears cocked as though he were an animal hiding in the brushwood from the hunters. The colors of this window, always more vividly alive on a day of mild sunshine than in a brilliant flood of light, caught Michael's heavy fleshy body and transmuted it. The bright green of the dress of the Virgin, a green of fresh leaves after rain, the purple of the clothes of the children chasing the white kid, a color deeper than the darkest sun shadow on mountain heather. Then the great bloom of a sunset cloud, the snow white of the field of lilies where the Holy Child is playing, these stained his cheek, his clothes, his hair. He stood there, looking up, and, almost unknown to himself, began to cry. He was utterly wretched. He was deserted by God and man. He wiped the tears with the knuckles of his hand, but, through the misted gaze, it seemed to him that the Virgin raised herself from watching the child, that the child stopped in his play and regarded him with serious eyes, and that, as father, mother and child passed up the steps of the temple, they paused and turned and looked. How cold the church was, how unstirring the air. He turned and saw that Braund the verger was looking at him. Now here was a man that he hated. How he hated him. Of late this heavy, stupid creature tracked him from pillar to pillar. Wherever Michael might be in the church there was Braund watching him. There was something in that heavy figure draped in its black gown, with its complacent mouth, smooth rosy cheeks, supercilious brows, that infuriated Michael, so that now, forgetting all caution, his eyes still bright with his self-pitying tears, he stumbled over the uneven stones to him and said huskily, "Look here. You're always watching me. What's your game?" They were alone in the church, and the silence was absolute. Old Braund, very calm, very friendly, it seemed, raised his head and sniffed. "Why, Mr. FURZE, I'm not watching you. What put that into your head? But tell me, can you smell anything, a sort of odor as you might say?" "My imagination maybe." But Michael pursued his idea. "You were watching me. You have been for weeks. And I ask you not to. I do no harm here. Mr. Braund was very dignified. "Funny, that smell." He gathered the folds of his verger's gown in his hands. "There. It comes and goes. Come now, Mr. FURZE. You're imagining. It's my place to see that order's kept. No more and no less. You're here pretty often. Seems the place kind of draws you." "That's my business," FURZE angrily answered. "True enough, Mr. FURZE." "True enough," Braund said, moving away, swinging the tails of his gown. Then, with confidential friendliness, "They'll be opening the tower again next week, long time they've been, not coming down. Must have their summer holidays, I suppose. But they'll be down next week for sure." He looked at the tight-shut wooden door. But FURZE was gone. He had vanished into the shadowed depths of the King's Chapel. Even as Braund looked for FURZE the light went out of the cathedral. The windows fell dun and dead. The bloomy colors of purple and green no longer stained the uneven stones. "The fog's come up again," Braund sniffed, pressing his hands against his buttocks. "May be true what they say," he thought, "you can almost smell the dead these damp days." Then, more wholesomely, he considered his tea and moved towards his home. At that precise moment in his home Inspector Gurney was thinking of Braund. "The fog's coming up again," Mrs. Gurney said, looking out of window. "I should wait a bit till it clears." Mrs. Gurney had the comfortable stoutness that comes from good temper and no imagination. In spite of loving Gurney with a real devotion and bearing him 3 children, she was never anxious about him. Mists, fogs, murders and the town guard meant nothing to her. Even now when Gurney was more nervous and anxious about the future than she had ever, in their 20 years of married life, known him, she was quite unperturbed and fancied it was his liver. Gurney said, his legs stretched out, his head back, his hands on his stomach, "Broad, the verger, knows a damned sight more than he'll say. What are they all keeping so silent for?" Then he told off on his fingers, Klitch, Broad, Leggett, Tom Call, Moon, Fanny's girl, the FURZE mother and daughter, Mr. Romney. "I wouldn't worry," Mrs. Gurney said placidly. They rented one of the little houses in Clark Street, one of the oldest and most retired quarters in all the town, up above Cannon's Yard, running to the Barham Fields where the town wall used to run, and there are still some old stones to be seen. Mrs. Gurney loved this little house. Here she had borne all 3 children, and the dahlia-scattered wallpaper was almost hidden with the framed photographs. Gurney, a young policeman of 22, herself and Gurney on their wedding day, Mrs. Gurney's father and Mrs. Gurney's mother, the children at all stages from naked innocence rolling on a horsehair mat to self-conscious Sunday school fine clothing. Gurney loved the house too, and his wife, children, photographs, wallpaper, medals presented him for life-saving and runaway horse stopping, cups for swimming and running, and, best of all, the personally presented and personally signed photograph of Lord St. Leith. Their St. Leith was, thick, beefy, kindly-eyed, but, as Gurney loved to declare, aristocrat every inch of him, and written on Lord St. Leith's stomach were the words, "To Peter Gurney from his friend St. Leith." His friend. Well, it was true. There had been a friendship for many years now between them that Gurney valued more than anything else in his life, more than his wife, children or career. Many an evening Gurney had been at the castle, smoking his pipe in St. Leith's library, neither man saying overmuch, both of them feeling, in an odd undefined way, a kind of brotherhood. And now the awful thing had happened. For only yesterday, passing through Cannon's Yard on his way home to Clark Street, Gurney had met St. Leith. And St. Leith had said, quite sternly, "Well, Peter, when are you going to clear this mess up? Quite time you did." And Gurney, his heart hammering in his big chest, as though he himself had been accused of the murder, answered, very soon, he hoped, in strict confidence he knew who'd done it, it was only a matter of putting 2 and 2 together. "Isn't right, you know," St. Leith had said, "state this town's getting in. Just been visiting Mrs. Braund, poor lady. Shocking thing." "Yes, it is," said Gurney. "Well, why don't you arrest the fellow and have done with it?" "Can't find the body for one thing," said Gurney. "For another, people won't speak. There's plenty in the town knows." "It's your job to make them speak, isn't it?" said St. Leith quite angrily. "Town's getting into a regular upset, breaking Hadaway's windows and all. Don't know what the world's coming to, all this damned communism." And he had started off with that clumsy gait peculiar to him, but without one word, not even a "good night" to Gurney. Oh! Gurney had felt it terribly. It was only a climax to all the troubles of the last weeks. He had come home late, sat there without a word to his wife, and then, in bed, tossed heavily from side to side. He was not good at expressing his feelings, he was by nature lazy, too amiable by half, apt to let things slide. But over this affair he had worked hard. And now what? Reprimanded by St. Leith, mocked at by the town, haunted by the figure of that miser, FURZE, who seemed, with every step that he took, to hang along at his side. There was for him, too, the further ignominy of the town guard, this indiscriminate, unauthorized body of young oafs and idlers, who, simply to give themselves pleasure, threw themselves with their cudgels and earnest sense of self-importance upon the innocent town. He was waiting for the first sign of disorder and he would be down upon them, but he was compelled to admit that up to now they had been orderly enough. Only let the Ceylon communists emerge in their bands and then there would be trouble. "Well, Hannah, I'm off." Without another word to her, without looking at her or the children, he was gone. After a visit to the police station and finding there was nothing new except a drunk and a pickpocket, he lumbered through the sea mist down Daffodil Street. Lazy and comfort-loving though he was no coward. There had been a time when his physical strength had been famous throughout Glebeshire. He was too fat now, but yet he could hit a man hard and true if the need came. All the same he felt soft tonight. That reprimand of St. Leith's had wounded his very heart. He did not know why he cared for St. Leith so much, save that he was a proper English gentleman, believed in the right things, did his duty by his position in country. But there was more than that to it. Gurney had always been a sentimentalist rather than a sensualist. He liked babies and dogs and always remembered the anniversary of his wedding day. After a drink or two Johnny St. Leith seemed to stand for everything that he valued, old England with her green pastures and the thin bright line of sea beyond and this little town huddled in the hollow of the hill, the low of the oxen, and the still stream under the bridge. The first color of the dawn behind the hairy tower, and the scent of the roses and carnations in Mrs. Cronin's garden. St. Leith stood for these and for England, all now threatened by forces that Gurney only dimly comprehended. But he felt that St. Leith and himself, two big men, standing side by side, could face all the dirty communists and murderers the world over. But if St. Leith deserted him, was his friend no longer. He stopped in his steps. He was by the river now and here the fog was thick. He could not see his hand before his face. But he heard breathing. Quite close to him. Someone was standing there. And more than one. An instant later 3 men had thrown themselves onto him. In that moment of contact he felt a wave of satisfaction surge at his heart. He had been moving for weeks in mists and shadows, now he had something tangible to deal with. One man's arms were about his neck, another was dragging at his knees, trying to pull him down. At once he had luck with the third, for he struck out and felt his fist crash into a face, heard a cry and a fall. But the man at his neck had arms like snakes. He must be a little man, for he was hanging off the ground on to Gurney's broad back, his knees in Gurney's posterior. In the elation of having, at last, something practical to do, much of his old strength had come back to him. He was out of condition, but he hadn't boxed and wrestled through years of his youth for nothing. He kicked back viciously with one foot and felt the man at his knees give. Then he swung his body round, the little man on his back swinging with him. Meanwhile he was wondering how many more there might be. Was this perhaps the beginning of that outbreak that had been threatening now ever since the pageant? They would choose just such a night of fog as this. The thin fingers were digging into his neck. His collar and tie were gone, his shirt torn, and he could feel the damp air blowing on his flesh. The other man had him now about the thighs, and his hands were digging into his groin. He kicked again, then, as his right trouser leg tore, he swung forward and down, and threw, with a great effort that seemed to burst his heart, the small ruffian over his head. The clutch at his neck was broken. The hold on his naked thigh was released. He knew that he was master of the field. He straightened himself, pulled up his torn trousers, wiped some blood from his face, and then through the mist was aware that the little fellow was lying at his feet motionless. No one else was there but they two. He blew his whistle. Then, bending down, he caught the little man by the collar and dragged the body along the ground to a distant lamp. He had killed him, perhaps, and no harm if he had. In the lamp's opaque light he saw that this was young Canlis, the tobacconist's son, one of the worst wasters in Seaton. He was not dead, but stirred, raising his arms. His forehead was badly cut. So Gurney stood there, blowing his whistle and waiting. He breathed deep with a very genuine satisfaction. Not only had he proved himself to himself, always a satisfactory thing to do, but now they would have young Canlis in jail and it would be their fault if they didn't get from him something worth having. He was a coward, a sneak, a tell-all when in trouble, and what he knew Gurney would know before many hours were over. Out of the fog the long thin body of one of his men emerged. "Good God, sir! he remarked when he saw his inspector bleeding in the face and half-naked. "That's all right, Mary. 3 of the bastards set on me. I've got one, young Canlis, and we'll keep him. Just what we've been wanting." They set off up Daffodil Street, and Canlis tenderly borne between them. And Gurney was happy. Lord St. Leath would approve of this. It was the kind of job that he'd like to have shared in. When the cathedral chimed 9 of the clock, the sky was nearly clean. A film of mist like a spider's web revealed rather than hid a moon like a copper filing and a mesh of stars. The air was sharp and cold. The town was very quiet. An occasional motor car, rushing through, shook the silence which swiftly resettled as though, finger to lip, it gave an added warning. Old Mordaunt, in his room, empty save for 2 packing cases, a table and a chair, sat, a shawl about his shoulders, finishing a drawing by the light of a candle. On the walls the paper was peeling. Only one picture hung there, a copy of Durer's Melancholia. He sneezed, shook his head, and continued, a smile of pleasure on his old dried lips, his drawing. Klitsch looked at the moon and turned to his spouse, who was mending a hole in her son's shirt, seated at the table, threading a needle, humming through the thread. Klitsch turned from the table. "Do you know one thing?" he said. "I'll make you a prophecy. Within a month from now that Crucifix I sold FURZE will be back in the shop." He jingled his money in his pocket. "I'll be glad to see it here again." Aldridge switched off the lights of his extremely ugly sitting room. He called out, "Going for a bit of a walk, love? Help the digestion." "Don't be long," she called back. He went along to see Bellamy. "Look here, Dick," he began. "We've got to do something about this situation." Mrs. Braund tried to say something and the nurse bent down to hear. She could speak only with the left corner of the mouth. "Want to see the moon?" the nurse said brightly. "Why, of course." She let the blind swing up. "There it is. Just above the cathedral roof. Quite new. Pretty, isn't it?" A tear rolled out of Mrs. Braund's eye and rested on her cheek. But the nurse was used to tears. She sat down and said briskly, "Now, where was I? Oh, here we are," and began to read from her novel. "I feel as though all the houses were made of paper tonight," Elizabeth said to her mother. "There's a sweet little moon. The fog's nearly gone. It's as though I could see into every room in the town." Her mother smiled. Then began, as she sometimes did, softly to move about the room. She moved with a wonderful assurance. She stopped beside Elizabeth and, putting her thin hands on her shoulders, kissed her forehead. "Everything will soon be settled, dear," she said. "In another week or 2. Is that Michael?" The 2 women stood there listening. There were stumbling steps on the stair. They waited to see whether he would come into their room, but he went on. They heard a door close. "And now I think I'll go to bed," Mrs. FURZE said. At 9:30 the town guard assembled in the marketplace. They were all young men, wearing no uniform, carrying sticks and cudgels. They divided into bands of 4, without a word spoken they marched off to their respective districts. When they were gone a cat crept out from under the arcades and passed slowly through the square, sniffing for garbage. Once it stopped, its body stiffened, it raised its head and stared. But what it saw no one but itself could tell. Chapter 3 October, Bole Sands. The week of October 9th to October 16th, which will be undoubtedly remembered by everyone who lived in Polchester at that time, opened with a day of beautiful post-summer splendor. On that Monday a miracle was presented to Lampiron. Like all miracles it was exceedingly simple. At 9:15 a.m. he walked into the Smith bookshop to order a copy of the Diary of a Nobody. He told Crispangle that in future there must be always a copy in stock. Crispangle, who was in a bad temper, was short, and added that he understood that there had been a clash on the previous evening between a number of the town guard and a number of the Seaton lads. Lampiron grinned and came out into the sunlight. As the cathedral chimed the half-hour he met Penny Marlow. He knew that he was moving now by destiny, that time was short, that he must take his chances, so he said at once, "Penny, you're coming with me for the day to Bole Sands," and she, as though she also recognized destiny, said, "Yes, wait while I telephone to the house." She went into Smith's and telephoned. When she rejoined him he asked her, "What did you say?" "I said that I was going to Bole Sands for the day and would be back for dinner." It was father who answered. All he said was, "The sea will be beautiful today. Enjoy yourself, darling." As they went down the hill she went on, "I've got to take him away. Once he's out of this town he'll be all right. And I've got a plan. Mother goes at the beginning of next week to Salton Tracy, to some friends there for a fortnight. The moment she's gone I shall smuggle father into the train and carry him off to the place he loves best in the world, Lyme Regis. Why he loves Lyme Regis better than anywhere I don't know, but he does. Mother hasn't been any use to him these last weeks. She's full of common sense. She thinks ghosts are nonsense. But they aren't nonsense so long as you believe in them. Father's going mad because he thinks God has looked into his case and thinks him despicable. So he told me last night. It began with the money he owed that wretched old man, it went on with his death. There was a horrible person came to see him yesterday, called Leggett." "Yes," said Lampiron. "I don't know what he said to him, but father's all broken up. And it's all about nothing. Father is about the best man who ever lived. So I'm going to rescue him. He likes Lyme Regis so much, because of Jane Austen, I think," she added incongruously. Then she caught Lampiron's arm. "I think you're asking me like this is the best thing that ever happened." They arrived at the little Bole Street station. Bole Street is the oldest station in Polchester and has been practically left alone since, somewhere about 1850, it seemed a bold and glorious enterprise. Now it is a little dark place save for the garden beyond it. Black, smoky, decrepit, it huddles down at the edge of the station-master's blazing mob of flowers. All through the summer the carnations, tulips, roses, sweet williams had flung their colors and scents into the bare waiting room, the windy melancholy platform. Now, as Lampiron and Penny walked there, they could see the sun blazing down on the late summer roses, pink as coral and deeply crimson in ivory white. The train came in, and there was no one with them in the grimy hard-seated carriage with its sun and dust-worn red backs, hot and hostile like iron, its dirty floor, its cold photographs of Raphael and St. Mary Moor and Bole Sands. Penny's hand was curled in Lampiron's, but they did not talk. The train wandered out of Polchester almost, as it were, by accident. As they crossed the high bridge Lampiron looked out and down to the river and Seaton. "There was some trouble, I hear, last night," he said, "between the town guard boys and the Seaton roughs." But she did not make any answer. She had taken off her blue hat and leaned her head against his shoulder. Her eyes were closed. The train threw the last villas behind it and ran now between sloping fields drenched with sun and guarded by plum-dark woods. The air was warm with the sun and fresh salted by the sea. In pools of shadow under hedge and tree cows lay, their mouths lazily moving, their tails flicking the flies, while the sun soaked the ground as though this were a divine preparation of the soil for some miraculous sowing. The light was so intense, the air, as winnowed by the train, so fresh and salt, that Lampiron thought, "It is as though I were escaping from some doomed city. For weeks and weeks now I have not left Polchester. I have never even walked up the hill towards Carpledon where I used to go to get that view of the thin line of sea from the 4 trees. I have been thinking of it as a beleaguered city and I feel now a kind of surprise that Penny and I can escape from it so easily, that no one has challenged us, no guard at the gate. I should be moving now into the enemy's camp. But the town is beleaguered inside itself. It is there at its very heart that the enemy is hiding, that old bad decaying corpse is somewhere lying. It may be that it is really down at the bottom of that well where they say I shoved it away, and if that's so it will never be found. Will the nasty old man haunt the town forever then? Will the Inquisitor with a broken neck come every night from the cathedral door and disturb the people with his tiresome questions? Lampiron was nearly asleep now. His arm was around Penny's slim childlike body. She was sleeping. He has disturbed me too. And old Marlow. And poor Mrs. Braund. Mrs. Braund and I committed an impertinence when we called up spirits before a cheap public. Even the Witch of Endor selected her audience. But that's what it is. You must keep the balance. If you neglect their world altogether they punish you. If you enter it too intimately, forgetting your manners, then they punish you too. Mrs. Braund and I forgot our manners. How do I know so clearly that everything here is over, that I shall never see these sun-drenched fields again, never hear these slow country voices at these stations, never smell this salty tang? There was one thing that he hadn't told Crispangle, that he hadn't told Penny, namely that the disturbances last evening between the town guard and the Seadown roughs had been caused by himself. He had been up to see Rhondda, who wasn't so well. His heart was tiresome, worn out with all that flesh that it must support. Making a short cut above Cannon's Yard to Orange Street, in a narrow lane with high walls, he had met Coll and two others. Coll barred his way and said something about Lampiron's murdering his brother. They were going, they said, to give him the hiding of his life. Meanwhile Coll insulted him as foully as might be, calling him double-dyed murderer, seducer of young girls, rotten maker of images or some other high-flown stuff. Then they were going for him. It showed what the town was coming to for this to follow so quickly on the assault on Gurney. Lampiron would have been in a bad way, but 4 young men turned up. Aldridge's son was one of them. It was dark, there was a kind of scrimmage. Someone went for Lampiron with a knife. One of the Seadown fellows had his eye closed up. Then the Seadown men ran. It might have been an ugly business. Lampiron himself was sure that it was Leggett's doing and that Leggett was now busy directing all the Seadown energies against himself, Lampiron. Children in the street now called after him. Lady Mary and Mrs. Cronin had both cut him dead. Mrs. Porteous had paid a visit to Mrs. Marlow especially to tell her that if she did not forbid her daughter, Penny, to see Lampiron any more she would be considered a ruined girl. Yes, himself and Mrs. Braund had gone too far. He knew as surely as that he was now sitting, his back against the hard red dusty carriage, his arm around Penny, that his time was short. Well, he would enjoy this day. So he bent and kissed her cheek and, a moment later, they jerked their way into Bole Sand Station. "Wake up, darling. We're there." She woke up, looked about her, stretched her arms, smiled. Then they were happy. Any care, any fear, any thought of the future, left them altogether. They had never, from the beginning of their friendship, known any awkwardness. That sympathy and ease sprang from a perfect unanalyzed understanding, something very rare and quite independent of age, sex, nationality. So many lovers watch every step taken with fear, but Lampiron and Penny loved one another so instinctively that they could be no more afraid of their relationship, once they had made their rules, than they could of breathing or sleeping. Bole Sand Station stands on the very edge of the sands that run, when the tide is out, to a great distance beyond Kendall Rock. This morning the sea was far away, a glittering dazzling curtain of sun and light, swinging above the hot sparkling pale amber sand. To the left were the Toril Rocks and Hunter's Cave and Pollen Cave. The tide would turn about midday. First they bought some papers from the station bookstall. Lampiron bought the Weekly Telegraph and a detective story. Then they bought provisions, pork pies, pears and apples, apple pasties, toffee and bottles of ginger ale. They walked slowly across the great floor of sand to the Toril Rocks. It was only 12 o'clock and they were alone, 2 tiny figures on that vast expanse. Penny had bought a bathing dress and Lampiron a pair of trunks. They walked slowly along and the sand, the sea, the horizon danced in a blinding haze in front of them, as though a great wall of glass had been splintered. Hunter's Cave, when they reached it, was cool like velvet. Away from the sun a breeze caressed their faces as though with cold pale fingers. They sat with their backs to the rocks and, hand in hand, like spectators in a box, watched from their security the dancing blazing spectacle of sun on sand, sky on water. Faintly, like the rhythm in a dream of the advancing drums of an army, the sea thrummed. They took off shoes and stockings, he opened his shirt and she lay with her head on the hollow between shoulder and breast. He talked to her, half sleepily, brokenly. "When I've gone, Penny my darling, I want to have left you a belief in life. I think you've got it now, but a time's sure to come when you're tempted to lose it. Bad things happen, you're frightened of the future, you've made some bad mistakes, you're lonely, Illinois. Don't think then that yours is a unique experience. There's something terrible in life. Fear is at the back of every man's experience. He's meant to be afraid and then conquer it. But that isn't an insult to you personally. So many people have a kind of notion that life owes them something, that it's life's duty to be kind to them and look after them. Life doesn't give a damn. No one's going to protect you or pity you or be sorry for you. You meet your own dragons, ride your own tigers. I'm telling you these things and they're platitudes, but you love me and perhaps you'll remember that this has been my kind of experience and I'm wanting you to have a fine life as I've never wanted anything. I've tried everything and failed in everything, and now, at the last, in a place where I was very happy, they accuse me of murder, rape, everything short of sodomy. All the same these last months I've had new experience. I've been in touch with things I never knew existed. I see that death is unimportant and that every moment of beauty is eternal. I thought it was all copybook. There's a letter of Charles Lamb's I used to be very fond of. I can't quote it exactly, but one sentence I remember because I had it written above the fireplace in the house I had at Mount Newcomb: "The sun and moon yet reign in heaven, and the lesser lights keep up their pretty twinklings. Meat and drinks, sweet sights and sweet smells, a country walk, spring and autumn, follies and repentance, quarrels and reconciliations, have all a sweetness by turn. Have all a sweetness. By God, they have." And there's one verse of Blake's over your Donatello in the studio. Abstinence sows sand all over the ruddy limbs and flaming hair, but desire gratified plants fruits of life and beauty there. Desire gratified. I've never known it, never. But to have the desire, to love you, to see this light and glory, oh, God. I'm an old man by years but my heart is not tamed. I love life and all the lives to come, and if, after this, there's only silence, I accept that too. Don't laugh at life, Penny, or sneer at it, or take offense at it, or say it's a cheat. Rebel when you suffer and curse and kick. Don't be resigned or meek. But never patronize life or despise it. That's a small poor thing to do. God, but I'm thirsty. Shall we have a bottle of ginger ale each or shall we wait till we've bathed? Shall we bathe now or wait till the sea's nearer in? Penny said, "You're talking as though you were leaving me a kind of last testament." That's nonsense. Our lives together are only just beginning. He felt her fear, her heart beating wildly against his breast. This day at least should be perfect happiness. Yes, Penny darling. Our lives will go on together forever and ever. Nothing can separate us. This isn't a last testament, it's because I'm happy, and when I'm happy I talk. I've no original matter in me, I can't say a thing that hasn't been said again and again before, but you won't mind that. You won't mind anything I say or do because we love one another. And this, he added to himself, is our last day together. And it's going to be perfect. She shall remember it as long as she lives. I see with a clarity I've never known before. It's as though the sand and sea and sky were transparent. I can almost see through into what? Penny dear, tell me what you're thinking. You talk now. I'm finished. And what you say will be 10,000 times wiser than anything I could say, because you're young and all life's in front of you. Penny darling, tell me what you're thinking. I'll tell you what I'm thinking, Penny said. While you were talking I was planning things out. I don't mean I wasn't listening to what you said, but you were talking like a book, darling, as you sometimes do. You do love to talk about life with a capital L like the mottos you tear off in calendars. She put her hand above his heart. His skin was warm and dry. She could feel his heart pounding with a grand scornful indifferent steadiness. She suddenly felt that he didn't belong to her, that in reality he was quite indifferent to her, and the fear that she had 5 minutes before returned, menacing. So she went on talking. I've been planning it all. As I told you, I'm going to take father to Lyme Regis and make him all right again. I'll read silly novels to him and pretend to enjoy chess, which I never can understand, and we'll go to the cinema in the evening where I hope there'll be a picture with Marie Dressier and Beery because he likes them better than anyone. Then, we'll come home. We won't come back till everything's right again, until they've discovered old FURZE's skeleton or ceased to bother. Until they aren't afraid to go out at night and don't think ghosts walk out of the cathedral. Then, she paused, we'll go away, you and I. Go away, where? He asked. Oh, the South Seas, or Australia, or China even. She caught his hand and held it so tightly that he knew she was frightened. As the pulse of his hand hammered against hers the last remnant of any physical feeling that he had ever had for her vanished. His love moved, like a traveler, into the country where it truly belonged. She was a child and frightened and he was her protector for ever and ever. Why the South Seas? He asked. They're greatly overrated. China then. That's overrated too. Should he tell her yet once again how, in a few years, he would be an old man, physically weak, flabby, a nest of tiresome ailments, unable to go where she wished, insisting that he must have his nap, snoring with his mouth open? No. Why should he when there was to be no old age for him? No old age? He could have risen, stretched his arms and shouted, no old age. No old age. Wherever we are, he said, we'll be happy. My going will save us, he thought. There's no other possible solution to this. She sat up and looked out to sea. As he stared at her he thought that he had never seen her so lovely as now, so filled with the certainty of life, glowing with color, energy, confidence. And so it should be. It would be best if he should never see her again after today, for now all physical desire for her was gone and soon she would be aware of that and disappointed, she knew not why. She was too young as yet to realize that because physical desire was gone, he loved her more dearly, more truly than ever before. I was only a child, she said, until these last months. I grew up in a moment that first time you held me against you and kissed me. Now I feel I can do anything, look after father and mother and love you and tell the town what I think of it. When we go away together I must work, I can write a little, I think. There are far too many writers in the world already, he murmured. Far too many. Yes, perhaps there are. Well, it doesn't matter. I can do something else. And anyway I'll have babies. They'll keep me busy. I'll be a very old father, he said, cupping her face in his hand, looking into her eyes. The children will scream when they see me. Was she frightened again? Her eyes stared into his. She said almost breathlessly. If I lost you, if anything happened to you. Nothing shall happen to me, he said, kissing her. He thought, so it will be for 6 months after I'm gone. And then she will begin to forget. Then she'll begin to lead her life without me. Then I'll be a memory. Then in her middle age she'll tell her husband, at some art gallery perhaps, I knew a sculptor once. Now let's bathe, he said. Chapter 4. October 10th, Elizabeth's Journal, 2. October 10th, 1933. I am writing in my bedroom 2 a.m., October 11th. I have headed my paper the 10th because it is of the events of the 10th that I am writing. I am putting down as quickly as I can the happenings of the last 24 hours, partly because I want them to be accurately recorded, partly because the writing is a relief and a safeguard. I also believe that matters here, in this town, are reaching a crisis and that in this house in any case everything will shortly be changed. I am not a practiced writer, as I have discovered very often in this journal, but I shall try to state exactly what occurred and to remember things said and done in this house since yesterday morning as accurately as may be. I am not, I think, as women go, a coward, but at the same time I don't despise myself for being afraid. Fear is part of everyone's experience. I am as badly afraid at this moment as I have ever been. I fancy that if I get this fear down on paper I may dissipate some of it. I have been, I can see now clearly, far too repressed, cautious, self-accusing in the past. I intend to be so no longer. At about 10:30, yesterday morning, the 10th, Legate honored me with a visit. I have hated Legate as long as I can remember. I can see nothing wrong in hating some people so long as you love some others. My feelings have always been extremely strong with regard to people. When I read a modern novel it nearly always disappoints me because the characters are so colorless. Of course nobody is wholly good or wholly evil. I suppose I believe rather in the powers of good and evil than in good and evil people. My father and Legate are examples of what I mean. If there is anything in words at all, then they have increased the evil in the world, lust, greed, cruelty, selfishness, arrogance, and if that is so, then I think that the modern indifference to their activities is all wrong. I'm not a prig and I hate prigs, but I think that men like my father and Legate ought to be put away where they could do no more harm. The harm they have both done under my eyes in this town is incalculable. Since my father's disappearance Legate has been absorbing all that remains of his personality, and that is quite a lot. It has been very curious and mysterious to watch Legate becoming more and more greedy of money and power in a cheap second-hand way. My father had a kind of power, everyone felt it, but the essence of him, so to speak, has reached Legate a stage removed, with the result that it is thinned, vulgarized, cheapened. My father really cared for nobody and was afraid of nobody. I am not sure that he was not a little apprehensive of Uncle Mike after he had bullied him and tortured him and drained him. But he had a kind of grand loneliness, he simply hated and despised us all. Legate is daring and terrified, a bully and a sycophant. He feels that he's got some grand chance here but doesn't know how to seize it. He's as frightened as is most of the town, although he's got, so to speak, inside knowledge. The horrible thing about Legate has always been his cowardice. He's frightened of his friends because he's betrayed them, of his talents because he's prostituted them, of the money lenders because he won't pay them, of his vices because they're against society, and he's terrified of the law. All the time he defies his friends, his enemies, his talents, his money lenders, his vices, public opinion, and all the time he cringes to all of them. He's terrified of living, terrified of dying, greedy of fame and repute, but his character has destroyed his chance of being more than an ephemeral commentator. He's like a mangy dog skulking against the wall, baring his yellow teeth, slinking his head from side to side to avoid the stones, and nipping out at a trouser leg or fleshy bit of arm if he gets a chance. He's petty and despicable, dangerous and worthless, and yet I feel a kind of pity for him, almost a kind of tenderness because he's finally so miserable, so frightened, so bewildered. There. That's enough about Legate. I feel a lot better. He arrived at 10:30 and asked for a special interview on a matter of great importance. We shut ourselves into the dining room and as I looked at his streaky, cold beef countenance, his reddening nose, his horrid bald head, his little paunch and his slightly bandy legs I wondered how I could ever have feared him. How these last 6 months have altered and, I think, strengthened me, taught me at least never to fear men like Legate. He realizes this difference in me. He knows that I've grown. What he wanted to propose to me was an alliance. He told me at once that my father's murderer was now known. All they were waiting for was the discovery of the body, and this might happen at any moment. They had obtained some very important information from young Canlis, who had attacked Gurney in Seaton and been arrested. He said that the moment my father's murderer was taken up everything would change, the town would settle down and be as it used to be. He said my father had left a good deal of money and, in the absence of a will, there was no sign of a will, and Simon was sure that none had been made, everything would go to my mother. He proposed that we should make a triple alliance, my mother, myself and himself. What about Uncle Michael? I asked. Well, Uncle Michael would be elsewhere. He looked at me and I at him. I needn't worry about Uncle Michael. Why, I asked him, had he been making it his duty to put about everywhere that Mr. Lampiron was concerned in this business when, as he very well knew, Mr. Lampiron had had nothing whatever to do with it? He shrugged his shoulders and said that his quarrel with Lampiron was his own affair. He continued, very seriously, and plainly trying to be as attractive to me as he could, to explain that my mother and myself, under his direction, could do extremely well with our money and need never have an anxious moment again. He asked me whether it was true that I was engaged to marry Mr. Bird. I said it was. He said that, in his opinion, it was a pity, but it was my affair and not his. I said that was so. He then came to the heart of the subject, which was that it would be very easy for him to make things unpleasant for my mother and myself by hinting that we had been concerned, one way and another, in my father's disappearance. He had not the least wish to be unfriendly, quite the opposite, but he thought I ought to know this. I answered very simply and directly. I said that my mother's affairs were, as far as I could see, no affair of his. In any case, my mother and I had always detested him, and now I detested him more than I ever had before. I told him I had once been frightened of him but was so no longer. He, in fact, was the more frightened of the two. I advised him to get out of Polchester as fast as he could, and I said that he knew I was right. Something very queer happened then. We both became very nervous, and our mutual nervousness drew us in some strange way together. The dining room where we were sitting has always been a very ugly room with hideous furniture. Like every other room in the house except my mother's, to which she gives something of her own vitality, it is dead and has always been dead. When I told Leggett he had better leave Polchester, I, too, felt that I must get away, and Jim and my mother and everyone for whom I cared. It was a sunny morning, and while I was speaking a butcher boy rode on his bicycle down the road beyond the little dry garden, and I could see that he was whistling cheerfully. I knew that all the morning bustle of the town was going on, people shopping with baskets on their arms in the arcade, motor cars drawing up near the gate and tourists getting out of them to visit the cathedral, ladies exercising their dogs. And a cannon or so walking up the high street, sunshine everywhere. Chrysanthemums banked together in Anderson's window, all this normal daily life, and yet suddenly I pleaded with Leggett to leave the place almost as though he were the best friend I had in the world. I told him that it was not because either my mother or I cared in the slightest whether he went or stayed. Curiously enough, I at once convinced him of that. He looked out of window, at the door, half rose from his chair, sat down again, then asked me why I said that. What did I think was going to happen to him? I told him that he had enemies, the town was in a disturbed state, and I was sure he would do better for himself elsewhere. Then, for the time, he got the better of his fears. He got up and strutted about the room. He said that he intended to be the most important man in the town, and already he was taking over the affairs of many of my father's debtors. Did I know old Canon Marlow, for instance? He was making that old boy wince. He had a better business head than my father, and more talent than any other man in the place, and if my mother and I would not come in with him he would find ways to make us. He ended by standing over me, shaking his fist at me and, in a voice trembling with anger, telling me that at any moment now the whole thing would blow up and my mother and I would be blown up too. He ended melodramatically, the only person in the world who could save us. And then he went, banging the door behind him. After he had gone I found that the chief impression he had left with me was that he was right in one thing, namely, something was about to occur and the suspense of the last weeks would be ended. I went straight to my mother and told her everything Leggett had said. It is difficult not to imagine that the blind see so much further than the rest of us do. Second sight in their case is often a reality, although there is nothing spooky about it. My mother had certainly through all the strange story of this year known more than the rest of us, more, I fancy, than anyone else in the town. I think now that, from the very beginning, she has known exactly what has happened to my father. She will have nothing to do with Gurney, however, or anyone else. She would not take a step herself but has simply waited for events to evolve. When I went to her and told her what Leggett had said, she sighed and murmured, "This week will see the end of it." She sat close to me, her thin dry hand on my lap, looking in front of her. Her pale drawn face had always a great beauty for me, such self-command, such concentration on an inner life, also such suffering, mental, physical, spiritual, all this growing over a very long period, gave her a power that no one else I have ever known possessed. I am no philosopher, but simply for myself the necessity for pain and struggle in this world has always seemed to me clear when I look at my mother. She had used it all for her own strength. No easy life could ever have given her the power or the tranquility she now has. She might be called a mystic, I suppose, in that she has conquered all physical experience and subdued it. I now know that those early years with my father were for her a most terrible agony, but she took them and used them and even deceived me over many years about her attitude to my father. She is no soft weak sentimentalist. She felt about my father, I think, what any saint felt about his or her own particular devil, nothing very sweet or edifying. If she is a mystic she is of the militant kind, the kind I personally prefer. Leggett had never interested her very much, I fancy, being a pale, common reflection of an evil power that she had shared most of her life with. The next event was that, at about 3 in the afternoon, I was preparing to go out when the bell rang. I myself opened the door. My mother was asleep in her room, Uncle Michael had left the house after breakfast and had not returned. On the doorstep stood a lady to whom I had never spoken, whom I knew well by sight, Miss Camilla Porteous. She was wearing a severe sports costume of grey tweed and had on her head a hard, ugly little hat with a green feather in it. She said, "You're Miss FURZE, I think?" I said that I was. Very stiffly, trying, I could see, to be very important and authoritative, she said that she would like to have a word with me. I was quite as capable of authority and stiffness as she was. Besides, I had always greatly disliked her because of Jim. In she came and into the sitting room we went. The sitting room is quite as repellent as the dining room. It is not, I think, that I have no gift for making my surroundings pleasant. One day I shall have, I hope, a house of my own, and it shall be as bright and fresh and gaily colored as this damnable house has been dead and cold and inhuman. Miss Porteous did not add to the splendor of the room. She sat on the edge of the faded sofa, her thick legs wide spread, looking, as Jim has so often described her to me, about to enter for some athletic contest. I did not sit down but stood, leaning against the mantelpiece, looking at her. "You may think," she said, "that this visit is an impertinence. I don't intend to be impertinent." I said that I was sure she did not. The only thing was that I was on the point of going out and had an appointment in town to keep. My appointment was with Jim, but I did not need to tell her that. She said stiffly that she would not keep me for more than a moment. "It is simply this," she went on, rather as though she were the captain of a hockey team and was giving me directions as to the tactics of my play. "It is said in the town that you and Mr. James Bird are engaged to be married. Is that correct?" I said it was correct. My temper is not, I am afraid, all it should be, although circumstances have taught me to control it. She then explained that Mr. Bird had for a considerable time been a curate of her father's, and therefore she and her father took a friendly interest in his affairs. She hoped I would forgive her saying that he was a man ignorant of the ways of the world, liable to hasty and sentimental actions, and just now his whole future was at stake. An injudicious marriage would certainly altogether ruin that future. Then I knew, God forgive me, a rage beyond my common experience. It was an odd irony, and also shows, I suppose, the strain that the events of the last months have been on my nerves, that this ridiculous interfering female could upset me as not my father nor Leggett nor Gurney had been able to do. I discovered that I was trembling from head to foot, but I hope and believe I showed her no emotion. I would have died before I let her know that she could disturb me. Would you mind telling me, I asked her, two things, first why Mr. Bird's marriage to me should disgrace him, and secondly why you, to whom I have never spoken in my life, should interfere in the matter. She answered my first question very readily. She repeated that she had no wish to appear impertinent, and she hoped I would not take it so. This was a very unpleasant thing to do, and she was only doing it because she thought it her duty. She was sure that I knew quite as well as she did why my marriage to Mr. Bird would be at the moment most unfortunate for him. Owing to no fault of my own, I was closely involved in a very unpleasant case of murder that was greatly upsetting the town. Please, I broke in, if you wish to accuse me, Miss Porteous, of murdering my own father, do so. Childish on my part, I fear. She said that was absurd, but quite as though she did not think it altogether absurd. The point was that this would be a ruinous step for Mr. Bird to take. She was sure I could not realize fully how ruinous it would be, and she implored me to release him. I hope that in my reply I was brief and to the point. I told her that although she did not wish to be impertinent, she had been so. She was not, I understood, so close and personal a friend of Mr. Bird's that she could take his affairs on herself. I saw her wince at this. We had every intention of being married, and she must try and bear it as best she might. There was nothing for her then but to get up and go. At the door of the sitting room she turned and told me what she thought of my action. She said that perhaps I didn't realize what public opinion felt about me. She was very sorry to say it, but this horrible affair of my father's disappearance would hang about me for the rest of my days, and therefore it was a shame to ask a good honest man to share my life. I don't know then what I might not have done. I was, I'm afraid, not far from slapping her face, an action of which I should afterwards have been greatly ashamed. I was saved by the ringing of the bell. I went to the door, opened it, and saw Jim standing there. Miss Porteous gave him one look, colored, and murmuring I might have guessed as much, strode out through the door and vanished down the street. In the cold and horrible sitting room I told Jim that he could marry me tomorrow if he wished. I cared nothing for anything that anybody said, nor whether I ruined his career or no. I told him I loved him, heart, soul, body and mind. I said all this quite fiercely, standing by the fireplace and looking at him as I had looked at Camilla Porteous. But with a different expression. Oh yes, a very different expression indeed. And Jim laughed. He was so happy that it gave me great pleasure to look at him. Then to have him in my arms, I had been starved for a long time. We never troubled to discuss Miss Porteous. This was the happiest hour of my life so far. Uncle Michael came in between 10:30 and 11. I am very anxious to make my account of everything that follows as honest as possible. I shall write down nothing I did not see and hear with my own eyes and ears. When Uncle Mike came in I had said good night to Mother after reading to her for half an hour. She was tired and thought she would drop off to sleep. I went to my own room and began my first love letter to Jim. I wanted him to realize what a strange and unexpected thing that hour in the afternoon had been to me. That anyone should care so much for me, plain, awkward, silent as I am. And that I, with so many years' inhibitions, fears, self-contempts, pride, scorn of others, longing for the affection of others and never daring to ask for it. After the terrified years with my father and the suspicions and alarms that have followed my father's death, that such a one as I should be able to be suddenly liberated, should throw away fears and repressions. And yet all I could write was, Dearest Jim, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I couldn't help thinking, so self-conscious have all these years made me, how sentimental and silly I would think it if a woman as unattractive as myself told me of writing such a letter. I should think, poor man. He can't be in love with her. He must be doing it out of pity, and yet Jim is in love with me and loves me. If I serve him for the rest of my life I can never repay him for what he has done for me. Well, I was sitting writing my letter and I heard Uncle Mike come in. I looked at the old brown marble clock on my mantelpiece and saw that it was 10:46. I listened, as I had grown into the habit of doing, to his stumbling uncertain walk past my door. Sometimes he is drunk, most times he is not, but he always stumbles as though he can't quite see his way. I stopped writing and strained my ears for every sound. I am always afraid that he may go into my mother's room. He is afraid of my mother and resents his own fear. You can never be sure what Uncle Mike will do. I got up and went to the door. I knew suddenly the alertness that comes often before danger. I knew that I was caught by more apprehension than usual. I did not hear Uncle Mike's door shut, and very soon I knew that he was walking back down the passage again. He stopped outside my door and there we were, the two of us on either side of the door listening. Then he knocked, a timid uncertain half-knock. I opened the door. "May I come in for a moment, Lizzie?" he asked. He had been calling me Lizzie lately. He had grown fond of me, I think, and yet I knew quite well that nothing would please him better than that I should go away and he never see me again. I told him to come in. He really looked terrible. He had gone into his room to take off his tie and collar, and through his open shirt I could see that his breast was shining with sweat. He had not shaved for several days and under his eyes were heavy dark pouches of sleeplessness. His long white nose also was covered with perspiration, and the backs of his freckled hands. He sat down and, looking up at me, said, "Lizzie, I can't stand much more of this. They're hunting me everywhere." Then he added, "This is the first cool place I've been. How nice your room is, how tidy. How cool and neat you are yourself." He touched my grey dress with his hand. There was a white bowl with some chrysanthemums in it on my dressing table. He went up and fingered them as though he had not thought they were real. I asked him who were hunting him. "Look here, Uncle Michael," I said. "If there's something you ought to tell them, something on your conscience, go and tell them. It's much better." "There's nothing on my conscience," he said fiercely. Then he went on, "If they'd left everything alone it would have been much better. Only, of course, they couldn't," he added. "They weren't allowed to." I said that what he needed was sleep and that I had some tablets. I went to my dressing table. But he stopped me. No, it wasn't sleep he needed. If he did sleep it would only be worse when he woke. Then he said, would I come with him into the study? That was what we called the room where father used to do his business. He said that there was someone there. He knew there was. Did I think him mad? Well, he wasn't. This had been going on for weeks and weeks. Someone was there. He'd seen him a number of times. If I went with him I would realize that it wasn't nonsense what he was saying. My father's room had been locked for a considerable time. In the weeks immediately following his disappearance Mr. Simon and Leggett had been there, looking through papers and so on. But, after they had finished with it, no one had been there except Uncle Michael. To reassure him I said I'd go with him. Down the passage we went. He unlocked the door and we went in. I stood there in the dark while he fumbled for a match. He lit the gas. The globe was dusty and the light dim. There was now very little furniture in the room, the roll-top desk, the green safe, a table, 2 chairs. The blinds were up, which always gives a room a desolate and abandoned air at night. The place was very dusty and there was a sheet of newspaper on the floor falling and lifting a little in the draught. Uncle Michael stood, without moving, looking in front of him. I was suddenly very frightened, I wanted to turn and run. I had always hated this room, but now I was aware that Uncle Michael's terrors were not groundless. This room was evil and loathsome. It was not only the stale smell natural to a room that had, for many weeks, been closed, nor was it only the kind of cellar chill which some rooms have. Nor was it only the dim and uncertain light and the slight hiss of the gas jet. All these things and something more. The room was papered with a pattern that always looked to me like grey lizards running between brown toadstools. My father had chosen the paper himself. I was staring at the empty wall opposite me and some of the wallpaper there was torn. I fancied that I saw a shadow against the wallpaper. I want to allow for every possible explanation of what followed. I was tired, I was impressed by the exhaustion and unhappiness of my uncle, the gas light was very dim, the air of the room musty and oppressive, the torn wallpaper might easily have provided an illusion. I am simply writing what I saw. Against the wall there was a shadow. As I stared I looked into the empty blind eyes of a man, first the eyes, sightless, dead, then the whole drawn parchment face, a dead face, then a long thin body in a grey overcoat, hands in grey gloves, hanging down. The whole figure was grey save for the yellow-white face and the long white nose. It was the face of my father. I heard Uncle Michael draw in his breath with a hiss. I cannot precisely define my own impressions. I remember that I heard the noise of the gas, the rattle of the newspaper on the floor. I remember that the room was intensely cold with the cold of mold and damp brick and sprouting fungi. I remember thinking that if the figure moved I would die of terror, then and there. My whole mind was concentrated, I think, into the determination that it should not move. "Don't move. Don't move," my frightened spirit murmured. The shadow seemed to look at us, through its sightless eyes, with bitter malevolence. Then the wallpaper was as it had been. No one, nothing, was there. Michael had stumbled, half onto his knees. Then he slid on to the floor, and lay there, huddled. He was crying. I could do only one thing. Whatever he had been, whatever he had done, only pity was possible here. I knelt down on the floor, put my arms around him, held him against my breast, kissing his forehead, stroking his hair, tried to comfort him. Chapter 5. October 11th, Marlow's Night Journey. On the afternoon of October 11th at 2:30 they held in the cathedral the annual festival of St. Clare. This was a service attended by the children of all the girls' schools in Glebeshire. The girls filled the nave, and their white dresses, seen from the steps of the altar by the bishop as he pronounced the blessing, made the church brilliant as though with freshly fallen snow. The October sun, slanting through the great rose window, lighted the bishop's tomb, the delicate lacework of the stone screen, the shining black marble recumbent figure, the green stone of the ring on the finger burned with a personal fiery glow. Kendon looked at the tomb, he looked far away to the hundreds upon hundreds of children. He had already preached to them from the pulpit in the nave. He was not feeling well today, nothing more than weakness, weariness, a general feebleness of head and limb. But, as he looked down on those many upturned faces, thought of all that was in store for those children, how, even now, their minds were filled, not with what he was saying to them but rather with a dress, a friendship, a game, a schoolmistress. A social snobbery, he felt for them an infinite tenderness and compassion. His own time was now drawing so very short, they had so much to bear and suffer and endure, were advancing so light-heartedly forward. Behind him, to the left, was Henry Arden. All history was in that place. He felt now, as he had felt once before when, on a visit to California, he had looked through the great 100-inch telescope at Mount Wilson and seen Saturn, ringed, a blazing globe of silver, so near, so lovely, so superb in its certain grandeur. And now this little earth, this strife and agony, this unawareness, this false sense of security. Children, as you grow older you will hear God questioned by very clever men. Don't let that disturb you. However clever those men, they cannot answer the questions. Your own answer, however simple, is as good as theirs. Now abideth these three, faith, hope, love. And the greatest of these is love. They knelt for the blessing. A fluttering as of birds, or a soft wind through grass, broke the silence as they all knelt down. The blessing of God the Father. When he had ended and was kneeling in front of the altar, he wondered whether he were going to faint. A great weakness swept over him. He seemed to hear, rising from all over the cathedral, voices, "We are here. We are waiting. Have no fear." And within his closed eyes he seemed to see a dark figure at his side, tall, erect, its hand raised as though to touch him on the shoulder. But life surged back. He was aware of aches and pains, sharp as knives, in his back, his thighs. He had an almost irresistible impulse to cry out for Coniston. Where was Coniston? He would never reach safety without him. But he was a courageous man, and with a fearful effort he pulled himself up from his knees. He followed the cross back to his throne, and there he waited while the children filed out of the church. Now he could see directly across to the Black Bishop's tomb. That was a near thing that time, my friend, he thought. I nearly joined you. The verger, standing there, waiting to precede him out of the choir, thought to himself, how white the old boy looks. They say he's pretty bad. The bishop moved on to the vestry, still thinking of Saturn. At the vestry door he saw Coniston waiting. Yes, it's all right, Coniston. I'm a bit tired. Then he murmured a line from Coleridge, the alien shine of unconvincing stars. I beg your pardon, sir, said Coniston, helping him on with his overcoat. It's nothing. Only poetry, which you don't appreciate. Tell Frank to drive slowly, it's such a lovely day. Marlow had been present at the service, and when he returned home he was told that someone was waiting to speak to him. Going into the study he found Leggett waiting there. Excuse me, Mr. Marlow, Leggett said pleasantly. I thought I'd just like a word with you. It is one of the strangest features of this sequence of events in Polchester that casual and apparently most unimportant incidents were of the first importance. Had Mr. O'Hara not gone to Mrs. Braund's party, had Mrs. Cronin not lived in the precincts, had Mrs. Dickens not possessed a cat, had Romney not preferred a white dining room. In any case nothing was, and remains, more mysterious than the behavior and personality of Leggett. In this world there are no villains. Leggett was not one. He had simply allowed himself a surrender to certain tastes and indulgences that he had not strength enough to control. The most probable explanation of his behavior on the 10th and 11th of October is perhaps hidden in this very interview with Marlow. He came with the intention of terrifying the old man and glorifying himself. He saw himself, as Michael FURZE had seen himself, as carrying on Stephen FURZE's power. Now, in this short interview with Marlow, he made the appalling discovery that he wasn't up to it, that he wasn't big enough or strong enough. He realized now perhaps for the first time what a really great man Stephen FURZE had been, and that a really bad man or woman is one of the rarest of God's creatures because greatness is so rare. In any case he began with an attempt at bullying. Now, Mr. Marlow, this has gone on long enough. What I've come here to know is, are you going to pay up or aren't you? I must say that it doesn't seem to me quite an honorable position for a clergyman. Marlow blinked at him. He had had no proper sleep for months. He had reached so bewildered a state that he was clear about nothing except that God was ashamed of him. This conviction had grown, through these months, so strong that now at last neither Leggett nor FURZE's ghost nor any other possible persecutor had any power over him any longer. He was face to face with his God. So all that he said was, very simply, I don't owe you anything, Mr. Leggett. You know that as well as I do. I paid Mr. FURZE far more than I ever borrowed from him. Moreover, I have no reason to suppose that you have any right over Mr. FURZE's affairs. In the first place there is no evidence as yet that he is dead. In the second I have no reason to suppose that he has left you as his executor. Now look here, Leggett began. Marlow's head was clear as it had not been for months. He had an odd notion that if he could play the Allgaier opening with Cronin this afternoon he would be certain to beat him. It was as though God were standing there with him in the room. He was concerned only with him and had scarcely a moment to bother with Leggett. You may decide, and a great many intelligent people have apparently so decided, that God is all nonsense, but for those who believe that he exists no word of yours can have any weight. So Marlow went on. So, Mr. Leggett, it's really of no use your coming here again. In fact I shall, from now on, give orders that you are not to be admitted. You can go to law or take any steps that you please. If you continue to disturb me I shall ask the police to interfere. He, subconsciously, was recalling the opening moves of the Allgaier. White. Black. 1. P, K4. P, K4. 2. P, KB4. P times P. 3. KT, KB3. P, KKT4. 4. P, KR4. P, KT5. Do you play chess, Mr. Leggett? He asked. No, I don't, Leggett answered fiercely. The old fellow was crazy and ought to be locked up. Look here, he said, do you realize what this means? Nice thing it would be, wouldn't it, if the rector of St. James's appeared in the police court arrested for debt, a pretty scandal. What would your parishioners think? The point is, Marlow said, rubbing his hand through his hair, what would God think? I don't suppose you believe in God. So many people don't, or think they don't. But I do, and after many months of distress I have discovered that this money matter is nothing compared with my own neglect of him. So you'd better go, Mr. Leggett. You can't do anything to me, nothing whatever. If Mr. FURZE is not dead and returns and manages his own affairs, then I will talk with him. But to you I have nothing more to say, either now or at any other time. It was then that Leggett discovered his impotence. This discovery involved very much more than old Marlow and was simply overwhelming. It was as though he could see Stephen FURZE there in the room, over by the window, standing there and grinning at him. He was no use, he had never been any use. He couldn't frighten a fly. That swine, Lampiron, had knocked him down and he had left without a word. Even Michael FURZE wasn't afraid of him, and now this flabby old clergyman with his blue eyes and untidy white hair ordered him to leave his house. A desperate sensation of having reached the end of everything seized him. That old beast, FURZE, was laughing at him, the old clergyman was laughing at him, everyone was laughing at him. What was he going to do? What would become of him if nobody was afraid of him any more? It's all very fine, he blustered. You wait and see. If you don't pay what you owe within a week, but he couldn't go on. Marlow simply wasn't listening to him. He went to the door. He thought of saying something shameful about Marlow's daughter. But he couldn't. The words wouldn't come. He hadn't the spirit of a louse. He went, banging the door after him. In the street he paused. He felt a dreadful emptiness, uncertainty, discomfort. Rather as though he were standing on a platform in mid-air and the platform were beginning dangerously to shake, rather as though someone had whispered in his ear that he was condemned for ineffectiveness. Marlow, after Leggett had gone, got his hat and started out of the house. It was dusk now and a pale violet color soaked houses and streets. The chrysanthemums in the garden were a dull dusty gold and seemed to dissipate very faintly the prophetic odor of smokily burning leaves. Marlow took out his key and let himself into his church. It was not a beautiful church, St. James's. The glass was violently crude and there was a very ugly reredos supplied by the Ladies' Guild of St. James's, in memory of Emma Jane Courtois, a worker before the Lord. The church smelt a little stale, as though somewhere damp hay was stored, as though near the very ugly stone font a great cheese were secreted and mice busily occupied there. Nevertheless Marlow loved this church and it was his home. He knelt in his own seat in the choir and prayed to God to forgive him. He thanked God for sending his servant in the shape of a mean and vindictive usurer to wake him to a proper sense of his own backslidings. He had wickedly neglected the service of God, but it should be neglected no longer. His mind was not entirely clear as he prayed. It had been in a state of confusion, distress and unhappiness too long to be suddenly now sharp and accurate. As he knelt there he felt in close touch with God, but he was also pursuing the Algier with its breathtaking chances, its surrender of a night, its exposure of the king, and he was thinking of Penny, her sweetness and beauty. He was thinking of his headaches and how suddenly they had left him. His mind was cleared. He was in close contact with God. He had the sensation of resting in his arms, of encirclement and protection. There was no longer the presence of the stern Inquisitor. That was over. Save my children. Go forth, my son, and do your duty. Very clearly, as though actually he heard a voice, he remembered how Penny had told him that she had been to Seaton and helped some child and how they had told her that no parson came down there. And why don't they? She had asked fiercely. Is it no one's parish? He rose from his knees, went out of the church and started down the hill. On that same evening Gurney and his men made 2 arrests in Seaton, Lanky Moon and Fred Audley, the fat lazy son of the man who kept the billiard saloon. It was said afterwards that they were really after Tom Call, but he was not to be found that evening. The arrest of Lanky caused some trouble. He was serving drinks in The Dog and Pilchard. There were some 5 men in the place at the time, Fat Fred Audley being one. Gurney and his men entered and, almost at once, Moon hit Gurney in the face. A scuffle then began and Audley kicked one of the policemen. There was a fine scene in The Dog and Pilchard. Men and women crowded the doors. The end of it was that both Lanky and Fat Fred went their way to justice. This happened about 6:30. By 7 an ominous and total silence had fallen on Seaton. Not a human soul was anywhere to be seen. The public bar of The Dog and Pilchard was deserted. The river flowed on its way, the mist came up as it often did on these autumn evenings. The chimes of the cathedral came softly and gently from behind walls and windows. There is no doubt but that the arrest of Lanky Moon was the decisive moment in this crisis of the town's history. Gurney was slow and Gurney was placid, but he knew his duty. It was generally understood that night throughout the town, in the mysterious fashion of these things, that the problem of Stephen FURZE's murder was at length completely solved. More arrests would follow. It was also understood that this FURZE affair would be made the occasion for a clearing up of the Seaton situation. Once more the decent citizens of Polchester would wash Seaton white. It is apparent enough now that Seaton was aware of this and was gallantly resolved on its own protection. The best method of defense is attack. Lanky's arrest gave Tom Call and his friends what they needed. At about 8 o'clock on that evening Mrs. Murphy of the sweet shop in Bridge Street, coming down with Mrs. McCandless to the river to gather gossip, saw a strange sight. Mrs. McCandless was a very thin woman of a fierce temper, and the arrest of her son, poor lad, no one's enemy but his own, and a better son never drew breath, after his attack on Gurney, had made of her a kind of prophetess virago. With all the easy mounting of passion that comes from continued ill fortune and constant drinking, Mrs. McCandless was in a raging temper and longing to get her nails into somebody. Even Mrs. Murphy, who was a stout soft-bosomed body with a face like a crimson nutmeg grater, was angered, she scarcely knew why. She had never liked young McCandless, who had been a terror to the neighborhood for a very long while and thoroughly deserved imprisonment. Nevertheless weeks and weeks of propaganda had made her indignant. Indignant about what? She was herself comfortable. She had 4 trades, the sweet shop, fortune-telling, sale of indecent pictures and postcards, and the use of her upstairs bedroom by lovers who wanted privacy and security. She was jolly, good-natured, let live and ask no questions by temperament. She still, herself, had a lover or 2, stout though she was, I've a loving damned sight too loving, and she would laugh and roll her shoulders. Nevertheless, although she had not a grievance against anyone in the world, she was worked up now to a fine frenzy of feeling towards the uppermost of people in Polchester, them and their pageants and fat clergy and fine ladies. Things were wrong all the world over. Look at the unemployed and the way they worried the poor fellows who were given the dole. Look at Russia. In her imagination Russia was a cold place, north of Scotland, where it always snowed. They managed things better in Russia, no unemployed there. So, if the lads wanted to break the windows of a shop or 2 and light a bonfire on the cathedral green she'd no objection. So she was saying to Mrs. McCandless when, reaching the riverside, they came on a very strange sight. A fat little clergyman, without a hat, his white hair ruffled by the evening breeze, was standing on the old stone step below the broken-down mill, and talking at the top of his voice. It is probable that, as he was a clergyman, he was preaching. The very curious thing was that, at the moment when Mrs. Murphy and Mrs. McCandless arrived, he was talking to empty air. There was no one present. The river behind him made at this point, as it tumbled over the old millstones, a considerable noise, but Mrs. Murphy noticed at once that the old man had an excellent voice, sweet and piercing. "Why, it's the parson from St. James's." Mrs. McCandless said. The two ladies stood there listening, and, very shortly, they were joined by one or two more. Two young men stopped, two boys with a puppy on the end of a string, an old woman with a paper bag, two old men. It seemed to be a matter of indifference to Marlow whether he had an audience or no. The street lamp outside the little row of houses known as Canute's Row threw a light on him that was beneficent and kindly. Even the puppy sat down on its haunches and stared around as though it were settled there for the evening. The air was cold and damp, and Mrs. Murphy murmured, "He'll be catching his death if he isn't careful. And it doesn't matter, dear friends, whether we wish it or no. We can no more change the conditions than we can alter the course of the stars. God's there, however we behave. I have myself been struggling against him for the last year and more, and you really wouldn't believe how patient he's been. Struggling's no good. You may do without him till you die, but that won't help you." He shook his head, thrust his hand through his hair and went on very confidentially. "All this hatred is no good. People have gone on fighting for hundreds of years, and really it's very childish. It's quite time we grew up and realized that we had better love one another. Because that's what it will come to in the end. God won't do it for us. We have to do it ourselves, of our own free will, and we'd better make up our minds to it." "Ease balmy," Mrs. McCandless said. "All this talk about love. Parsons are all the same. They don't recognize facts. What about my boy? Lots of love they've shown him." The crowd was increasing. The news that the St. James's parson had gone mad and was preaching down by the mill soon spread. "I can tell you," Marlow went on, smiling on everybody with great friendliness, "that I've had a miserable time myself lately hating someone, and all of us in the town have been letting our tempers go and quarreling with one another." A man interrupted, calling out, "Stow it, can't you, you old preaching windbag." That seemed to please old Marlow. He threw up his head and called out, "I'm not a windbag, I've never talked in this place before, more shame on me. At home I do sometimes talk too much, but my wife's been married to me so long she's learnt not to listen. There's a fruit tree in our garden that has the most beautiful mulberries. Every year. It never fails. How old it is I don't know, but every year it's better. That tree. To hell with you and your mulberries," a young man called out. "As you are here, let's hear how much they pay you for preaching to people who don't want to hear you. It's you blasted parsons." Old Marlow began to grow very excited. "No, no. You're wrong. Truly, you're wrong. It's not preaching that's my business but helping." At that moment someone pushed him from behind. He stumbled, waved his hands in the air and would have fallen had not a young man caught him. He rested his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Thank you, friend." But the crowd came in closer, laughing, shouting, bent on mischief. Penny Marlow was finishing her supper. She was alone. She had asked about her father, been told that he went out about 6. Had not said where he was going. The front door bell rang. The maid said, "There's a little girl, miss." Standing in the hall was Fanny Clark's child. She was wearing an old straw hat, a shawl over her shoulders. She said, "You must come at once, miss. They're avaying a game with your father." In the street she said, "Oh, miss, I do love you so. I do really. I oughtash everyone else." "Hush," Penny said, hurrying along. "You mustn't say that. What were they doing to my father? Where is he?" "Down by the mill, miss. They're keeking and callin' 'im names and throwin' things. I thought you'd want to know. Penny hurried on. The little girl, whose name was Christabel, her mother, very drunk one night, thought of the name, she'd seen it outside a pub somewhere, the Christabel Arms or something, said. I been in the police station, Miss Marlow. They ask me questions. I know, did it. I was there that afternoon hiding and I see them both come in and. Tell me, Penny said. What are they doing to my father? What are they doing? Why isn't someone there? Hurry. Let's hurry. And the child, running along, her hat on one side, continued in a kind of chant. Oh, miss, I do love you so. I don't care what they does to me, I'll never love no one but you, and if you was to die I'd kill myself, so, help me God. And I, Atesh all the others. Mr. Call, I Atesh him the most, and Ratty Brown and Sally Beale and Mrs. Murphy and Mom Canless and Dirty Mary N. Penny was running now. The child ran beside her. Oh, hurry. Let's hurry. Let's hurry. And Christabel, running, chanted, I know, did it. I see them come in and it was thunder and lightnin' and I saw 'im take 'im by the throat and shake 'im. And there weren't nobody there but me, and I ain't said a word because I wouldn't, and then they said your gentleman done it, Miss Penny, so I told Mr. Gurney because I love you, Miss Penny, and I Atesh all the rest. Oh, there. Penny cried. There. I see them. They're shouting. She had arrived at the moment when the young man had put out his arm and supported her father. She saw that he was neither unhappy nor dismayed. He stood there, bareheaded, smiling. He put up his hand and began to talk again. Then someone threw a stone. She ran across the street, crying out. In that moment she cared for nothing in the world, no, not for Lampiron himself, in comparison with her father. There was something in both his defenselessness and his happiness that stirred her very bowels of memory. Deeper than any other impulse was this stirring of love and pity springing from the old roots, a child ill and he softly opening her door lest he should wake her, she, small, in pigtails, stealing up to him as he played chess. Nestling up against him but not speaking because, when he played chess, she must not. His childlike pleasure as they started out together to walk towards Carpledon or to the fields above Orange Street or to the market. She was truly beside herself as she pushed through the crowd, ready to die with him, to be crucified with him, to be burnt at the stake with him. But there was no melodrama. Everything ended very quietly. Tom Call had appeared from nowhere and as soon as he began to speak no one thought of the silly old parson any more. Come, leave the old man be, Call said. He's done no harm. There's others than him we're after. He spoke very quietly. There was great quietness everywhere. No sound but the distant hoot of a taxi and the chuckle and run of the river. It was me they wanted tonight, friends. Well, they didn't find me. I'm not one to skulk. Tomorrow night they shan't have no trouble. And you'll be with me. We'll all go together. We'll go and find them this time. Now quietly, friends. Go home and sleep a bit. Tomorrow you'll be up most of the night. Everyone dispersed. Call said to Marlow, Go home, parson. Come and preach to us another time. When we're ready to hear you. He walked away, striding down the street, his head up, shoulders back. Mussolini at the very least. Marlow was trembling. He put his arm through his daughter's. They started up the hill. The old man said very little, only that he was happy because now everything was clear. He saw where his work lay. It was very kind of you to come, Penny. We must stay together in future. I think we have work to do. Everything is quite clear to me. Your head's bleeding, darling. She stopped under a lamp and took out her handkerchief. No, it's nothing. Someone threw a stone. It shows they were interested. She could see that he was as excited and pleased as Daniel must have been when he found himself in the lion's den and that the lions were real. At that moment she was granted a vision. This was the second step in her journey to maturity. Her love for Lampiron would not die, but it would never be fruitful. That was not the road that she would go. But rather this. Her father, her mother, Fanny's child, the endless claims. She felt his hand tighten on her arm, and for a swift rebellious moment knew a fierce, bitter antagonism. Then, very tenderly, under the lamp's light, she tidied him, putting his hat straight on his head, dusting his coat. She kissed his cheek. "Yes, father, and I'll tell you what. First we'll have a little holiday. We'll go to Lyme Regis." "Oh, Lyme Regis. Why, Penny, what a grand idea. I like Lyme Regis better than anywhere." Chapter 6. October 12th, Death of Anyone. The town woke, on the morning of October 12th, to a deluge of rain. The storm lasted from some early morning hour to 11 or 11:30. The rain just thundered down, and Polchester, accustomed to wet mists and drizzles and short sunshed showers, was frightened by all the new sounds, the gurgling of gutters, the garrulous chatter of water pipes, and the thunder, as of horses' hoofs, stamping on the roofs. The sky was, for those hours, ebony black with little streakings of china-white clouds. The cathedral was grey, almost sulphureous. The water rushed down High Street. With the rain was a cold underchill. It was the pared nail of the advancing finger of winter. It was not the lovely aggressive cold carrying in its arms chestnuts at brazier corners and snow drifting up the window panes, nor a roaring wind that's tactless with its careless youth. This was a niggardly, sly, and give your best friend away cold. The town knew the kind of cold it was and bent its back to the slashing rain with apprehension in its heart. No one moved about the town that morning. It was like a town that had been cleared for its next tenants. Mrs. Code's old ladies huddled over the fire, and in Bellamy's the girls stood behind the counters waiting, and Godfrey Burton took a secret nip at a brandy flask that he kept in a drawer among the socks and underwear. He looked shabby and unwell. "You need a holiday, Mr. Burton." "That's what you need," Alice Coste, who had once thought of marrying him but now was glad she hadn't, said to him. "What I want," Burton said, "is to get away from this blasted place. They were at it again last night in Seaton. They say," his voice sank into a whisper as his uneasy eyes wandered down the long passage between the departments. Everyone was uneasy that morning. When the rain stopped about 11:30 everyone sighed with relief and then thought how still the place was. The nurse turned Mrs. Braund in her bed and made her more comfortable. "There. That's better. Why, I declare the rain stopped." Mrs. Braund, out of one corner of her mouth, murmured something. "Why, certainly, dearie." The nurse was very motherly. Mrs. Braund hated her more than any poison. Mr. O'Hara was calling for Mrs. Carys to take her for a round of golf on the St. Leath Hotel course. But Mrs. Carys declined. "No, Edward, thank you. I'm not going out." He blustered a little. "No, it's no use your swearing. I don't like the look of things. It's cold. I'll stay in." "What did you quarrel with Hathaway for last evening?" The tall thin Irishman colored angrily. "He was damned insulting. I'm clearing out. I loathe this town. Ever since that silly joke at the Braunds I've been insulted right and left. You know I only stay here for you." "Yes, I wish you hadn't done that." Mrs. Carys patted her hair. "I can't get the poor thing out of my head. I shall never be comfortable again." "Was it really you, Ted?" "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. If it was you standing in the doorway it was the most wonderful impersonation I ever." "Of course it was me." But he moved about the room uneasily. "I'm clearing out though. I can't get that old man they murdered out of my head. I see him at every corner. I'm Irish, you know. Yes, I know you are, Mrs. Carris said drily. Perhaps you are better away. People here don't seem to like you much. Try London, and I'll come and visit you. What a foul sky. O'Hara said, staring out of the window. Looks as though it were struck with leprosy. About midday a pale watery sun came out, and Canon Ronder walked across the cathedral green and into the cathedral. There he found Gasalee showing two friends, a fat clergyman and an exhausted spouse, the sights. Now, Gasalee was saying, we come to the Brit Monument, Henry, 8th Marquis. Lovely babies, like Mino de Fiesole. Ever heard of Simon Petre? Ha, Ronder. We came in from the rain. May I introduce you? Canon Ronder, Mrs. Bateson. Bateson, this is Canon Ronder. He is certainly stepping into my shoes, Ronder thought. That is just the way I showed off both myself and the cathedral 30 years ago. He had wakened that morning feeling not at all well, apprehensive, depressed, very old. His mind was swept, as a beach is threatened by a high tide, with the surge and thunder of the past. Now, as he stood listening to Gasalee and old Braund who had joined them, Gasalee became his own young self and Braund a little older now than the pompous and conceited Lawrence. He could hear Lawrence saying to Davray the painter, no, you can't go up the tower. It's forbidden. Then how polite Lawrence had been at sight of himself, Ronder. So now Braund was saying to Gasalee, afraid you can't go up the tower today, sir. Been closed for some time. It's to be opened again this afternoon. Mr. Hathaway and the London gentlemen are to examine the woodwork tomorrow morning. So, just as himself 30 years ago, Gasalee now answered, thanks, Braund. Another time will do. My friends are here for several weeks. Gasalee's manner was perfect. He patronized the cathedral without offense, for he was clever enough to patronize himself at the same time. So, exactly, Ronder 30 years back. Gasalee and his friends moved away. Braund and Ronder were left together. Cold this morning, sir, Braund said. Very cold. Yes, Ronder said. That was heavy rain we had. The cathedral indeed had an icy chill that struck upwards from the flagstones, clung to the vast pillars, had some being in the cold aloofness of the purple and green of the glass that was not friendly today nor comfortable. Braund sniffed. Excuse me, sir, he said. Do you smell anything? Ronder sniffed. No, I can't say that I do. My imagination. But I know this place so well that I imagine things, I dare say. Only my boy, he thinks the same. No one else can detect anything. A kind of fishy tin food gone bad sort of smell, if you understand me. Your imagination, Braund, I expect, Ronder said. Very likely, sir. But when he had left the cathedral some kind of odor did seem to persist in the canon's nostrils, an odor, very, very faint, of dried blood, corruption. He was very conscious too of that threatening constriction about the heart, not actual pain as yet but something approaching, stealthily, on padded feet. His eyes too were a little dimmed. The sun still shed a watery light, but the wet, shining vigor of the grass after the rain seemed to pass into the lowering sky and be translated there into an unhealthy green shade. As though he would stay the approaching enemy, Ronder, halfway across the green, stopped and looked back. My eyesight's going, he thought. He had known this for some time but had not expected to find so dim a view as now when the very walls of the cathedral seemed to spread like the wings of a bird, when he could scarcely distinguish King Harry against the grey-white sky. When there was, he would have sworn, some figure standing motionless in the west door, watching him. Would he never see the cathedral clearly again? Was he really going blind? Or was this some kind of spiritual recedance, as though the cathedral were indeed only what you made of it, as though it slipped from your fingers at the very moment when you thought you had it firmly? His whole life had been spent in the effort to catch it, hold it, present it as his great prize, and now, that silent figure ironically watching, it turned into mist before his eyes. I must go up to London and see that oculist Dale was telling me about, he thought. But there was that smell of dried blood in his nostrils. He would not go down to the town as he intended, but rather home, be warm by the fire and look at the new additions to his 90s collection that had arrived from London. But, strangely enough, within his room he did not feel any safer. Here in this house, number 8 the Precincts, he had been for over 36 years. He remembered, as though it had been yesterday, how he had been driven up in the smelly cab. He remembered even the name of the cabman, old Fawcett, long since dead, polite Mrs. Clay at the door. The house itself had been his friend from the beginning. It had been owned, he remembered, by an eccentric old lady, the Honourable Mrs. Pentecost, and it had been empty for a while because the ghost of Mrs. Pentecost's cat, a famous blue Persian, was supposed to walk there. And was it not strange that even to this day, after all these years, he would pause for a moment at an unexpected sound and murmur, Mrs. Pentecost's cat. How pleased he had been with the drawing-room, its dark blue curtains, the white furniture and white bookcases, the white Hermes, ready for flight, on his pedestal. So it had been then, so it was now. There was the copy of Rembrandt's Mother, there on the round mahogany table, the books of the moment. He remembered even what they had been, some of them, in those first days, Mrs. Humphrey Ward's Sir George Tressady, Barry's Sentimental Tommy, the works of Max Beerbohm. Now they were Stella Gibbons' Cold Comfort Farm, Stephen Spender's poems, Virginia Woolf's Flush, Trevelyan's Blenheim. Better or worse? It did not matter. Art was sure, the only passion that life could not conquer, the only lust that knew no satiety. He moved into his study, but even there his discomfort did not leave him. He thought of ringing for his housekeeper, Mrs. Hepburn. She was always multiplied with comforts. But no. He liked better to be alone. It must be near luncheon time. Had he been wise to live for so long alone? Why had he not married? Would it not be pleasant now to have someone to comfort him, to stroke his forehead, to... No, it would be odious. He slowly undid the parcel on the table and looked at his new treasures. Where would he put them? No room, no room. Oh, Lord! Poems by John Tabb, the American first edition of The Green Carnation, a fine first of Cashel Byron. He turned away. For the first time in his life books seemed to have no interest for him. Leaning over to his desk he picked up the letter from an American friend who was visiting Hollywood. An amusing, intelligent letter, not abusing Hollywood as is the fashion, but talking of the pale green skies before sunset, the open-fronted fruit markets, brilliant with color, fruit like jewels in Aladdin's cave. And the censor saying to the producer of some picture that he hoped that he would take care that the baby's diaper was decently changed. But he didn't care about America either. Still that scent of dried blood in his nostrils and, beyond the window, the tawny chrysanthemums quite unreal, bunches of ragged tissue paper. Mr. Romney would like to see you for a moment, sir. The maid, nice girl, Maud, stood a little timidly in the doorway. Romney. Oh yes, he would see Romney. Romney might perhaps be real. Romney came in, immaculate, bloodless, intelligent. Only a moment, Rhonda. I want your advice. Sit down. Have a cigarette. My advice? If this were the last piece of advice allowed me ever I'd give it, gratis and for nothing. Why had he said that? Romney sat down, very elaborately selecting one of his own cigarettes out of a blue enamel cigarette case. It's only, that I'm a little nervous. Nervous, you? I thought you were imperturbable. Oh, well, in a sense I am. What does it matter what happens? It is only that they are about to lay FURZE's murderer by the heels, and Seat-on, I am afraid, means to celebrate the event. Oh, are they? Who's the murderer? Does it matter? That isn't the important thing. What is important, Rhonda, is the inartisticness of coming events. They might even try to burn the cathedral down. That would distress me very much. What should I do to prevent them? Some of them are my friends. I feel a certain responsibility. What ought I to do? Ronder laughed. He could not see Romney very clearly. As he sat there he seemed to merge into the books behind him. This visit might be imaginary. Romney might not be real at all. What a strange fellow you are. Ronder said. I've known you all these years and yet to this day and hour I'm not sure whether you're real or no. In any case it's right that you should be worried. You are more responsible for the trouble in this town than any other. Yes, I suppose I am, Romney said, laughing. Myself and the late Stephen FURZE. The two troublemakers of the present world, selfishness and the lust for power. I suppose that's what the moralist would say. I don't, in fact, know why I've come in to see you, Ronder. Nothing that you can say will make the slightest difference. Nothing that anyone can say. You're right, Ronder. I'm as much a ghost as FURZE is. I have no sex, no passions, only taste. I'm absorbed in myself as all ghosts are, I must be continually meddling in what is not my business as all ghosts do. I love beauty as ghosts must. I'm ruthless and conscienceless as ghosts are. I and FURZE between us have created the apprehension in this town as ghosts do. One fine morning I shall be gone, there will be a white rose in a crystal vase on a white table in my white dining room. The rose will die. It will be swept away. A faint, humorous sigh will be heard in the wainscot. Do you believe in ghosts, Mr. Humpty Dumpty? Why, of course not, Miss Shakespeare. Curling like smoke from a chimney above their heads I shall laugh and fade into eternity. Well. I must go, like Puck, and put a girdle around the world. I don't know why I came in to see you, Ronder. Except possibly to make my apology to you. You are the most intelligent man in Polchester. You alone, when all the fuss is over, when the spirits have sunk into their graves again, when everyone has learnt their lesson and forgotten it, you only will understand how responsible I am, how dangerous I am, how. If they had their wits about them, all the justices of the world would order my instant execution. Do I flatter myself? I think not. For wherever I am there is trouble. Goodbye, Ronder. Look after yourself. You are more like me than you know. Romney rose, took Ronder's hand, looked at him with great affection and departed. When luncheon came Ronder did not want it. He told Mrs. Hepburn that he was not hungry. She looked at him with anxiety. He knew that she was a motherly soul, so motherly that people were to her not individuals but babies in a maternity home. He suddenly disliked very much to be a baby in a maternity home, so, rather irritably, he bade her go her way. When she was gone he wished he had not been irritable. That showed well enough how old he was getting, for, in earlier days, it had been one of his first rules that he must never be irritable. He sat now at his desk, the desk that he had brought with him to Polchester. On it were arranged with meticulous care the objects that had always been arranged there, a thin vase of blue glass now filled with 2 red roses, a Chinese figure of green jade, a small gold clock. A photograph in a silver frame of the blind Homer from the Naples Museum. These had been here, exactly in their present places, since his first arrival in Polchester. The only addition to them was a photograph of his aunt, now dead, who had too many years kept him company. She understood me, he thought, better than anyone else has ever done, and she spoilt me because she allowed me to be as she wished me to be. But Aunt Alice. A fine observer. Like nations that have no history, a happy woman. But here, too, distaste caught him. He disliked these things. They reminded him of a life that seemed to him now one long, lost and wasted effort. He remembered how he had taken orders because that career would give him, he thought, great power over men. He remembered how Aunt Alice had said to him that men thought clergymen fools and that this gave a man who was not a fool a great advantage as a clergyman. That had been his first mistake. His second had been to fight Brandon. He should have left Brandon alone because, whatever follies that man might have, he possessed a virtue that Ronder had not, he believed. Ronder had believed in nothing except his own cleverness, and now he was clever enough to perceive that cleverness was not sufficient. As he had warned Gasolee that day in the cathedral, he, Ronder, had missed it, and by a hair's breadth. He had never known more clearly and surely that he had missed it than during these last months. Something had been astir in the town that was the very expression of the thing that he had missed. Forces had been moving before his eyes, the very forces that all his life he had been denying, the mystery of the survival of the spirit, its strength, even its fury, its determination not to be denied. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. He shivered, walked to the fire, just straightening, by an old mechanical habit, the books in the shelves. He had always disliked to see one book projecting in front of the others. Then he put on soft slippers of brown kid, slippers of the kind that he had worn his life long. He lay back in the big comfortable armchair of red leather, a chair made especially to suit his bulk. He looked out of the corner of his left eye at the drawer, locked, of course, where he kept his erotic books and prints. Had he better destroy these? It would not be a very fine thing if they were discovered after he was gone. A few intimates, Gasolee, Romney, Hathaway, knew of them and had seen them. Gasolee enjoyed looking at them. Himself, he had wearied of them long ago. He remained now, at this old age, a virgin as he had been at 20. To think that he had reached the end without any experience of that deep intimacy that comes from the physical expression of spiritual love. He had never desired it. He had never wished to surrender himself to anybody. In his vigorous physical years he had been absorbed by his passion for power over men, and when that passion had weakened his bodily passions had weakened too. Moreover, he had long felt a deep disgust of his own body. It was an idea horrible to him beyond any other that any human being should see him naked. No human being, since his maturity, save his doctor, had ever done so. He was ironically disgusted with his own obesity, ironically because he had not the strength of mind to diet or take physical exercise. He remembered how that Dane, Harmer John, ah yes. He had seen him naked, a reason for his dislike of him. How Harmer John had pommeled and smacked him with a sort of angry vindictive scorn. And now he was twice as fat as he had been in Harmer John's day. How revolting the body, how minute in scope the human brain, how meanly animal the bodily functions, how ugly and shabby 9 humans out of 10 after 40. He recalled a lithograph by George Bellows that he had seen somewhere, Business Men's Bath, a brilliant, savage impression of middle-aged men in a bath. His lip curled, nausea rose in his throat. There was again that scent of dried blood in his nostrils. What time was it? Had he been sleeping? He got up, padded across the thick, soft carpet and looked out of window. A grey, lowering sky, the cathedral, the green with no figure on it, the smug houses of the precincts with their gardens, the Arden Gate. 3 birds, in triangle pattern, flew across the sky. He heard, from the far distance, murmurs which might be men shouting at a football game. How still the town was. How still and how unpleasant. What in the world was more unagreeable than an English provincial town on a dead humid autumn afternoon? So they'd caught the murderer, had they? Not that it mattered very much. He did not even speculate very actively, old FURZE's brother, perhaps, or one of the riff-raff from Seaton. A usurer like that must have many enemies. A usurer. And suddenly he saw how closely allied in their passions FURZE and himself had been. Power over men. With both of them the same. Power simply for itself, not for anything grander or larger. Mussolini cared for Italy, Hitler for Germany, Einstein for knowledge. He, Ronder, hated despots, but at least these men were patriots. But all the others, the greedy snatchers at money, business tyranny, power over women, power only for the greedy pride in power, they were all lost men and he was among them. He was back in his red leather armchair. He snoozed. His head fell forward on his chest. He woke with a start and then snoozed again. Where was he? Still in his room, but Miss Styles, that ancient gossiping virgin, had entered. She was saying, "I suppose things have been smashed in the move. Nothing valuable, I trust." But hoping, nevertheless, that something valuable had been broken, not because she was malicious or unkind but simply because she liked people better when they were unfortunate. How well he knew her. But even while he told her that all was well, she changed as they change in Alice in Wonderland into stout, dog-loving Mrs. Combermere, who was saying, in her hearty, masculine voice, "A great deal can happen in a year, Canon Ronder. You may be a bishop by then." A bishop. He woke to see the study filled, as it seemed, with smoke. It was only the autumn day that already was darkening beyond the window. A bishop. No, he had never become a bishop, not even an archdeacon or a dean. "You are a worldling, Ronder, only a worldling." This was the voice of Canon Foster, a man he had always disliked. They were arguing as to whether the school should have a new garden roller. That had been his first victory. He heard the soft, gentle voice of the dean. "I fear that it is I who must give the casting vote. I think I decide for the roller. Ronder has satisfied me that it is necessary." His first victory. That he should remember it after all these years. He was awake enough now to see the anxious face of Mrs. Hepburn in the doorway. "Shall I bring you some tea now, sir?" The woman irritated him, she was so very solicitous. "No, thanks. I think not. But you had no luncheon." "No. I'm not hungry." "Are you quite well? Is there anything I can do?" "I'm perfectly well." Damn the woman. "Very good, sir." She had withdrawn. He was snoozing again and now he was back in Brandon's house, drinking tea. Mrs. Brandon was there and Morris, the man she ran away with, and the nice girl, Brandon's daughter, now Lady St. Leath. The door opened and there was Brandon's son, sent down from Oxford, and Brandon was in a rage and Ellen Styles pricking up her ears with pleasure. They vanished into air. Only Brandon remained. They were riding together in a small wagonette. It was a very hot day and there was not room for their knees. They were quarreling, ludicrously quarreling, there in the open before the astonished driver. Brandon was crying, "I refuse to drive with you another step. I refuse. I refuse." And out of the wagonette he got and there he stood in the hot, dusty road, looking ludicrous while the wagonette drove on. And now they were in the chapter house. Brandon was appealing to them all, "Don't do this thing. If you do, it will mean the beginning of the end." The beginning of the end, what a ridiculous phrase. Not this shame. Save the cathedral. And there he was, poor old man, falling down before them all, falling, falling. Dying, dead. Looking on Ronder to the last as his enemy. He lay there, poor old man, at Ronder's feet, and Ronder bent to pick him up and it seemed to him that he himself was lying there and Brandon standing over him. "All waste, Ronder," Brandon said. "This hatred gets us nowhere. We had better all be friends and see if we can't build something together." But now he and Brandon were together, huddled on the ground. The cathedral loomed over them. Someone came out of the cathedral and Ronder waited in a frenzy of apprehension. The figure came to him, bent down, examined him. He felt that his innermost being was inspected. He was opened up and everything that he was and had been was laid bare. And the figure shook his head. "Nothing here, I'm afraid. Nothing at all." At those words Ronder shriveled away. Only a little dust on the ground that the wind blew idly. He awoke with a start. Someone was knocking on the door. "Come in," he said testily, and at the same time raised himself in the chair. As he raised himself he felt a sharp pain attack him as though a sword had been driven into his stomach. The pain went as quickly as it came. It was Mrs. Hepburn at the door again. "It's past 8 o'clock, sir, and I was really getting anxious." Now the pain was in his arm. He bit his lip to keep back a cry. Then he heard a distant shouting and crying. He thought of the footballers. But it was past 8. They would not be playing football now. The shouts grew louder. "What's that, Mrs. Hepburn? That shouting?" He saw now that she was in a state of great alarm. "Oh, sir. We don't know what to do. They say that it's a rising of the unemployed. They say they're coming here to the precincts. They're throwing stones and breaking windows." He stood up. He found it very difficult to move and the room was not clear before his eyes. He was by the window. It was very dark, but in the direction of the town he could see a flickering glow. Now he could hear very clearly the shouts of many men. He saw figures running across the green. "What?" he began. Then the pain struck him. He was stabbed by the unseen enemy again and again and again. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" he cried. There was a great roar of voices in his ears. The world was up in rebellion. They were coming to seize and destroy him, but he did not care, for already he was stabbed, he was killed, he was slain. "Oh! Oh!" he cried. He screamed, flung up his arms, fell to the ground with a crash. He lay there, dead, his mouth open, a dreadfully obese old man. Chapter 7. October 12th, True Story of an Irresistible Impulse. Elizabeth FURZE was wakened that morning of October 12th by the furious beating of the rain against her windows. She got up and stood in her nightdress, looking out. She shivered. How cold it was and with what relentless power the rain was coming down. She dressed and went in to her mother. "Did the rain wake you?" "To tell the truth, darling, I don't think I've slept at all. I was listening for Michael." "Michael?" "Yes. I went into his room. He was sleeping like a child. I want to get up now." "Oh, mother, why don't you stay in bed this morning? It's such a wet day and cold and horrible." Mrs. FURZE smiled. "No. I must be up and about today. I think perhaps if it clears later on I might go for a little walk." She looked about the room, her eyes seeming to take in everything as though her blindness saw further into her surroundings than did ordinary sight. "We shan't be here much longer." "That's one good thing," she said, nodding her head. Elizabeth, having made breakfast, knocked on her uncle's door. There was no answer. When she looked in there was no one there. She came downstairs to find her mother waiting. "He's gone out, in all this rain," she said. "He had a good night's sleep, anyhow," Mrs. FURZE said. Elizabeth, seeing that she had everything she needed, perceived how, with every day, her mother seemed to gain strength and vigor. Only a year ago what a shadow she had been, how pale and, apparently, submissive. This morning she seemed to shine with some inner light and even happiness, as though she had had some excellent news. She asked for more bacon and then said, very quietly, "When you marry Mr. Bird, Elizabeth, I hope his work will be in some nice place and as far away from here as possible. I would like," she went on, "somewhere very bright so that I can feel the sun on my cheeks. A real garden and plenty of birds. I know we're going to be very happy." "And Uncle Michael?" Elizabeth asked. "What about Uncle Michael?" Mrs. FURZE shook her head. "Poor Michael. Is that the marmalade, darling?" "No. I think after all I'll have some honey this morning." Elizabeth had arranged to meet Mr. Bird at 11 o'clock inside St. James's Church. They had made that their meeting place quite frequently of late. It was close at hand, there was seldom anyone there of a morning, and if someone did come they were not noticed, sitting in a corner and talking. Today their conversation was to be of great importance, for on the previous evening Bird was to have handed in his resignation to Porteous. As she hurried along the few yards to the church she worried as a mother might worry about her child. Jim was so gentle and small and Porteous was such a bully. She thought of Miss Camilla Porteous and her visit. She saw herself standing at her Jim's side and joining in a by no means dignified battle. She could hold her own with Camilla very thoroughly if it came to it. The rain had ceased and a gauzy sun gave an azure light to houses and trees. No one was about. She entered the ugly little church and found Jim Bird waiting for her. She saw at once that he had some very serious news. They went to their accustomed place in the corner of the side aisle behind the pulpit. An old woman was kneeling on the altar steps scrubbing. "What is it, Jim?" Elizabeth asked. "What's happened?" "Terrible things." "Elizabeth, you've got to be brave." Her hand trembled in his. "No. Not about us. Except that we must be married as soon as ever we can." "You spoke to Mr. Porteous?" "Oh yes, of course." "What did he say?" "What could he say?" "I think he's glad to be rid of me. He lectured for almost an hour, but listen, Elizabeth. That isn't an important thing. It's what I've heard this morning. Just now. The organist at St. Paul's told me. The whole town knows." "Knows? Knows what?" He put his arm around her. The old charwoman straightened herself with a groan, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, gave them a look, knelt down again and went on with her scrubbing, making a soft hissing noise. "They know who murdered your father. They have all the evidence at last." "Yes," said Elizabeth. "It seems that there was some little girl, the daughter of a woman, Fanny Clark, who lives in Seaton. She saw it all. She was in the cathedral at the time." "The cathedral?" "Yes. It happened there. She saw your father struck down. Then she slipped away. She doesn't know what happened after that, but she saw enough. She wouldn't speak for a long time, but it seems that Penny Marlow had been kind to her and she got it into her head that Penny's friend, Mr. Lampiron, was suspected, so when she heard this, she told Gurney. They had been pretty sure for a long time but couldn't get the least bit of evidence. He held her a little closer to him. "They will arrest your uncle at any moment." Elizabeth said quietly, "I think I've known for weeks." He scarcely heard her. "What a lucky thing that we're engaged. I have the right to stand by you. You mustn't mind what they say. You'll have to give evidence. You'll be before everyone's eyes. They may say that you and your mother knew of it, encouraged him or something dreadful. You mustn't care, you mustn't mind. We shall be married and go away." "Why, Jim," she said. "You don't know. I've been ostracized all my life long. You've no idea what it's been, for years and years. I've had no friend but mother. Until you came no one spoke to me, no one asked me anywhere. And when I first knew that you cared for me I was so ashamed. I thought it horrible that anyone should join his life to a spoilt one like mine. I remember the shame that I felt at the carol service last Christmas when you came and sat beside me. Do you remember? But love changes everything. I came to understand that you loved me and that it was better for you to have me, whatever anyone thought or said. Besides, I couldn't help it. I belong to you and you to me. So for mother and me this is nothing. But Michael. Oh, where is he? He went out in all this rain. Father drove him to it. Father persecuted him and starved him. Her face quivered. Her eyes were blurred with tears. Have they found father? Do they know what happened? Bird shook his head. It's only what they say in the town, that they haven't found the body. I don't know. The whole town's in a ferment. Last night old Mr. Marlow went down to the river and began to preach in the street. They threw stones at him, and this morning they say Seatown's humming. They've forbidden the town guard to come out tonight lest it should lead to riots. He held her yet more closely to him. They might come to your house, Elizabeth. The seat-owned people, I mean. There's no knowing what they'll do. They both stopped and listened. The old woman moved away from the altar steps and, picking up her brush and pail, went clop-clop down the aisle. The sun faintly shone in through an open window and they could hear two birds twittering on a tree in the graveyard. Elizabeth got up. Michael. Uncle Michael. I must go and find him. Bird drew her down again beside him. Listen, Elizabeth, he said. Before you go, there's one thing I want you to remember. The time will come, perhaps very soon, when we shall be away from here. All your life here will be forgotten. For months this town has been unreal. People have believed absurd things. You yourself in that horrible house have seen ghosts. To myself it's as though the town has been invaded by an invisible army. Haven't you felt that yourself? As though behind every person you met there was a shadow. Even in Porteous house, which heaven knows is real enough, it's so ugly it has to be real, even there, even in that hideous drawing room, I've fancied absurd things, haven't wanted to be alone in there. Soon the town will be normal again, bright sunshine, no ghosts, no ridiculous yellow-faced men with broken necks. And we'll be safe, happy in some place far away from here. You'll have children and I, his voice broke. He bent down and kissed her hand. I worship you next to God. You are part of God to me. You say that you have been alone all your life, so have I been. I didn't think anyone would ever love a commonplace scrap of a man like me. I determined not to want it, not to think about it, to make my life of other things, my duty and so on. But duty's never enough. It oughtn't to be. I longed for love. I prayed to God for it. For love and a home and children. And you love me. I can't ever do enough for you to thank you, to show you what you've done. So remember, if in these next weeks it all seems horrible and people seem cruel, you will remember, won't you, that this isn't our life. Real life is coming and it's going to be wonderful, both of us together. In the early afternoon she began her search. The black clouds had come up again. The sun had gone. Even in certain shops the electric light was shining. People were walking about shivering. Elizabeth went into one shop after another. No one told her anything. Everyone was busy on his or her daily affairs and yet it seemed too that everyone was listening. At the bottom of the high street was Miss Creed's shop. Miss Creed sold Irish linen. She was a little fat round jolly woman and had always been pleasant to Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Miss FURZE. Good afternoon, Miss Creed. I wanted to see some tablecloths, small ones. Certainly, Miss FURZE. A horrible day, is it not? Only 3 o'clock and we've been forced to have the light. Now I wonder if this is the kind of size. Through the window Elizabeth could see a piece of black cloud and the front of the Glebeshire Bank, which shone, under the cloud, with a dull dead light. She could see some leaves and a piece of newspaper blown along by the wind. At any moment Michael might pass down the street. I beg your pardon, Miss FURZE. She recalled herself with an effort. Oh, thank you. That's the kind of size. I wonder whether I might look in tomorrow when I've spoken to my mother. Why, of course. She hurried out. She knew that Miss Creed stood there, staring after her. In Bellamy's it seemed to her that there was a large crowd of completely silent people. Everyone moved about as though in a dream, and this dreamlike effect was increased by the electric light, which has always an unreal dead glitter in the afternoon. The passages between the counters were narrow, and women, stout and thin, children, a solitary man or two, walked slowly as though obeying some order from a director of ceremonies. It resembled a ceremony or one of those modern ballets satirizing daily affairs. The women hesitated, looking at things as they passed, stopping for an instant, then moving on again. But no voices could be heard. It had the effect of a cinematograph picture when the sound apparatus fails, when lips part and there is a ghastly, almost maniacal silence. Among just such a crowd Michael might be moving, avoiding his pursuers. He would press from room to room, upstairs and downstairs, his hat crushed over his eyes, and perhaps when night came he would slip behind a counter and hide. Then, after the doors were locked, he would be alone in the building, with the shoes and the ribbons and the hats and the costumes all waiting for him to surrender himself. Elizabeth felt that she must break the silence. She stopped at a counter. A pale-faced, weary-looking woman with pince-nez attended on her. "Excuse me," and Elizabeth found that she too was lowering her voice, "I wanted some cherry-colored ribbon." The woman produced spools of ribbons. "What a horrible day, is it not? I am sure I don't know what our climate is coming to." "Yes, isn't it dreadful?" A man with a broad back, his head bent, was walking up the stairs to the next floor. "I think," she said, "I'd better bring a piece of the stuff to match the ribbon with. If I may, tomorrow." She hurried towards the staircase. She knew that the woman with the pince-nez was watching her. But when she reached the next floor there was no man there but only the costume department, models with waxen faces, fur coats, sports costumes. Against the black sky that lowered beyond the high windows 2 models of young women with jet-black hair and ghastly faces of shining wax stared at one another relentlessly. There was no one there. Nothing moved. Not a sound to be heard save the stealthy footsteps of those passing up the stairs beyond. The models stared at her like the images of the dead. She thought that one yellow head bent ever so slightly. The neck twisted and the lips moved. Anything was safer than this. Even home. Then she heard the cathedral bells begin to ring for evensong, and at the same time rain began to fall again, spattering the windows with little sharp spiteful flicks. The bells sounded very loud in that long room inhabited only by the wax models. She knew the chimes by heart, of course, and very often she had thought them friendly, reassuring. But now the very idea of the cathedral was horrible to her. And alone there with those electric shining waxen faces she seemed to see for the first time that the cathedral had been responsible for all these events, for Uncle Michael's coming to Polchester, her father's death, the misfortunes of the pageant. The recent nerves of the whole town. She saw her uncle as someone pursued relentlessly, driven on to a certain course of action from the moment of his arrival in Polchester, and the wish that she had had before to protect him was now doubly strong. She hurried down the stairs, through the shop, and here she had the impression that it was full of ghosts who all, turning their yellow necks, stared after her. While the cathedral bells rang from counter to counter as though summoning everyone present to an urgent examination. Down the hill, through the market, into the quiet of the little streets that border the rock, she still heard through the rain that pattered on her umbrella the urgent clatter of the bells. "Come along, we want you. Come along, we want you. Come along, we want you," and then, as she went up the little gritty garden path, they fell into a more dangerous, menacing monotone, "Come, come, come, come. You had better, you had better." When she was inside the house she sighed with relief as though she were safe from some danger. For the next hour she read from Wilkie Collins's Armadale to her mother. She sat there, reading on, and subconsciously she was living in a world strangely compounded of love and fear. She thought of James Bird's words over and over again. "You are part of God to me. I never thought that anyone could love me. We shall be away from here and life will be real again." And although she was in actuality leaning forward, holding the book in one hand, her other resting on the table edge, her arms were around him, her lips caressed his eyes. She heard the little sigh of contentment with which he laid his head against her heart. Love was not a light thing for someone who had longed for it but never hoped for it, whose very act of resignation had so deeply redoubled its strength and truth. They were neither of them spoilt people. Because they had been poor so long they knew that gifts, when they come, are not lightly to be regarded. So she knew what it was to be loved, as she sat reading Armadale. She knew what it was to be afraid also. Now that James Bird was not with her, fear of things inside the house and out of it increased with every beat of the clock. What might they not do to her mother and herself? Mobs were terrifying things. Justice too was terrible. No two human beings anywhere could have been more innocent of any crime than her mother and herself, but for years they had been hated, and now the town would want to be revenged on someone for the weeks of fear and silly apprehension. The escape with her mother and the life with Jim, far away from here, now seemed so heavenly desirable that it must therefore be unrealizable. She would never, God helping her, see a cathedral town again. How quiet and peaceful they appeared with their chiming bells, their walled gardens, their kind old ladies like the Miss Trenchards, their sweet old clergymen. But the past was alive in them, not dead as people supposed, and it was restless, jealous, and could be roused to fury if it were neglected. That's the end of the chapter, mother darling. Well, begin the next, dear. It's so very exciting. It will be tea time in half an hour. Later on they had tea. Darkness had come in, blinds and curtains were drawn, the room had even now a certain life and coziness. Her mother sipped her tea. Mother, Elizabeth said suddenly, they are going to arrest Uncle Michael. Perhaps they've done so already. Mrs. FURZE said, yes, poor Michael. They may come here. We shall have to give evidence. We've already told them all we know, Mrs. FURZE said. But we can tell them all of it again certainly. How did they discover about Michael? It appears a little girl saw them quarreling in the cathedral. Have they found Stephen's body? Mrs. FURZE asked. No. I don't know. Perhaps by now, I haven't heard anything since this morning. I went into the town thinking I might see Michael or hear something about him. No one told me a word. It was horrible. Everyone seemed to be looking and listening. It will be all quiet again, Mrs. FURZE said, when they have found Stephen's body. Although, she went on, it will take more than that to put an end to Stephen. Ghosts aren't easy to settle with. I settled with him years ago. And he knew it. But evil spirits live long. Then she asked for another cup of tea and half an hour more of Armadale if Elizabeth wasn't too tired. She went to bed very early, feeling her way up the stairs. Her door closed with that soft gentle firmness especially hers. Good night, darling. I will see myself to bed. Now don't be anxious. Everything will be for the best. In the passage Elizabeth listened, and as though at that very moment she had been expecting it, there was the sound of the hall door opening. Elizabeth stood at the top of the stair. Michael FURZE stood in the hall. Behind him the door was open and Elizabeth saw the dark arms of a tree wildly waving and could hear the garden gate creaking. A motor horn blew in the distance. Shut the door, she said. She came down to him. Are you wet? Soaking. He was very calm. Wait here. In the dining room. I'll change my clothes and come down to you. Are you hungry? Ravenous. I've had nothing to eat all day. When he came she had arranged for him a cold ham, some fried eggs, a cheese, tea. He sat down, he was in his shirt sleeves. He had put on a clean shirt and his hair was wet as though he had been plunging his head in water. He had also shaved and had nicked himself just under the wing of the nose. This cut annoyed him. He put up his handkerchief to staunch it, but the blood always started to flow again and marked his cheek with a crimson line, a sharp contrast in color with the damp pallor of his nose. Elizabeth sat looking at him. She noticed the almost mad eagerness with which he ate and how he stopped between bites to turn his head and listen. They may come any time, he said suddenly, his mouth full of ham and bread. I know, Elizabeth said. And I'm going to tell you everything if they let me. By God, this cheese is good. Do you know where I've been all day, Elizabeth? No. Up in the Hairy Tower. It's open again. I expected they'd be up there this afternoon but they weren't. No one was there. It's the first time it's been open for weeks and they've had the door unlocked since 3. That's why I expected they'd be there. Why have you been there, Uncle Michael? Elizabeth asked. He stared at her as though he couldn't conceive that she should ask so silly a question. Why, of course, because, then he nodded. Ah, but you don't know. I've got to tell you. Can you listen? A long time maybe. Elizabeth nodded. Yes, as long as you like. All afternoon I've been up there. The bells roar in your ears, the dust gets up your nose. And then I would go out to the gallery and look down. Then I would go back to him and talk to him, and tell him what I think of him and ask him how he likes it. He broke off. Haven't you any jam, Elizabeth? Yes, of course. She got up and soon returned with it. Blackberry and apple, that's good. He spread a chunk of the loaf thickly. He smacked his lips as he ate. He stroked the side of his nose, which gleamed now with sweat. Then he saw on his finger the blood from the cut, and he licked his finger like a child or a wounded animal. He had had enough. He leaned back in his chair, his hands in his trousers pockets, his paunch protruding, and his round face glistening with the sweat that the meal had created. His eyes were sharp and restless, but the face, Elizabeth thought, was pathetic. The lines of the mouth were kind and weak, a misfortune for a man, from the very beginning of his life, to have so prominent a nose and no chin. Yes, he was kindly, amiable, asking to be liked. Also weak, furtive, shiftless. And then she saw, for she was concentrated now entirely upon him, that he was in a rage, a fury of suppressed anger. His lips twitched, his eyes were angry, one hand on the table was clenched. Now that his hunger and thirst were satiated, this rage, a trembling, agitated weak man's rage, was uppermost again. Words poured from him as bubbles quiver on the surface of boiling mud. But between the words his mouth was slackly open, and continually he picked his teeth with his fingers and put up his hand to feel the thin dried streak of blood on his cheek. How long have you known, Elizabeth? It doesn't matter. Everyone's known, perhaps, and just hasn't spoken, not until now. Now they're all going to speak at once, only they're too late. Just a day too late. She saw that with his rage and apprehension there was also a vainglorious boastfulness. These things were strange, all springing together in the heart of a weak, amiable man. Listen, Elizabeth. I want you to know everything, all, everything, from the beginning. You're the only one who's been kind to me. I'm afraid of your mother, always was. The others are only fair-weather friends, round you while you've dough in your pocket, then, no use for you. You're the only one who's been kind, so listen. He stopped for a moment, staring at her. You know, when I first came, I thought you were downright ugly. That's a plain girl, I thought. You don't mind, do you? But as time's gone on you've grown beautiful to me, you have, really. It's in your eyes. You're softer somehow than you used to be. When I first came you were like a woman policeman. Know what I mean? Get out of here. No loitering here. Now, if you did your hair a bit differently you'd be mighty attractive. And I know. I've seen plenty of women the world over. Elizabeth smiled. That's all right, Uncle Michael. Don't mind me. Perhaps we haven't much time. No. You're right. Perhaps we haven't. She was thinking, this man murdered my father. He's a hunted criminal. At any moment they'll be coming for him. But I'm calmer, quieter than I've been for weeks. Perhaps it will be the same with everybody now. He leaned across the table and touched her hand with his. Listen, Elizabeth. You've got to get this right. I'm not a bad man. You don't think I am, do you? No, I don't think you are, she said. Its religion has been the undoing of me. If I hadn't been a religious man I wouldn't be in the spot I am. I've always wanted to do good to my fellows. That's been my great idea. And I've believed in God. Churches and cathedrals, you can't fancy the appeal they've had for me. Stronger than women. Really? That doesn't sound natural, does it? But it's true. Where I did wrong was to come here at all. I ought never to have come to this town. And then to sell the crucifix. That was the other wrong thing I did. He paused and listened. They both listened. It's nothing, Elizabeth said. Is it raining? No. I don't think so. That's good. He went on. I want you to understand me, Elizabeth. I'm weak, I guess. Weak because I'm religious and want people to like me. As soon as you care whether people like you or no, you're weak. And I came to this town thinking I was going to be liked. I've been wandering around for years with no home, and now I thought, I'll have a home, and maybe I'll marry and I'll have children and we'll all go to the cathedral on a Sunday. That's the picture I had in my mind. Then I recollected that Stephen lived here, and although we hadn't loved one another when we were kids, still I thought, sure, it will be all right now. The mistake I made, Elizabeth, was having no money. You ought never to go to relations when you haven't any money. They don't respect you. And to get some money I sold the crucifix in the first hour I was in the town. That was the only wrong thing I did. Everything followed from that. Way I figure it is I was Judas-like, betraying the thing I cared for most in the world. Better I'd sold the shirt off my back than that crucifix, and there was the cathedral just over the grass watching me as I did it. Nothing was right from that moment. The way I look at it is that if you haven't any sense of religion inside you, why, you're not insulting anybody if you pay no attention to it, but if you have some of it, why, then you've got to act straight by it. Having it as I've always had it makes you different from ordinary people, I mean. I was different, and I ought to have behaved up to it. But I didn't. That was where I had to suffer. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed. 7:45, Michael said. I'll be going out again later. The house was so still about them that the tap of a branch against the window halfway up the stairs was very clear. They had left the door of the dining room ajar so that they might know if anyone was at the hall door. Elizabeth went to the door and listened for her mother. Sometimes when her mother couldn't sleep she called to her to come up to her. There was something slightly ludicrous, slightly menacing about her mother's calm. Or was it only that the real world seemed so unreal to her now that she didn't think about it any more? She put out her hand and touched her uncle's, which was cold with damp perspiration. Don't go out again, she said. Finish telling me and then go to bed. Don't go out again. His rage with something or somebody, not herself, surged up again. Of course I'm going out. There are things to be done. You wait and see, Elizabeth. They shan't have it all their own way. So, listen. You know what happened. I sold the crucifix, or rather I rented it to that man Klitsch for £50. I had the money, if I'd got a job all would have been well. I'd have had the crucifix back, gone to live on my own, married a nice girl. But your father saw to that. He saw I didn't get a job. That was the second mistake I made, coming here to live. What I did it for I can't imagine. That first sight of your father told me everything, that we hated one another just as we did when we were kids, more, much more. I'm different from your father. I can't bear to be hated. I'm too soft-hearted altogether, I guess. There was a Norwegian captain I served under. He hated me. He was thin and brown with a cast in his eye. How he did hate me, that man. And how miserable I was. I used to cry in my bunk just because he hated me so. And I used to dream of killing him, strangling him, knocking him on the head, not because I hated him but because he hated me. To get him out of the way so I wouldn't be hated anymore. Anyone who hates me has got a kind of power over me. I go weak inside. It was different with your father, though. I hated him as much as he hated me, the mean, lousy, son of a bitch. But then he liked to be hated. It made him proud thinking I hated him. He'd rather I hated him than not. Then you know what he did. He waited till my money was gone. Then he caught me as a spider catches a fly. I hadn't any energy anymore. I was ashamed to go about looking for jobs now, when only a week or two before I was treating everyone to drinks. And he kept me, starved me, possessed me. I couldn't get him out of my mind, Elizabeth. I reckon you don't know what it is to have someone on your mind, morning and night, never to be clear of them. I ought to have gone away. You told me to and offered me money. You were the only one who was kind to me. But I hadn't the pluck. I hadn't been eating enough and I wasn't sleeping and I couldn't get your father out of my head, and I knew, wherever I was, he'd still be in my head. So long as he was alive. If he was dead it would be better. That was the first time I began to think of how much better it would be if he was dead. There were plenty of others thinking the same thing. Then came the night of the service in the cathedral. You know, Elizabeth, the carols. That was the third mistake I made. I was sitting there, listening to the carols, thinking how swell the cathedral was, all the history that had gone into it, the artists and the saints and the soldiers, yes. And feeling pretty miserable too because I was hungry and knew none of them would lend me any money, although they'd been glad enough to be friendly when I had some. This, Elizabeth thought, constantly irritates him. He returns to it again and again. So I sat there, loving the cathedral and hating everything else, when I knew that he was telling me to come back to the house. That's when I ought to have fought him, Elizabeth. That's the mistake I made. He was shaking with excitement. He banged the table with his fat fist. The sweat stood out in beads on his nose. If I'd fought him then I'd never have had to fight him again. It would have been easy. I'd have known I could master him, I wouldn't have been frightened any more. But I couldn't manage it, it was too much. I left the cathedral. I almost ran to the house, came in, went up to his room. He was waiting for me. He sneered, he baited me, then he showed me the crucifix. He had bought it from Klitsch. I hadn't the money to redeem it. He bought it to tease me, to drive me mad, just to show me the power he had. It must have hurt him to pay so much for it. He can't have liked that, but that just shows how he enjoyed seeing me squirm. All the same, it was that evening, Christmas Eve, when he first began to be afraid of me. Oh, not very much. He was too conceited for anything, Stephen was, and he used to boast he wasn't afraid of anyone in the world. That was right. He wasn't. All the same, after that evening he began to wonder whether he wasn't driving me too far. I could see him wondering. Knowing that made me want to do something to him. He had all that power over me, at the same time I could see him speculating about me and that stirred me a bit. I'll give you something to wonder about. I'd say over and over in my own room, because I'd got the habit by that time of talking aloud to myself. Yes, I had, Elizabeth, and a bad habit it is too. Yes, I know, Elizabeth said. Mother and I often heard you. It's a kind of relief when you're shut off from other people as I was. I was shut off by him. I couldn't get into touch with anybody, he was always there, in between. That's why it's a relief to be talking like this now. I haven't really spoken to anyone for months. And there's plenty of time this evening. They won't be needing me yet. Well, the idea grew in me, of being rid of him. There was nothing wicked in that. Everyone in the town would be glad. I'd be doing a public service. Anyone would. I'd think about it and think about it, walking up and down my room. I guess my health was a bit undermined by this time. I used to wonder at first how you and your mother could live on eating so little. But now I understood. After a while you don't want it although you still need it. And then I couldn't sleep. That was the worst. I'd lock my door but all the same he'd be in my room, or I'd fancy he was. I got into the way of thinking that bars and locks and bolted doors meant nothing to him, and I still think it. Not till he's been properly buried, but that's for later. I'd talk to myself by the hour as to how I could get the crucifix back. It was driving me mad, just as he intended, because you see I'd thought all the time that I'd committed a kind of sacrilege selling it to Klitsch, and now it was a sacrilege, a far worse sacrilege, Stephen having it, insulting it, mocking at it. And the crucifix there in his room, patiently suffering it all because I'd sold it. I tell you I felt like Judas, Elizabeth. I'd betrayed everything I believed in. As I said, it's nothing if you don't, it's everything if you do. If I did sleep I had terrible dreams. I'm not trying to make excuses for myself, but bad dreams pull a man down worse than anything. There was one dream I had that went all over the town after, about a yellow-faced man with a broken neck coming out of the cathedral. It doesn't mean much as you say it, dreams don't mean anything anyway. But I had the feeling that someone had come out of the cathedral to punish me for selling that crucifix. I've imagined things all my life. I remember once in Montevideo, but never mind that now. He stopped, clearing his throat. They both listened, but there was no sound save the ticking of the clock and the tapping, through the open door, of the branch on the window. That was louder now, and Michael said, "The wind's getting up." He was much quieter now than when he had started, and he was taking great pleasure in telling his story. Then there came all the talk about the pageant. That seemed to me a worse kind of sacrilege than selling the crucifix. Most pageants don't matter. They're silly things at the best, from the flurry dance to crowning a king in Westminster. But I tell you, Elizabeth, here he banged the table with his fist, it's dangerous fooling with the past. I've never had many brains nor any education, but I know that much. You can't be sure enough whether anyone's really dead or not. There's plenty thought to be alive, far more dead than those supposed to be dead. Anyway, the pageant stirred me up and, strangely enough, it stirred Stephen up too. It offended his pride. He wanted to boss the town. There's no doubt he wanted that more than anything else in the world. And here was something with which he had nothing to do, had no power over. He had no power over the cathedral if it came to that, and I think he was just beginning to realize that. That was why he liked to put the screw on poor old Mr. Marlow and that assistant at Bellamy's who sings in the choir. While he was bullying them he could feel he was putting the cathedral in its place, if you get me. He had a grandeur mania. It was growing stronger all the time. He knew that everyone hated him and that everyone feared him. That pleased him to death. But he knew too that one day, driven by an irresistible impulse, someone like Leggett or Lampiron or myself might do him in. That gave him pleasure too, but at the same time he didn't want to die. I know just how he felt. He liked people to hate him enough to want to kill him, but all the same he didn't want to be killed. At the same time I think his grandeur mania had come to this, that he didn't think he could be killed, and that even if he was done in he would still be there. And perhaps he's right. Who knows? In any case nothing could have pleased him more than to dominate the town the way he has done these last months. I have done him that service. Wait. Elizabeth said. She got up and went to the window and opened it. Very clearly could be heard, brought up on the rising wind, the sound of human voices. Something is happening in Sidon, she said. Michael jumped to his feet. Yes. Yes. They've started. It's as I planned. His fat body shook with excitement. He caught Elizabeth's arm. Here. Sit down beside me. There's not much time. I must tell you what happened. That day, it was the day before the pageant opened, he did everything as I wanted it. And yet I hadn't planned a single thing. You must believe me in that, Elizabeth. I hadn't planned a single thing. That afternoon about 4 o'clock I was at Arden Gate, I was there watching the preparations, feeling bloody miserable, hungry. I saw Klitsch there and one of the old women from Mrs. Cool's. Klitsch asked me in to have a cup of tea, and I can't tell you, Elizabeth, how I wanted to go. Toast, crumpets, seed cake. I tell you my mouth just dribbled. But because he sold Stephen the crucifix I wouldn't have anything to do with him. I hung around, went into the cathedral, saw Braund the verger and his boy. They were just finishing evensong. When they'd finished I came out with the crowd. It must have been about 4:45 then, and thunder showers came on. It poured like the deluge. So I went into the cathedral again to wait till it was over. There was no one there by that time, no one I could see, although I now know that that child, Fanny Clark's little girl, was there and Rhonda up in the choir. I thought I was alone, until suddenly Stephen was there. Right there in front of me, his grey overcoat dripping with rain, soaked to the skin he must have been. He must have been as surprised to see me as I was him. He just stared. He'd come in for shelter I suppose. Anyway, everyone knows that the last person who'd seen him was Klitsch, seen him standing in the rain, staring in at his window. And there we were, quite alone as we thought in that cathedral, staring at one another, and the thunder banging on the roof as though they were dropping cartloads of bricks. I tell you, Elizabeth, I hadn't had a thought in my head but just that I was miserable and lonely. All the same, as soon as I saw him I shook all over. It was an irresistible impulse. That was what it was, an irresistible impulse. His lip curled. He said, "Praying again, Michael." And those were the last words he ever uttered. We were in the side aisle near the King Harry door. No one could see us, not from the choir nor the nave. That little girl must have been so close to us we could have heard her breathing. Not that I'd have cared just then if there'd have been 1,000 people. I just saw the figure of my dream, for Stephen's face was a kind of shiny yellow, wet with the rain, and his head was on one side, him sneering at me. I only saw that neck. I only knew that I hated him more than anything that ever was, alive or dead. I caught his neck in my hands. He gave one cry, and then I twisted it. I can feel the hard thin bones yet and the skin dry but damp with the rain. His eyes went round in his head, showing the whites. His mouth opened and his tongue came out, a furry grey it was. I had my knee in his stomach and I squeezed and I twisted and I squeezed. His head lolled over just as it did in the dream, and his tongue stuck out, and his body was as limp as though all the bones had turned to putty. He crumpled to the floor and his old bowler hat was lying there. He was as dead, Elizabeth, as a dead dog. Elizabeth said nothing. She sat as though she were listening for somebody or something. "Do you hear anything?" he asked. Yes. The window was open and the air very cold. Neither of them felt it. To Elizabeth it was as though she were sitting in blazing heat. "Well, there I was," he went on. "I'd no time to lose. My chief feeling was pride. He'd bullied and tortured me for months and now I'd wrung his yellow neck. That's all I felt, and a very pleasant feeling it was. But something had to be done. I saw the door of the Harry Tower right in front of me. I went and tried the handle. By a miracle the handle turned and the door opened. I say a miracle because it was always locked and Braund the verger kept the key. Perhaps he'd been taking some visitors up the tower, gone home for his tea, forgetting to lock it. Or maybe they'd been having a last survey before they shut it up altogether. That very evening they closed it because of the dry rot and it's never been opened since till today. No one's been up there yet though, or not until I left it this afternoon. I hadn't time to think of reasons. I just pulled dear brother Stephen through the door and up those stairs. That was a job, I can tell you. They're narrow and twisty and dark. But I bumped his head on the stone, Elizabeth. With every bump I paid him out a bit. I dragged him with one hand and carried his old bowler in the other. I was sort of drunk or mad. I fancy I was singing. I don't know, but I fancy I was. I dragged him past the whispering gallery up into the little room above. That's a strange little room, Elizabeth. I know because I've been living there ever since. It's small and empty, smelling of straw and mice. It's smelling of other things now too. I know, because I've been there all afternoon. Don't mind what I say, Elizabeth. Don't shrink from me. You've always been so kind. I'm not mad, Only excited because the end's come at last, the end to me and Stephen and everything and everybody. It's time it did, because it's a rotten world, should be wiped out and started all over again. Well, it's a funny little room. No one ever in it till Stephen and I came there. One side is open and railed in so that you shan't fall over. A fine fall that would be. You can look down and see the nave, miles below you, it seems, with the people like ants. Makes you think poorly of human nature seeing them so small. Fine when the lights are on and the pillars and buttresses rising out of the gold haze. Oh! The cathedral's a grand place, Elizabeth, and proud too. It knows what to do if it's neglected or insulted. That's what I kept on telling Stephen today. Come and look, Stephen, I said. Come and lean over and see the lights. We could hear the organ and the choir singing, Stephen and I, although he can't hear as much as 3 months ago because there are ants now crawling in his ear, yellow ants, and worms in his eye. Don't you move, Elizabeth. You'd better not move because although you've been always kind to me you've got to do what I tell you. She didn't move, but her hands gripped the edge of the table. He never took his eyes from her face and yet he seemed not to see her. His eyes had a stare of pitiful appeal, but his face now was brutal and cruel. He looked at her as though he might, at any moment, spring at her throat. He seemed also as though he were now beyond brain control and knew it, and was in despair, also as though he were triumphantly, madly exultant. And now I must hurry, there's no time at all. On the other side of the little room, up against the wall, there's a drop. The wooden floor doesn't come to the wall. There's a drop there. Down there I dumped Stephen. Yes. He piled up there like a sack of rubbish, his head where I'd twisted it all on one side. What I thought I'd do was, the next night I'd come along and pick him up and take him out and drop him into that well there is on the other side of the cathedral. No one ever would have found him, no, sir, never and never. How was I to know they were going to shut the place up that very night, shut it up, too, without ever going up to see whether anyone had left anything? If I'd stayed there any longer I'd have been locked up there myself. A fine figure I'd have been, shouting down from the whispering gallery, asking them to come up and find me and Stephen. It was old Braund's mistake. I guess he was excited about the pageant next day and forgot. So I just went home. I saw 2 people on the way, though. When I was in the nave again, there was an old woman lodged at Mrs. Cool's, Mrs. Dickens I found out her name was afterwards. Well, she gave me a look. Don't worry, Elizabeth, I'm not going to move unless you move. Here we are, the 2 of us, and old Mrs. Dickens in paradise. Don't be afraid. She won't come back. There was only one other thing. In the market I stopped by the old man, Call, that had a stall there. He was blind, you know, like your mother. But I wanted to stop. I was gay. I was happy, Elizabeth. Because now the crucifix was mine again and Stephen was dead, or I thought he was. So I stopped and spoke to the old man. So he touched my hand and he said, "Where's your brother? What have you done to your brother? He was talking to me this afternoon." That would give you a turn, wouldn't it, Elizabeth? Just after you'd killed a man. It happens that way sometimes. When you've killed one man you've got to kill another, just to keep him quiet. So, weeks later, I had to push him down the rock, an irresistible impulse. Passing, seeing him standing there. Because what right had they to hunt me down? I hadn't done any wrong. They all hated Stephen. You know they did. If I'd known that little girl was going to talk. He rubbed his hands together. It's all logical if you look at it. One thing follows another. It was very clear now, carried to them on the wind, the confused shouting of voices. Elizabeth half rose. "Don't move, Elizabeth. I told you not to move. It's nearly ended. There's very little more to tell." "What is there to tell?" "Stephen drove them on to hunt me, Lampiron, Leggett, Gurney, that fat cannon ronder, call, young canless, lanky moon. He seemed to fall for a moment into a kind of trance, reciting the names. Lanky, Leggett, Lampiron. No. It wasn't Stephen. He was used. The cathedral used him to destroy me because I sold the crucifix. Do you understand that, Elizabeth? Do you understand that? That I'm not my own master, that we none of us are when the cathedral takes a hand, that I must do what it says, when he comes out of the cathedral door with his neck broken. I broke it, Elizabeth, I broke it, then we all run away and hide. We listen with bated breath. We dare not speak above a whisper. But he catches us just the same, and he strikes us down one by one, Stephen and the Braund woman and old Call, and soon it will be my turn, and yours perhaps, Elizabeth, yours, my dear. He had got up and come over to her side of the table. He knelt down, laying his head on her lap. I've been hunted. They've never left me alone and I'm tired and worn out. I give it up. I'll show them where Stephen is. They're coming for him. Listen. They both moved to the open window, and as they did so the crowd turned the corner by St. James's Church. There was a thin watery moon, green-colored. The clouds had cleared from the sky, leaving it a smoky gray with a silver star or two. This faint opalescent light made it seem as though all the movement, which was sharp and active in the wind, were under water. They were marching in some kind of order. At the procession's head men walked four abreast, but as they passed they became more ragged, wilder, and soon the air was filled with shouts, fragments of the red flag. There were many women, a number of children. Suddenly Michael climbed the windowsill and dropped into the little garden. He stood there, swaying on his feet. He rocked like a drunken man, as though he might pitch over and lie prone. But he steadied himself. He turned towards the room and very quietly said, "Goodbye, Elizabeth." Then he went to the gate, unlatched it, and was lost in the crowd, making towards the town. That was the last glimpse of him she was ever to have. Chapter 8. October 12th, Climax to the Crucifix. There was no meeting of any public kind that evening in Seaton as Gurney and his men had been expecting. They had been waiting for something all the last week. Extra police had been drafted into the town, the specials had been warned, even the town guard, which Gurney had forbidden to meet, had been told that they might, in a crisis, be needed. On that day, October 12th, Gurney felt that the crisis to everything had arrived. The murderer of Stephen FURZE would have been arrested on the afternoon of that day were it not that there were still a few investigations to be made in the cathedral and elsewhere. The body of Stephen FURZE had not yet been discovered. Nevertheless for himself, Gurney, the damnable weeks of suspense were over. He would be able to speak to Lord St. Leath on friendly terms again. He was a slow man but sure, and, as he told Mrs. Gurney, let them try their games. I only wish they would. This thing's like a boil. It's got to burst, which Mrs. Gurney thought a very handsome parable. It did burst, but not at all as Gurney expected. At 7 o'clock that evening there was not a soul stirring either in Riverside or Daffodil Street. By 7:45 the whole of the Seaton district was crowded with people. The moon was out by then, the sky was clear, and there was a boisterous wind. The policeman on duty in Seaton reported that there was a big silent crowd of men, women and children in Riverside Street, most of them armed with sticks and rough weapons. These policemen were ordered to report at once at headquarters, which they did. It was as though the Pole had overflowed into Riverside Street, transforming itself into human beings, so closely packed, so silent was that crowd. Presently Tom Call and a number of his friends appeared. He addressed the crowd from the front of the Dog and Pilchard. He spoke very much more quietly than was his custom. He said that for a long time past the real citizens of Polchester had received great injustice. Who were the real citizens? Not the parsons nor the society swells nor the shopkeepers in the high street, but the men and women who lived in humble homes and did the drudgery and bore the burden and heat of the day. What was their lot? They searched for work and found none. They had a bare subsistence thrown at them like dogs and were expected to go on their knees for it. Meanwhile the clergy spent thousands of pounds on a show which ended by their being the mock of the whole of England. If the money that had been wasted on that blasted pageant had been spent on the Polchester unemployed, how many women and children might now have enough to eat, a comfortable place to sleep? They had been very patient, and what had they received in return? Some among them had been arrested for no rhyme or reason. On the other hand, there had been 2, possibly 3, murders in the town within a few weeks and no arrests made. One of the victims had been his own brother, but he would say nothing about that here. He could deal with that little matter himself. They all knew that the town was in a bad way, everyone at loggerheads, the cathedral people old and dottery, police obsolete, townsmen squabbling, that no one knew who would be murdered next, and of course all the disorder was charged on Seaton. What had Seaton to do with it? Exactly nothing. Seaton sat quietly, obediently waiting while its most respectable citizens, like the landlord of the public house in front of which he was standing, were ruthlessly seized and carried off. Well, they had been patient long enough. It was time that they made a protest, and tonight they would show that in one town at least in England men and women refused to be enslaved, beaten, imprisoned, starved without a struggle. They were law-abiding, decent people. All they wished was to state their case, and that they now would do on the steps of the town hall, at the door of the cathedral itself if need be. They would dig out old Stephen FURZE's ghost and get it to show some of the swells in Polchester where they got off. Anyway, they were tired of all the nonsense of the last months. They would show the people of Polchester that Seaton meant something and that in future the wishes and needs and sufferings of Seaton people must be attended to. No one apparently knew it at the time, but it became clear after that Romney was present in the crowd. Some weeks later he described it to Mary Bassett. "What were you doing there?" she asked him suspiciously. "How did you know that anything was going to happen?" "Darling, it's my business to know. My only use in this world is to be a kind of news carrier. Not a very honorable job." "Oh, honorable, darling. What an old-fashioned word. I'm surprised at you." Nevertheless I was there. It was a strange enough sight too. They were all so quiet. There was scarcely a murmur while Tom Call was speaking. "I've seen him drive them into a frenzy, but on that night they didn't want to waste their breath. The moon looked sick and the river looked sicker, and there they all were, packed as tight as sardines. Where did they all come from? No one knew, not even Romney. The last riot in Polchester, the only other one within anyone's living memory, had been on that night nearly 30 years before when Harmer John had been killed. That had been a small affair compared with this present one, but on that occasion as on this men and women had appeared from nowhere. Under that opalescent moon it did not seem too unreal to suppose that old long-dead ruffians of the past Seaton life were mingling in that crowd, restless, rebellious ghosts, always ready for a tussle again. So that it seemed to them only a moment of time since the river battle of the pirate ships, the fight for the Rock, the smugglers' battles in King George's day, the riots of the Reform Bill. Once the margin of the river had run with blood and the bodies had been piled so high where the old mill is now that the stench from them had reached the none too fastidious nostrils of the cathedral monks. Over and over again it had been the battle between the Seaton outlaws and the cathedral priests. Tonight once more that old warfare was renewed. When Tom Call had finished speaking, the crowd slowly began to move. Very definite arrangements must have been made, for soon they were marching in pretty good order, for abreast, up Bridge Street. Another proof of the power that Tom Call exercised was the wonderful silence. Coming up from the river, in that faint moonlight, it was as though a big scale-backed mastodon raised its head from the marshy banks and began to coil up the hill towards the Rock. The cathedral bells chimed 8 o'clock just as the head of the procession reached the small square with the Queen Victoria monument. This was apparently their first work of destruction. The Queen was represented, as she so often was, seated on a stone chair wearing her crown and carrying a scepter. It was a very ugly and misshapen statue. In a very short time Victoria's head was in the road, her squat but dignified body tumbled to pieces. It was at this moment that the crowd began to express a kind of indignant life, and it was at this moment that the town awoke to what was occurring. At 8 o'clock most citizens were in their own homes. Queues had formed outside the Arden and the Grand cinemas for the program that began at 8:15. At the Arden, they were showing Henry VIII. With Charles Lawton, at the Grand, Tugboat Annie with Marie Dressier and Wallace Beery. At the Old Philharmonic in Queen Anne Street the Polchester Choral Society were giving a performance of Iolanthe. At the YMCA in Pontypridd Square there was a concert for the Young Women's Friendly, and Porteous was in the chair. The only other gathering of any note was the meeting of the Shakespeare Society at Canon Cronin's. They were to read Julius Caesar. Gassali was to be Brutus, the Archdeacon Mark Antony, Dale Caesar. They were all gathered together in the Cronin drawing room, standing about, chatting and looking at their parts once again to make sure that no tiresome indecencies had escaped their attention, when Mrs. Cronin's maid, Bertha, forgetting for once her careful training, ran into the drawing room exclaiming, "Oh, Mum! We're all to be murdered. They're rioting down at the market something fearful." Up at the castle, Lord and Lady St. Leith had been at dinner some quarter of an hour, a very quiet and domestic meal, the two of them alone in the great dining room, the candles on their small table illuminating one patch of polished floor and panelled wall. It happened that at that moment when 8 struck on the chiming clock in the hall, St. Leith was speaking of Gurney. "I don't know what's come to the feller. I always knew he was slow, of course, but then I'm slow myself. But the months have gone by and the murderer's still at large. It's damned uncomfortable having somebody hangin' around ready to cut your throat. I don't know what's happened to Gurney. A good bird this, Joan, and cooked to a T. I'm sure Gurney's doing his best, Johnny. They can't find the body, that's the trouble." The telephone rang. The butler went, and returning murmured, "Inspector Gurney on the telephone, my lord." "Well, I'm damned," St. Leith said. "He was away for some time. Your food's getting cold, darling." "Never mind the food. What do you think? It's come at last." "What's come?" "Russian Revolution. Stalin is in the marketplace surrounded by a yelling mob. The ghost of old FURZE is hanging from a lamppost." He bent down and kissed her cheek. "Seriously, dearest, I must go. The seat owners have broken out, as everyone expected they would. We'll have that fellow Call in jail in an hour's time. A riot. Here. In Polchester. Yes, it's happened before, you know, and will happen again, so long as we leave Seaton standing. I must be off. Old Gurney sounds quite elated. I'll ring up from the town hall." After he was gone Jonas T. Leith sat, waiting and listening. So before she had waited, all those years ago, on Jubilee night. She was thinking of her husband, not her father, seeing, in the town library, an indignant young man with a bulldog and he was crying out, "But this is scandalous, Miss Milton. If Miss Brandon ordered the book she must have it. My mother can wait." She smiled. What a wonderful success their marriage had been. What a lot she had to be thankful for. She went to the window, opened it, and stood there listening. At the St. Leith Hotel, as the gong sounded for the 8 o'clock dinner, Bellamy, Aldridge, completing his second year as mayor, Crispangle and Carris were sitting down to a men's 4 at bridge. They had played bridge together at the St. Leith once a week for years. "So it's Mike FURZE," Bellamy said, lighting his pipe. "I always knew it," Crispangle said. "Well, it clears poor old Lampiron. That was always fantastic anyway. The only thing is, they haven't found the body yet. You can't try a man for murder without the body, can you?" "No," Crispangle stretched his arms and yawned. "The damnable part of all this nonsense is that it's bad for business. I've never had a worse beginning of a season, what with these 2-penny libraries springing up in March Street and Denver Street, and the foul book societies, and novelists writing 1,000,000 words a day. Books have gone to the devil. Aldrich, who looked very green about the gills, said, "What I say is that all this nervousness murders the digestion. There's my boy goes out every night with the town guard, and his mother not sleeping because she's expecting him to be killed every minute. And I'm weak, weak as butter. There I was last night knowing pork plays the devil with me. And what do I go and do?" Someone was standing in the doorway. "You're wanted on the phone, Mr. Aldrich." The mayor got up and left the room. Karras said, "I'm taking the wife and girls for a cruise. I'm sick of the way things have gone here this summer. That trick of O'Hara's, well, I don't mind confessing to you boys that I'd have cut off my right hand." He stopped and began to shuffle the cards. Karras is not the man he was, Crispangle thought, got Mrs. Braund on his conscience. I bet he had a few words to say to his lady wife on the subject. Aldrich was in the room again. He was breathless with his news. "I've got to go. They're rioting down in the market." Bellamy and Karras jumped up. "Rioting? Who are? Who do you think?" "A mob come up from Seaton. I've got to be at the town hall." "My God!" Crispangle said. "So it's come." Karras laughed. "Something definite at last, thank the Lord. We'll go with you and support you, James." They all hurried out together, leaving the cards deserted on the green cloth. The town was stirring. From the dignified houses in the precincts, Orange Street, Arden Square, to the old survivals of Pontypridd Square, Cannon's Yard, Norman Row, through the now dark empty shops of Bellamy's, Smith's, Polruddens the genteel hairdressers, Mellick's the pastrycook's, Cooper's art gallery, the library, to the slums and degradations of Bridge Street and Tontine Bridge, Daffodil Street, Mire Street, the brick and mortar, the worm-eaten boards, the flaky plasters, the iron and steel doorknobs, and window ledges, old brick chimneys and the fine panelled walls of 18th-century elegances, everywhere the whisper ran. "We are in danger again. There is trouble once more. Fire and smoke are abroad. Hold on. Hold fast. We are in danger, in danger." If you listened you could hear strange murmurs carried by the rising wind. For example, it was remembered afterwards by many people that the bells of St. James's began to ring at 8 o'clock. St. James's had a very musical peal, and this was simply the weekly evening practice of the bell-ringers. But it was known that old Marlow had been found preaching like a madman in Riverside Street, so it was supposed at once that he had ordered the peal as a kind of crazy danger signal to the town. The wind rose to almost gale force on this particular night. This was the night when the Vesper was wrecked off Hester Point and 9 lives lost. A romantic imagination might suppose that many of the old houses in Pontypridd Square and Cannon's Yard were creaking and groaning in fear. But in actual fact 2 chimney-pots came down in Pontypridd Square and a number of tiles were blown off the roof of Miss Bennet's cathedral shop, No. 3 Norman Row. Klitsch himself afterwards said that never in the whole of his life before had he known houses quiver and shake in the wind as the Norman Row buildings on that stormy night. They were very ancient, some of them going back to the 16th century. It may well be believed that the old ladies in Mrs. Coates, No. 10, were frightened, especially when the mob reached the Cathedral Green. Mrs. Coole herself, very far from terror, played a marked part in the last stages of the affair. When the crowd reached the marketplace it was clearly astonished at meeting no opposition. There was not a sign of a policeman anywhere. The mob, which had now the concerted emotions and passions of one person, had to make up its mind as to what it was there to do. One impulse had been an appeal to the mayor at the town hall, another to release Lanky Moon and young Canless from the jail, yet another to burn down Hadaway's house as a warning to him to leave Seaton alone. Yet another was to be some kind of assault on the clergy, and it was here, in the marketplace, that 2 effigies were produced, one a clumsy and insulting attempt at Mrs. Braund riding a stuffed clothes horse, the other the image of a clergyman in a white stiff collar and gaiters. But it was here also that 3 men suddenly stood up on a board raised on trestles and held aloft an image of Stephen FURZE. Seen there in the moonlight, the resemblance was almost horrible. The usurer had been thin enough in real life, and there he was, his head on one side under his soup plate bowler, his long grey overcoat flapping against the stake on which the head was stuck. The effigy was blown hither and thither by the wind and seemed to have a ghastly life of its own. Against this was fastened a board on which was printed in capital letters, "We demand the murderer." The unexpected sight of this effigy seemed to rouse the crowd, which now filled the whole of the marketplace, to riotous energy. Tom Call jumped on to the board beside the other men and cried out, "Friends! In this marketplace my brother for many years quietly carried out his peaceful business. He was foully murdered. No steps have been taken to avenge him. They threaten to pull down our homes, to destroy our livelihoods. They take our savings to fill the paunches of the lazy greedy parsons up there on the hill. You know that old man in front of whose image I'm standing. He was the wickedest and greediest old swine this town has ever known. He tried to bleed many of us to death. Well, someone has done him in, but until his murderer is caught and hanged his ghost refuses to be laid. As the police are incompetent, I suggest we go and catch the murderer for them. It's time we stood up for our rights, and old FURZE shall see that we get M." A great roar of laughter went up at this, and then shouts and cries of rage. The crowd was quite suddenly violently alive. It had gone so far that it must now go further. It also now became clear for the first time that much liquor had been distributed. Several old women were dancing about, quite shamelessly drunk, and the leader of them, the noisiest and most violent, was Mrs. Canlis, the mother of young Canlis, a very unpleasant sight, an old skinny woman, holding up her skirts, a bonnet on one side of her head, dancing about, singing and shouting about her son and screaming for murder. It was now beyond question that the more serious men in the affair saw that they must go the whole way. Whither that would lead them they could not know, and it is probable that 1 or 2 of the fanatics, Otley of the billiard saloon, and Sandy Lugg, a half-crazed old-clothes man who had once been a local Methodist preacher, really fancied that this might be the beginning of a rising all over England. Why not? Stranger things had happened. One thing led to another. What could Gurney and his policemen do against numbers like these? Once fire the town hall and 1 or 2 other important buildings and they would frighten everyone into some sort of surrender. There is no doubt that the effigy of FURZE had a great effect on the crowd. They had hated that figure so violently when he was alive that hatred roused again by the sight of him passed on, wave after wave, to other objects, Hathaway, Mrs. Braund, Lampiron, Gurney, anyone you pleased. The destruction of that night actually began with the breaking of the windows of Cooper's art gallery, and it was here that Leggett, of all people in the town, was the first unexpected victim. In many later summaries of these events, the entire sequence from the arrival of Michael FURZE in Polchester to the climax of the riots, a quite disproportionate amount of importance was given to Leggett. Had he but known it, his vanity would most certainly have been flattered. This little ugly bald-headed vicious rat of a coward. The theory was that first he had been behind Stephen FURZE in everything, and secondly, he was, afterwards, the principal inspirer of Lanky Moon and Call. This all unquestionably ranks him too high. Leggett was an important element in this story, not because he was himself effective, but because, in his vanity, eagerness for power, jealousy, meanness and viciousness, he stirred up everywhere the passions of his neighbors. It is not the strong who are dangerous in this world but the weak. It is the weak who inspire strong men to attempt what the weak have not strength to accomplish. Had Leggett lived in Russia he would have been a useful member of the Ogpu. As it was, Stephen and Michael FURZE, Tom Call and Lanky Moon, Marlow, Elizabeth, many another, behaved as they did partly because Leggett failed to behave as he wanted to. In any case, his hope of cutting an important figure in the world ended abruptly, there and then, in front of Cooper's art gallery. There is no doubt, from what he said to Call on the afternoon of that same day, but that he had lived in a considerable state of terror during that last week. It seemed that he had for some obscure reason suddenly become convinced that Stephen FURZE had not been murdered but was almost at once returning from a hiding place in the country. This thought of FURZE's return convulsed him with terror. He would have left Polchester that same afternoon were it not that Simon, FURZE's lawyer, kept him there with some threat or another. There was no dirty work of Legate's of which Simon was not aware. Or it may have been that Legate could not bear to leave Polchester without bringing off some kind of revenge against Lampiron. That moment when Lampiron had knocked him down had done something final to Legate, the beginning of a finality which his conversation with Marlow completed. He knew that any man now might, if he had only the spirit to venture it, stamp on him, spit on him, drive him at the cart tail. At any rate he certainly went to Tom Call on that last afternoon and did his best to prove to him that Lampiron had pushed Call's brother over the rock. Tom Call believed it all right. He didn't need proofs, he said. And then it may be that Legate sniffed death. Fear of death had been his companion his life long. Those who have an extravagant fear of death savor it in their nostrils. In any case Legate was seen by Fanny Clark and another woman hurrying up Bridge Street, after his visit to Call, panting, his hand at his side, his face white-streaked, just as though old FURZE were really behind him. If one dignifies this Polchester episode with the name of history, any observant chronicler of it might remark that there are Legates and Romneys in every revolution. They are perhaps two of the most important figures, the ambitious coward and the sexless diplomat, the despot's two forerunners. Again, speaking historically, it was about 8:15 when the mob smashed the art gallery windows. The glow here was very uncertain. There was one lamppost outside the gallery, and to the left could be seen the lights of High Street, but it was at this point that a number of lighted tarred stakes and sticks appeared blazing above the heads of the crowd. The mob was now for the first time really vocal. Being now one entity it spoke with one voice, an animal voice, the low thunderous growl that rises sharply to a scream but is more menacing in its undertones. It was Legate who provoked the next move. The art gallery was once one of Polchester's most beautiful 18th-century houses, standing alone, with gardens at the back of it, and there is still a stone mounting block to the left of the fine carved doorway. Legate was suddenly seen standing on the mounting block, gesticulating and shaking his gloved fist at the swaying effigy of FURZE. In the high wind his words were lost. No one will ever know what Legate's last words on this planet were, not, in all probability, words of wisdom. It may be that, confronted unexpectedly by that image of his ancient enemy, maddened by the thought of the injustices, frustrations, tyrannies that he had suffered at that old devil's hands, he attempted some kind of last futile defiance. He looked in any case sufficiently ludicrous there, his bald head gleaming in the lamplight, his ugly distorted visage, his gesture of frustration and failure as he shook his fist at a scarecrow. What followed may have been also his own doing, he may, so to speak, have ordered his own funeral or chosen his manner of suicide. Some fools in the crowd may have felt his gesticulations as a kind of order to action. In any case it was then and there that the first stones were thrown, a whole volley of them. The glass went crashing and one of the stones caught Legate on the side of the head. He fell and the crowd surged forward, already forgetting him, for he was one of those men who, once their needful act is committed, are at once forgotten. The crowd surged forward and he was trampled to shapelessness. He was stamped to death without any living soul realizing that he was there. At that moment when, half stunned, he struggled to rise and a boot kicked his eyes, he must have known one instant of frantic horror, a sudden cry of his soul, "It has come. It is as terrible as I feared." When, afterwards, he was found, his eyeballs were crushed, his nose stamped flat, his chest ripped open. On his right hand there was still a dirty lavender-colored glove. At Carpledon, Bishop Kendon was just finishing his dinner, drinking with great satisfaction his glass of hot water which was all the stimulating beverage he was allowed. It is strange, Coniston, what the imagination can do. Hot water can become. He broke off. Isn't that the telephone? Yes, my lord. Walter is answering it. And now for a few records. He raised his long thin arms above his head and smiled. There is something very satisfying about that roaring wind. I hope those 2 birches near the orchard gate stand it, though. It's a real gale. We'll have a little music. Come and put on the records, Coniston. I'm lazy, and then in bed a few chapters of that new book on Hans Andersen. Where is it? I hope I didn't lend it to Miss Murdstone when she came about the Women's Guild this afternoon. I'm so weak when someone wants to borrow a book. And Miss Murdstone, Coniston. Such an unfortunate name. Whenever we meet I want to talk to her about donkeys. He walked into the study where the gramophone was, his long thin body moving slowly, as though keeping guard on itself quite apart from its owner. At the door of the study young Walter appeared. You're wanted on the telephone, my lord. Then he added breathlessly, there's rioting in the town. A minute later Kendon called out to Coniston. The car. I must go at once. Coniston said, what is it, my lord? But you shouldn't. Really you should not. You know what? But the bishop was in the hall, wrapping his muffler round his throat. He listened to the wind. Perhaps it will happen this way, he said to himself. The blowing torches thrust their faces into the black abysses left by the broken windows. The lower rooms of the art gallery suddenly flared into life and you could see plaster casts of Julius Caesar, the blind Homer and Aeschylus, while, lonely in his splendid endurance and symmetry, in the middle of the floor, was a bad reproduction of The Dying Gladiator. There were drawings pinned on the wall, drawings of the nude, of the cathedral and a number of baskets of flowers. The mob peered in but it did not stay. The breaking of those windows had done something to its spirit, acted as a kind of fire-water. Someone, without knowing it, gave Leggett's muddied cheek a last kick and passed on. They all passed on. The town hall was not far distant, facing St. Leith Square above the market and to the left of the High Street. This is a charming old square with cobblestones, a fountain presented to the town by the widow of Sam Hooker, mayor of Polchester in 1882-7. There are some trees, a bench or 2. The town hall itself is one of the best architectural things in Polchester, with a broad flight of stone steps, a simple dignified facade, and, in the hall, an enormous oil painting of Dido forsaken by Aeneas. All these minutiae had on this occasion their importance, for the benches were destroyed, the fountain lost its charming figure of boy with flute, and before the mob moved on, the famous Dido picture had been stoned, Dido herself torn asunder. The mob filled the square, and on the steps to meet them were Aldridge and a number of town officials, Lord St. Leith and Gurney. One of the things that will never be truly known was the amount of liquor distributed among the rioters, also by whom distributed. It is certain that in the crowd outside the town hall many were drunk, but at the same time it was here and now that the more serious element in the movement became manifest. And a very serious element it was. Lord St. Leith said afterwards that it was only when he looked down on the mob from the steps of the town hall that he knew that these people meant murder. Why they meant murder he will never be able to understand. Johnny St. Leith had no imagination and has been the happier for not having it, but he loved, and loves, this town like his own child. The angers, mistrusts, fears of the last months had altogether bewildered him. His final state of exasperation was reached by the trick played on Mrs. Braund and now he was a very angry man. He said afterwards the very sight of that ridiculous image of FURZE swaying in the smoky light, turned his stomach, and the first thing he shouted at them was, "What's that damned scarecrow doing here? I won't talk to you until you throw it away." He was Lord Lieutenant of the county, and that was often quite a lot, it was nothing tonight. He knew at once that it was not. He knew that he and Aldrich and the rest of them, his beloved town as well, were in very real and actual danger. Later he told Joan, his wife, that you'd have thought FURZE was waving them on. He seemed to gesticulate in the wind. If I'd had anything to throw I'd have had a pot at the thing. They had, however, determined, he and Aldrich and Gurney, that nothing provocative should be done on their side until the riot act had been read. First the mob would be asked to disperse. This St. Leath now did. He was immensely popular in Polchester. He had been born there, they had known him as a chubby snub-nosed boy home from Eton, as a thick-set bulldog-attended undergraduate. They had watched the tenacious patient love for Joan Brandon and approved, to a woman and a man, when he had married her in spite of all the family scandal and the protests of a cockatoo of a mamma. They had admired and loved and trusted him, his honor, his fidelity, his courage, his love for his king, country, town and family through all these years of war and change and uncertainty. They knew that he was not very clever, Johnny St. Leath, but they liked him all the better for that. They were not very clever either. He had no side, he and Lady St. Leath were generous and tactful in their charities. Everyone in Polchester knew that Johnny St. Leath stood for something very valuable to England, a type, often mocked and derided, not to be found anywhere else in the world. And now he did not know them. As he stood on the town hall steps looking at them, he felt a kind of confirmation of all his bewilderment of the last months. There was some evil influence abroad in this, his town. He was simple enough to believe in evil. He had known fellers at school, college, in the war, who were damned rotters, you know, had a sort of stink. Well, now in this town there was a sort of stink. And it must be got rid of. He looked at them and his indignation grew. There were many faces that he did not know. Tom Call, standing over there on the bench near the fountain, was their leader, but there were many worse than Call. Where had they come from? Well, no matter, he would tell them where they could go to. And he did. He asked them what they wanted, why they were there, what they were after. Then he warned them that they were breaking the law. He told them that if they dispersed now no further action would be taken, but that if they remained after the riot act had been read, their blood would be on their own heads. Then he became their own familiar colloquial Johnny St. Leath. What the hell were they doing, behaving in this absurd manner? Who had told them to? What did they hope to get from it? What after all were their grievances? These were hard times, as he himself knew, but that was not the fault of the Polchester authorities. He himself. And at this moment someone threw a stone and caught him on the forehead above the left eye. Being hit by that stone was perhaps the very worst, most wounding thing that ever happened to Johnny St. Leath. That in his own beloved town where he had lived for years surrounded by friends he should be stoned. Should be hissed and struck on the very steps of the town hall. He put up his hand and felt the blood dripping into his eye. His rage convulsed him. By God, he said, turning to Aldrich. Give me the riot act. He read it to them. Riots and revolutions, like pestilence, wars and love, must, when started, run to their climax. In front of the town hall members of that mob began to discover themselves. Some wished to go home, many wanted to remain what they had been at the beginning, observers. Very many translated their own personal grievances, an ulcer, a debt, a rent unpaid, a quarrel, a headache, a general malaise, a bad wife, a frustrated lust, hunger, into a determination on revenge. Men throw stones in riots because their wives think poorly of them. There were some who followed a definite plan. Tom Call had been waiting for this moment his life long, ever since he and his blind brother had, as children, been beaten within an inch of their lives by a sadistic coal-heaver whose mistress their mother was. Call was part fanatic, part swollen with pride, part enraged at his brother's death. He did not see to the end of this, but, whichever way it went, there would be, he thought, glory and self-justification for himself in it. Self-justification. He wanted that, perhaps, more than anything else in life. At certain times when the world was silent and he alone in it he mocked, with bitter contempt, at himself and all that had made him. Lastly, there were the fanatics who saw stars and thrones and crowned martyrs blazing through the sky. There were only a few of them. While St. Leath read the riot act at the town hall these separate elements became one element. When more than 12 persons are gathered together there is seldom sense talked. 12 persons become one person obeying the lowest denominator. And now this mob was suddenly one person, a shrill, screaming, brainless maniac carrying a torch in one hand and a scarecrow in the other. This imbecile, directed by a cold, determined power, wished to destroy. It brandished the torch, it followed the scarecrow. St. Leith, Aldrich, Gurney, seen through smoke, were puppets, and before the eyes of this screaming silly creature were wood and plaster to be burned, walls of glass to be broken and whirling circles of human faces to be hammered. "All right, they shall have it," Johnny St. Leith said to Gurney. A moment later the square was surrounded by the police. But they were not fast enough at Abbott's Lane. Gurney said afterwards that Abbott's Lane, which led straight through Kirk Street to the High Street, was to have been the first to be blocked, but in surrounding the square the policemen had filed in from the east end instead of the west. Call had seen this at once, he had many of the qualities of a true leader. He had waved his arm, and a second later they were pouring through Abbott's Lane to the High Street. "Bloody fool, Gurney," St. Leith murmured. There was nothing to be done. There in the St. Leith Square the police were moving slowly forward, marshalling what remained of the mob towards the market. What remained, however, were simply those pacific elements who thought they would like to go home. Quite a number but not an important number. "Quick, Gurney," St. Leith shouted. "Get your men up to the cathedral." But Gurney, poor Gurney, whose life's tragedy this night was to be, was not born to be quick. This was his first experience of a riot and, as unkind fate in the shape of higher authorities afterwards decided, his last. Tom Call and his friends had, for an appreciable 5 minutes, the High Street altogether to themselves. A number of citizens, the Bennet family, the Mellocks, Crispangle's wife, the assistants at Bellamy's who lived in, will, as long as life lasts, take pleasure in describing that mad rush up the High Street as terror in their souls. They watched it from behind window blinds. The very heart of the town was now invaded as it had never been since the Middle Ages. Once again from the very face of the rock, from the heart of the river, the Goths, the Huns, the Gypsies, the heathen, assaulted the cathedral, not knowing that it was the cathedral itself that had, for its own purposes, roused them up. "God help us," said old Mrs. Mellock, whose plump body seemed always to smell faintly of flour. Mrs. Crispangle, whose heart must be filled with men or it scarcely beat, knew suddenly that she loved her large cynical husband. Where was he? Out in the town somewhere. He had gone to play bridge at the St. Leith. He might be there still. She moved into the back office and telephoned. No. He'd left for the town hall with Mr. Aldrich. Scarcely knowing what she was doing, she put on her hat and coat. She must go out and find him. The mob roared up the street, shouting it knew not what. Behind the windows they all whispered, "The cathedral. They'll go for the cathedral." The mob itself was aware that the climax of the affair was approaching it. At the top of the hill, in front of Arden Gate, it paused. Behind it were the police, in front of it the cathedral. Up here the wind was raging. The lighted stakes flourished in the wind, but across the cathedral green all was dark. Only the mass of the cathedral was black against the oyster-pale sky, the thin moon behind swathes of tenuous cloud. The cathedral waited. The mob waited. The mob waited, in fact, for it knew not what. It knew only that it wished to show that it was an important mob with a character of its own, and to do that thoroughly it must destroy something. So it set fire to the library. No one will ever know how, or by whom that was done. Nor will anyone ever understand why, on that night of raging wind, the whole of the High Street was not burnt down and much else with it. The police and the fire brigade together did some noble work, but later when the mob was scrambling on the cathedral green, why, in that first 10 minutes, had the whole of Polchester not started to blaze? Enough for the moment that that old room, historic in the lives of so many of us, blazed to the heavens, and Clara Reeve, Bage, Godwin, Cooper, and all the others with it. Never again would a young Jeremy Cole slip in and borrow a new Haggard, the most recent Pemberton. Is the skeleton of Miss Milton there crackling in the flame? Where now is that untidy schoolboy, his black cap with its yellow lettering sideways, dust in his cheeks and nose, astride the ladder, his begrimed fingers turning the pages of the Wandering Jew? The ghosts, broomstick riding, fly with the flames into the vaporous sky. The mob is aware for the first time that it has done something. The noise now is the echo of the sea through trees. Men and women scream like gulls. The wild unsteady glare of the burning library lights up the whole high street, the sky is glittering with sparks and jets of gold. The cathedral now sails forward, all its windows glowing. Then someone started the cry of "the soldiers." And no one ever knew where that call came from. It was enough in any case to bring to a point of madness the panic, confusion and uncertainty of that rebellion. "By God," said Call. "If it's the soldiers we'll fight them," but that was absurd because they had nothing to fight real soldiers with. They had, however, their sticks, knives, hatchets and a pistol or two, and now, with the thought that the soldiers were at the bottom of the street pressing up on them, with the fierce independent life of the library burning in their eyes, they rushed forward to Arden Gate, under it and on to the green. It was here and now that the first real battle occurred, for Gurney had managed at last to bring some of his men up through Green Lane and out to the top of the High Street along Norman Row. And a fine sight it was for Mrs. Cool's old ladies, for the Fowlers, father, mother and son, of the Glebeshire tea shop, for Broad the verger, his wife, his son Timothy, for Mr. Doggett the organist, above all for the Clitch family, from behind their window curtains, to see the marching policemen, the sky illuminated with the library fire, and to hear the roaring shout of the mob. To look across the green and admire the cathedral so calmly facing its enemy. "I'm going out," said Mrs. Cool. "I'm going out," said Clitch. But the first actual fighting occurred just inside the Arden Gate. Call, followed by some of the more desperate spirits, started in the direction of Mrs. Braund's house. Mrs. Braund, lying flat on her bed, sees the sky flare, hears shouts, sees the trees rock in the wind. "It's all right," says the nurse consolingly. "They won't be coming here, the ruffians." But Mrs. Braund moves not a muscle. She had known that this would occur. Perhaps after this Lady Emily will be satisfied. "Go on with your book, please," she murmurs out of the corner of her crooked mouth. Call and his friends may have vaguely thought they would have it some of the blasted clergy. By this time the plan of campaign had fallen into an untidy wantonness. Call lifted his stick and a policeman's eye was laid open. "Take that for a bastard," Call, suddenly berserk, shouted. Soon everywhere the green, checkered with the dancing reflection of flame, was thick with fighters. Fighters for what? By this time no one knew. It was now that Lampiron appeared. His legs stretched in front of him, the studio dark behind him. He had been reading Santayana's character and opinions in the United States when Bridget, his old servant, cried from the doorway, "They are murdering and burning all over the town." He finished what he was reading. It was a key for him for the remainder of the evening. He read. Veritable lovers of life, like St. Francis or like Dickens, know that in every tenement of clay, with no matter what endowment or station, happiness and perfection are possible to the soul. There must be no browbeating, with shouts of work or progress or revolution, any more than with threats of hellfire. What does it profit a man to free the whole world if his soul is not free? Moral freedom is not an artificial condition, because the ideal is the mother tongue of both the heart and the senses. All that is requisite is that we should pause in living to enjoy life, and should lift up our hearts to things that are pure good in themselves, so that once to have found and loved them, whatever else may betide, may remain a happiness that nothing can sully. Veritable lovers of life. Yes, he was that. Indeed, he was that. He looked up. "What do you say, Bridget?" "They're burning the town down. Killing and slaying. Something awful." "Who are?" "Seat-own roughs, and foreigners." He smiled at her. "Oh," He was a handsome old man, she thought, with his black hair and shoulders like an ox, his face so brown, his eyes so blue, a clean strong old man whatever they might say. He'd never murdered anybody, not he. And now as like as not they were coming to do him a harm. "Sir," she repeated it. He appeared not to be listening. "Sir, maybe they'll be coming this way. Veritable lovers of life. What does it profit a man to free the whole world if his soul is not free?" There was something for the propagandists, the lecturers, the preachers. But his own soul was free at last, for the first time. He got up and stretched his arms, yawning. "All right, Bridget. I'll go out and have a look at them. More words than deeds, I expect." He looked about the room. He was quite radiantly at peace. After all the turmoil, passionate lusts and temptations, futile effort to conquer some kind of beauty, this last love for a child, this last tournament against his fellowmen's abuse, now these words. We should pause in living to enjoy life. Ah, but he had enjoyed life if anyone had, and now he was ready to go. Someone had shown him in these last months where true values lay, in that inner, secure, vitalizing life of the spirit. Who had shown him? What company had he been keeping? Had he come close in some way to the spirit of Arden? Or was there even now in the room with him a dark companion? No matter. "Thanks," he said aloud. He went out. The first thing that, standing in the street, he noticed was the reflection of the fire in the sky. About him everything was quiet save for the rushing of the wind, the bending and creaking of the boughs, the running of the river under the bridge. He decided to make for the cathedral and, moving very quickly, he climbed Orange Street, cut through into Green Lane and then by Cannon's Yard and Norman Row reached the Green. Here for a moment he stayed amazed. There is nothing more astonishing to the observer than the instant's transformation of a well-known tranquil street or town into destruction and danger. It is as though some old pipe-smoking book-collecting bachelor friend produced from his pocket a rattlesnake. And yet, Lampiron thought, this scene is familiar to me. It is even more familiar than it is in its ordinary tranquility. He had seen it once when all the buildings to the west of it were blazing and the sky was a sheet of trembling gold. He had ridden under the gate and stood at the hill-rise shouting. But this was absurd. There was more immediate business than romantic dreams. He was at the edge of the Green not far from the trees that bordered the Braund house, and the next thing of which he was really aware was that Gasolee was at his elbow. "Why, Gasolee?" Gasolee peered. "Oh, it's you, Lampiron. I say, isn't this awful? They're crazy. They'll be doing the cathedral damage. What's it all about?" "I don't know. No one knows. It's been brewing for months." "Well, what are we going to do?" Lampiron was impatient. He had never cared for Gasolee very much anyway. "We can't leave them to burn the cathedral down. There. The police are moving forward. Time they did." Gasolee made no reply. This old man, Lampiron, was a bore and, in any case, he felt uncomfortable, a kind of sickness in his stomach. This was not his world. His world must be ordered, with planks across the ditches and walls above the precipices. And Rhonda was dead. "Do you know," he said, "Rhonda's dead." But Lampiron was gone. Black figures, like puppets, began to run across the grass. There was a pistol shot. Mounted police came sweeping over the Green. Gasolee hurried, then he trotted, then he began to run. Lampiron also was running, but he was running towards the fighters, not away from them. As he ran he waved his arms and shouted. He knew only one thing, a pagan overmastering impulse to fight. The shadowy troubles of the last months were over. While it was his own private history that was attacked he was too proud to move, but now he was urged to defend something beyond himself. The mob was frenzied with panic and rage. It was frightened of the soldiers in the rear, there were no soldiers, and frightened of the cathedral in front of it. For now that they were face to face with the cathedral, what could they do about it? For months they had been threatening, but they had not expected such a demand for an answer. There it was, couched and brooding in the darkness, only its long windows flaming in answer to the fire. What were they to do? It was stronger than they. Some of them turned back, but with a great number, that worst rage of all, the rage born of helplessness, leapt beside them like a wild unthinking animal. They'd have their money's worth. They'd destroy something before they went to jail for it. Someone had passed the word that a man had been killed, his face stamped out by the crowd, and the library was burning. They'd have to pay for these things. Let them give something in return. But one of them afterwards described the fighting on that green as the most terrifying experience. Only for one brief period or so, 10 minutes at the most, did the crowd and the police come into real conflict. Then heads were broken and arms smashed. For the rest, young Eddie Callender told Cronin a week or two later. You'd have thought the green was crowded with people. Believe me or believe me not, it was as though you couldn't move for people pressing in on you. I was feeling pretty angry myself by that time, although I can't rightly say why. I don't know what I ever joined in the silly thing at all for, if you ask me. Anyway, they said the soldiers was coming up the high street, and there was the library burning, and we'd been cursing the clergy for months down in Seaton, and the police, and here we were, so I just wanted to hit someone. But I couldn't. I give you my word, I could hardly breathe for the crowd, and yet there wasn't a crowd. There wasn't a lot of us left by that time. Plenty of the boys was running away down the high street. All the same, that green was full of people that night, I give you my word, and I ain't telling lies either. Tom Call and his friends got almost to the west door before the mounted police rounded on them. It wasn't more than 15 yards from the west door that Lampiron met them. He charged right into the middle of them, shouting, waving his arms, and at once he had caught two men, one after another, with his fists, and down they went. That in fact was glorious. He had been thirsting for it for years. He achieved with it something his bad sculpture could never do. He was calm enough to realize, all the same, that he'd need a weapon of some sort, and as the second man fell, he himself nearly falling over him, he bent and took a rough nailed stake from his hand. He shouted something like, "Get back! Get back! The cathedral isn't for you," or some nonsense of that kind, or were they the old words, God's servant? Beware of God's servant. It mattered nothing. He felt that he was equal to a world of enemies and rebels. The whole affair can have lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes, and yet he felt as though all his life had been intended only for this, not so much for the joy of fighting as for the good clear common sense of his purpose. Life had so often been clouded in its purpose. So much frustration, disappointment of the flesh, blindness of the spirit, but at last he was defending something well worthy of defense. He could hear singing in his ears, the chanting of some old song, and in his nostrils there was the sweet stench of incense. Armor clashed, and against flamelight he saw a sword raised. No. Rather what he saw was young Dawlish, who drove round crying vegetables and boxed a bit in his spare time. Lampiron had taken an interest in him once until he stole some suits and shirts and tried to seduce a little kitchen maid Lampiron had at the time. So now Lampiron, the sweat was pouring down his face, his heart was pounding, his belly was cold and pressed by the shirt of mail he wore under his vestments, cried to young Dawlish, "Look out, Dawlish! Get back, you young fool!" But young Dawlish aimed a kick at his sensitive places, so he raised his nailed stake and brought it down on young Dawlish's head. They were beginning to give way then. The mounted police were no joke. Men were running across the green for their lives. But Tom Call wasn't. He wasn't running away for anyone. And suddenly he saw Lampiron. This was a rich moment for him. It was the thing he'd prayed for. "Here's for my brother." Filth poured from him. Every obscenity at his command obeyed. His cheek was cut, blood trickled into his mouth, cold like a slug, he was bare to the belt round his waist. But he dropped his stick. He went for Lampiron with his fist. A second later they were locked in one another's arms. Lampiron hadn't a chance. He was 68 years of age. Coll was the strongest man in Glebeshire. Nevertheless those shoulders worked one last time for their master. Lampiron broke Coll's arm lock, slowly heaved himself up, stood with Coll's arms about his thighs. With a kick he was free for a moment of eternal time, and in that moment, remembering all the glory of love and creation and the day when he watched the sunlit sea spread like a fan over the hot earth, he cried. His arm raised, he felt his ringed mail press against the nipples of his breasts and the cold edge of the fine steel at the point where it met the bare thigh. God's servant. God's servant. Then they fell on him. Coll had him round the waist, and it was Eels Braddock, they said afterwards, but it was never proved, who brought the iron spike down on his head. Someone or other leapt at his head and he fell to the ground with him. Lampiron's blood blinded him. That was the way Lampiron died. Legged one way, Lampiron quite another. That was the moment, just when the mounted police turned the skirts of the mob, that the cathedral blazed and Kendon stood in the west door. Kendon's orders. When he reached the cathedral, this was about the time when the mob rushed up the high street, he sent for Dale, Cronin, Doggett, poor old Broad. He put on his vestments and himself switched on the electric light. Then he stood in the west door with Dale and Cronin beside him. That sudden illumination of the cathedral was a stroke of genius. It sprang to life. The green, the town, the little puppet figures of men, sank to shadow dimness. There was no reality save one. But Kendon, old Mordaunt, sleeping in front of the empty fire grate, his drawings scattered on the floor, might see now in plain fact his watching, guarding figure, had no need for action. The riot was not ended, but its true climax was not as he could have expected it. Coll had turned to run. The sudden burst of light, the springing into life of that building above him, around him, inside him, the huddled figure at his feet with the blaze from the door on the bloody shoulders. A fear of something more desperate than man, he saw the horses riding his way and never cared, started his running. He did not know where he was going, but the pressure here, crowding in on him, choking him, blinding him, catching at his knees, he must break that as you break a spider mesh. This turned him and, as he turned, his arm was caught and held. It was Michael FURZE. "Let go, you fool." Michael let go. But he ran to the cathedral. He ran like a madman, as though he had not a minute to lose. He ran as though he were blind, his hand before his face. He was through the west door and inside the church as the police horses cleared the green from end to end. Lampiron lay quite alone, his arm broken about his head. But Michael stopped and gasped. This blazing church was the last thing that he had expected. He had been with his friends and brothers, for he loved all living things, all night, marching with them, cheering them on, laughing and singing, seeing the pretty places burn, talking, leading them all with him, friends and brothers. They had been unkind to him a week or two, but now they were all comrades again, to show them where all the trouble lay. The only thing that puzzled him was that dear brother Stephen, broken and mangled, yellow flies crawling out of his nose, up there in the cathedral. Was also here in this happy procession, all friends and brothers together marching to freedom, waving and bending and bowing, there in his bowler hat and old grey coat. Nothing odd in that, though. Had not brother Stephen a genius for being in two places at once? But he told them all, he told them again and again, anyone who would listen he told, that they would soon behold the sight of their lives, such a pretty sight, such a handsome sight. There they were, all marching together, and soon. But they stopped, they paused. What was the matter with them? He urged them on, he implored, he beseeched. But they wouldn't listen. They ran. They ran as though Stephen himself were after them. So he went on by himself. There was nothing else to be done. He called to people as he ran. They wouldn't listen. So he ran on alone, out of darkness into this blaze of light. For the account of what followed, Dale was the best witness. He saw and heard everything from Michael's first entrance to the last terrible moment. Young Dale was one of the best clergymen who ever served Polchester. He was fearless, a fanatic about his beliefs, but otherwise humorous, tolerant and wise. About this whole episode in Polchester he spoke, a few months later, the truest of all summaries. He was the last man in the world to exaggerate in his account of anything. He did not rule out the possibility of miracles. He knew that insanity is as common as sanity, that the words are often interchangeable, that there are 1,000 worlds and all of them true. Then he adored Kendon. Of anyone else he might have said that lighting the cathedral was melodrama. He did not object to melodrama. He knew that it was often the truest poetry for the occasion. But whatever the bishop did was right. So now he stood at his side, looking out onto the dark green, seeing the glare fade above the library. He went out and bent down over Lampern's body. He looked up and saw the horses charging the green, figures flying through the Arden gate. A dog was howling. The wind was falling and a thin fine rain began to spatter the grass. He helped to carry Lampiron into the cathedral. He was dead, of course. It was then that he heard Michael FURZE shouting. Honestly, that was as queer a sight as I shall ever see. The cathedral was blazing with light and you could feel a stir everywhere. This wasn't an exaggeration, a kind of poetic license. You people, it was in Cronin's drawing room a week later, can laugh if you like, and of course all our nerves were on edge by that time, but I wasn't the only one to notice it. It was like a mist when light should be clear, like faint music when there oughtn't to be a sound, like a dream when you're alone but know that you are surrounded by 1,000 unseen listeners. All I can tell you is that the cathedral seemed to be packed, although, save for the little crowd of us by the west door, there wasn't a soul to be seen. Lampiron, poor old boy, was lying there dead, his head smashed in. I was going over to him when this man FURZE ran through the door, shouting something. I'd heard a lot about that old man's murder. Like everyone else in the town, I'd been made uneasy by it, restless, disturbed. But so far as I know, I'd never set eyes on this brother of his before. For any of you who hadn't seen him, he was a fat, flabby, red-faced, sweaty fellow with a long protuberant nose. That was the only time I ever saw him, and I can best describe him by saying that he seemed to me jointless, fat and loose, with sweat running down his nose. I hadn't, of course, at first the slightest notion of what he was saying. I didn't even know who he was. He seemed simply a lunatic. For a moment he had me by the arm. I'm thin and bony, not very muscular. I can only tell you I thought he'd break my arm. He seemed tremendously strong, flabby though he looked. There was something rather touching and pathetic about him. Well, a crazy man is always pathetic anyway. As he shook my arm he shouted in my ear, as the young man shouted to Father William. I can't tell you exactly what he said. It was to the effect that I must come with him and see what he had to show, that this was the end, the conclusion, the finale. He kept shouting, "This is the end. We'll finish with him. We'll finish with him." Naturally I hadn't the slightest idea what he meant. Then he left me, as suddenly as he had come to me, and went for poor old Braund. Braund was almost off his head with fear and terror. He couldn't keep his eyes from Lampiron. I doubt whether he'd ever seen a dead man before, and he'd known Lampiron very well. He was simply an aguish jelly from head to foot. His little boy was there, far less disturbed than his father was. He seemed to have a kind of protective eye on him. This all happened in a very few minutes, you must understand. I am trying to remember every detail. At any other time it might have been comic to see these two stout men, one of them shaking the other who was already shivering like a jelly. Poor Braund saw nothing to laugh at. FURZE shouted, "Open that door! Open that door! Give me the key!" I didn't know what he meant until I saw Braund with a trembling hand unlock the little door of the hairy tower. I learnt afterwards that this was the first day it had been opened. It had been closed, as you know, for repairs. FURZE started through the door and up the stone steps like a madman. I didn't know what he was after, but I had an idea, I think, that he meant some mischief to himself. In any case I followed. Doggett was close behind me. By this time, I heard afterwards, numbers of people were pressing in through the west door. The whole town was bordering the green very shortly after this, the mounted police guarding it. The riot was over. The fire brigade held the high street. Call and a number of others were already in the lockup. Those King Harry stairs are narrow and twisty and dark. FURZE was talking at the top of his voice all the way up. I was now persuaded that he was as mad as could be, and my great idea was to get to him before he could throw himself from the gallery. But when Doggett and I reached the light and air again, there was FURZE standing there as quietly as could be, his finger on his lip. I don't know why, but for a minute or so both Doggett and I were dominated by him. Doggett will tell you the same. It was as though he had something very important to say to us, like the Ancient Mariner. What he had to say was really nonsense as far as I remember it. It was something about a crucifix, all the trouble had come from a crucifix. He'd offended the cathedral in some way or another. It didn't do to play tricks with God. God was always stronger than you were. Sacrilege was the worst crime of all. He caught hold of Doggett's shoulder. Doggett said his eyes were full of tears. He was like a fat overgrown baby about to cry. What he wanted to say was that things would be all right now, once he and his brother were out of the way, but let it be a warning to everybody, not to commit sacrilege. And then something about the crucifix again. It was to Doggett he was speaking, and I dare say I'm reporting him wrong. He did, however, use the words sacrilege and crucifix many times. The strange thing was that we should be standing there so quietly talking, the cathedral fiery below us with the pillars and the arches, and someone calling up to us from the bottom of the stairs. I must tell you again, it all happened very quickly, not more than a few minutes in all. He broke away from us and ran up the stairs to the little room above the gallery. We followed him quickly and, just as we got there, he turned to us, smiling excitedly, and cried, "Look! Look! Here he is! Here he is!" He bent down over a hollow against the wall. He dragged something up. He pulled something across the floor. Then he bent down again and, turning to us, he was on his knees, threw something into the air with a cry like a triumphant child. It was an old dusty bowler hat. The heap on the floor looked like a pile of dirty clothes. It was a mass of corruption. He dragged this after him, the old dirty boots bumped against the wooden floor. I'm ashamed to say that, for that moment, neither Doggett nor I could move. We heard him bumping the thing down the stairs. We saw the tail of a shabby grey overcoat move round the corner as though it were alive. All the time FURZE was shouting, talking to himself, "Come along, you old swine. Come along, you dirty old swine," and worse things. We heard the boots bump against the stairs. Then we followed him. We must sound as though we were pretty useless. I can only say that it was like a dream, as though we were forced to be spectators. But then, too, you must remember that it all happened with very great speed. When we got to the gallery he was standing by the rail. I had only a moment in which to look over, to see, as it seemed to me, a great crowd gathered in the nave, all looking up. Then, a second later, he had gathered that filthy corpse up in his arms, raised it and flung it out, away, down into the light and haze and the waiting crowd. It spun, it circled, it fell. FURZE, as you know, himself followed it. I remember that Doggett ran to him, caught him, I think, by the coat, but he had clambered on to the rail edge, kicked with his foot at Doggett, shouted once, twice. I hear his cry often still. It was triumphant as though he were bringing off the coup of his life. Then he fell. His legs bent, his arms stretched. I saw his nose shine. Funny the things that you notice at a crisis like that. I don't know, I can't tell you what happened afterwards. There were plenty of people there. I've not asked any of them. I felt very sick. I was standing in the west door breathing the air. One thing I remember was the rain. It was coming down, softly, steadily, determinately, as though, like a word from heaven, it were falling blessedly to wash from the earth all the stains, all the fear and blood and confusion. You know the hiss that rain gives as it falls, the gentle, beautiful, rhythmic sound. That was all. Everywhere there was quiet. I put my hand before my face and prayed. Chapter 9. Outside Impression. The Times, London. October 13, 1933. Unemployed in Polchester. A number of unemployed caused a disturbance in the cathedral town of Polchester last evening. They advanced in considerable force to the town hall, where they demanded to see the mayor. The town library was set on fire and the windows of several buildings were broken. A conflict with the police occurred on the cathedral green. The rioters were quickly subdued. 3 persons were killed and 19 injured, 8 of whom are in the local infirmary. It is reported today that everything in the town is quiet. Chapter 10. Epilogue, Return of the Same Music. It was on an afternoon late in January 1934 that Bishop Kendon preached his last sermon. The occasion was the festival of St. Margaret, one of the oldest of all the cathedral ceremonies. The weather on that day was halcyon, the town lay soaked in that honey fragrance of a too precipitate southern warmth. Tomorrow the gales will blow in across the shivering fields and hail will rattle the farm windows, but today the sun lies like a warm hand on the stones of the High Street. The lanes above Orange Street are scented with almost the flower and leaf fragrance of May. Peace and stillness are iridescent in the haze of shadow and sunshot chimney smoke. As the bells ring for the St. Margaret service, Crispangle finds a purple leather prayer book for 2 old ladies. Bellamy stands, legs straddleways, talking to Aldrich on the sunny pavement. The bright red brick building rising on the ruins of the old library catches the sun and blushes perhaps for its newness. 2 clergymen, their hands behind their backs, walk slowly up the street, very seriously discussing their golf handicaps. Here is Gassely walking now a little as though the town were at his command, raising his hat to Mrs. Cronin and hoping that she won't stop him, reaching Arden Gate and pausing an instant to look down the hill of the busy street, savoring it with his nostrils, feeling the warm sun on his cheeks, sniffing that scent so especially Polcastrian. Of cakes newly baked, primroses washed with rain, the salt of waves purling over crystal shining sand, the warm brick walls of gardens, tang of market-day dung and straw. The sudden chill of stone and brass on first entering the cathedral, all these merging into that deep eternal odor of flowers, of rose and carnation, sweet william and dark-scented musk. Yes, he loved this place that was to be now his home, loved it as it was today, so safe, so tranquilly merging past and present into one lovely security. The bells pealed as though they were summoning all the countryside to the festival of that good saint who washed the feet of the beggars, cared for little children, and died, at the time of the first church, at the hands of the marauding Danes. This would be, he reflected, one of the last sermons that the old bishop would preach. A pity that good men must die. But then, he happily reflected, there were always other good men coming on. Then, halfway across the green he encountered old Mordaunt, bent and shriveled, almost invisible beneath his grey shawl. Well, Mr. Mordaunt. There was developing in him quite naturally an agreeable and hearty manner to everyone. You never know who might, after all, be important. How's the drawing? Mordaunt looked up and showed him a grey, wizened face like a monkey's. He said something about being always at home. At home? Don't you draw the cathedral any more? He shook his head. Nothing to draw. Then muttered something about no activity, gone to sleep. But, whether he meant himself or the cathedral, Gassely could not be sure. The old man shuffled away. Near the west door Gassely encountered Porteous. Ha! Gassely. Good day. Good day to you. Glorious day. Superb. It is indeed, Gasalee said, smiling. He detested Porteus, but why not be amiable? They stood for a moment, watching the people passing in. Very probably the last time we shall hear the bishop preach. Oughtn't to be out. Lucky it's a fine day. By the way, said Gasalee, I heard, oddly enough, of your erstwhile curate, Bird, yesterday. Indeed, said Porteus, stiffening. Porteus, thought Gasalee, can never hide his feelings. Yes. It was Hornblower. You remember. He was a curate at St. James's. He's got a church quite near Bird's, somewhere Eastbourne way. He was lunching with him only last week. Likes him extremely, and his wife. Such an intelligent woman he thought her. Says they are a devoted couple, never saw two people so happy. Really, said Porteus. Very interesting. Then added, we'd better go in. Time's getting on. Now why, thought Gasalee, as he walked up the nave towards the choir, did I do that? Why did I have pleasure in annoying Porteus by telling him that Bird is happy? Not a very pleasant trait in me. But I did. I enjoyed it extremely. Porteus is such a fool. All the same these private pleasures are expensive. Porteus would make a bad enemy. He found his seat in the choir. He knelt down and prayed. Then, seated again, he looked at the service, the anthem, Love is the key of life and death, Doggett. Why, when had he heard that last? And then he clearly remembered. That afternoon, his own confused thoughts about himself, his childhood, his ambitions, his odd sense of shame, of shyness at the things he might discover in himself if he went deep enough. Then. How long ago in experience if not in time? On that day, he remembered, although it was but an ordinary afternoon service with a small gathering in the choir alone, he had felt that the cathedral was thronged with unseen presences. Now today the cathedral was thronged indeed with a human congregation, and yet he felt it to be empty, still sleeping, tombs and chapels, brasses and stained glass, all unstirring. The great church asleep. And himself? The strange events of last year had done much for him. Ronder, Moffat, soon the bishop, gone. Poor old Braund so deeply changed by his wife's illness that he was good for little more. Dale, in reality, his only rival. And Dale did not want the things that he, Gasalee, wanted. It might be that soon he would be the most powerful churchman in Polchester. He remained, throughout the service, in a kind of dream of power. Ronder had warned him, of what? He could not remember. He had felt like everyone else, last year, danger in the air. But that was over, that episode closed. On the night of the riot he had run away. Foolish. His nerves had been unstrung. And how fortunate. For he might otherwise have taken his place with the bishop and seen what Dale saw, the spinning corpse. He turned his mind away. These were nightmares. He was a man for daylight, common sense. That new committee. He would ask Romney to serve and possibly Cronin. Who would be the new bishop? He was almost asleep, so still, so quiet. There, in the choir stall opposite him, was Penny Marlow with her mother. Pretty girl. He himself must marry one day. Every man ought to marry. She looked older. They say she was greatly upset at Lampirin's death, a man old enough to be her grandfather, a good girl, good to her parents. Across the spider web of his misted consciousness came the anthem. Love is the key of life and death, of hidden heavenly mystery, of all Christ is, of all he saith, love is the key. And then the boy's voice, young Clitch, wasn't it? As 3 times to his saint he saith to me, he saith to thee, breathing his grace-conferring breath, lovest thou me? Then, very distant it seemed, as across a lighted gulf, the choir. Ah, Lord, I have such feeble faith, such feeble hope to comfort me, but love it is strong as death, and I love thee. Love is strong as death, that wasn't true. That was nonsense. One mustn't allow oneself to be cheated, to be sentimental. One mustn't be cheated. And, as though in answer, came the frail bell-clear voice of the bishop. Had he been asleep, thought Gassali? Had anyone seen him? He sincerely trusted not. He sat up in his stall very straight and looked sternly about him, as though calling the others to order. He heard the bishop very plainly. My friends, I may not be here with you very much longer. I cannot have anything at this time of day very new to say to you. Only to give you all my love and beg you to believe in God's love and go to Him when you are in trouble. Sentimental, thought Gassali, but that's always been the bishop's weakness. One thing I would say, however. I preached to you, some of you may remember, on Christmas Day and spoke of the year just passing as one of the most troubled in all Polchester's modern history. I need not remind you of those events. On this beautiful sunny day we are all at peace. Those incidents of last year must seem to us now unreal, incredible. And yet they were not unreal. They were very real indeed. You may remember how we all felt a disturbance, a disquiet, an apprehension. That apprehension is gone now, but I hope that you will not forget it. I believe, as you know well, that man is a spirit. I believe that he may be tempted to forget his spiritual self and, when that forgetfulness has hardened in him, it may be necessary for the spiritual powers to be active, to call him to consciousness of what is his only true reality. So I think they were active in this town last year and even used the powers of evil to stir our sleeping consciences. Now that we are all at peace again, do not let us sink back into security again. We are never secure. We shall never, in the conditions of this world, be secure. Our power is nothing against those other powers. We have only one weapon and that is love. Last year, as you all know, there was hatred, distrust, jealousy, even murder in this town. And now that we can look back and reflect, let us take courage. So not despair of the world. Out of this confusion I believe in all sincerity that a great new brotherhood of man may come. The old man seemed to be growing very feeble. Platitudes, Gassali thought. Platitudes. It's of little use to most of us, I'm afraid, to talk about those vague things, vague. His head nodded. He was almost gone. He thought that he saw the recumbent black bishop put up his mailed fist and hide a yawn. He woke with a start to see the old man walking, Braund carrying the cross in front of him, back to his throne. He still carried himself superbly, his shoulders were scarcely bent. His face, as he looked forwards at the high altar, had the beautiful serenity and happy calm of one of the saints. He stood on the steps of the altar to bless the people. Halfway across the green in a misty purple twilight through which silver stars were already burning, Gassali encountered Klitsch. Ah! Klitsch! Happy to see you. And you, Mr. Gassali? Been at the service? Why, yes. I always like to hear the boy, you know. His voice will be breaking soon. He sang well. That's a nice anthem of Doggett's. Very tuneful, very tuneful. And the bishop, bless him. He doesn't say anything new, but I always like to hear him. And he won't be long with us, I fear. No, I fear not. They were in Norman Row. Klitsch said. Excuse me, Mr. Gassali. There's a thing in my shop I'd like to show you. It won't take you a minute. Why, certainly. They went into Klitsch's shop. There was a fine smell of frying onions. Klitsch apologized. She's a good cook, my old woman. I look forward to tea, I can tell you. But this was what I wanted to show you. He made a proud gesture towards a crucifix of black marble on a small table by itself. That's magnificent, said Gassali. Yes, isn't it? Klitsch was beaming. And that's not for sale, not whatever was offered for it. Funny story connected with that. I won't bore you with it now, but the fact is it was sold to me by Michael FURZE. Then his brother Stephen bought it. Then, after all the trouble, the widow sold it back to me again. Dear me, what an extraordinary story. Yes, isn't it? Gasoline stroked the marble. A beautiful piece, but he too was hungry. He was dining with Lady Mary, Romney, and a young poet friend of Romney's from London. Fine indeed. Fine indeed. He said, with a friendly heartiness that had, although he did not know it, an echo of Porteous good fellowship. He gave the crucifix another pat, said good night and went. Klitsch stood there, sniffing the onions, admiring the crucifix. He was about to switch off the lights and go upstairs to his tea when he suffered a strange hallucination. In the shine of the shop illumination he thought he saw, staring in at him from the street, a figure. He saw a bowler hat, a long white nose, thin mean lips, a shapeless overcoat. The oddest thing was that he could swear there was the dim vapor of human breath on the window pane. Klitsch stared. There was nothing and no one there. He turned away, switched off the lights, started up the stairs. Halfway up the stairs he paused, shook his head. Then went on again. Cheerfully he called up. Well, old lady, what have you got for us tonight? I'm famished.